Welcome to the new Chess 24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
I'm ahead of the game.
Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Did you find checkmate? Well, it's white to play and win. Let's first start by taking away some key squares. Rook g6 check. Now after king h8, how about we add a little bit more pressure? Knight f7. And that lines the king right up with the rook. So this discovery is going to be nasty. Rook g5 works, but I like taking material, and that's checkmate.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 Nairov.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
Hello and welcome to the beginning of the final stretch of the 44th Olympiad in Chennai. I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is Peter Leko. We are covering round 7. No more rest days, 5 rounds, and we're done. Things are heating up very, very nicely, and yeah, there on the screen you can see the schedule. With only 5 rounds to go, and the situation in terms of the leading group being very tightly packed, it will be very, very exciting 5 days. And today, I've seen this question in chat quite a bit. For those of you who were confused about the rules on this topic, we do get the first of, I assume there will be all 3. We get the first of the matches between the Indian teams. I think, considering how well all 3 are doing, I think it's quite likely that we will get all 3 matches. And definitely India 1 will play India 2. I'm pretty sure this will happen. India 2 might end up not playing India 3, but today we get India 1 against India 3, and of course the overnight leaders, the Armenian team, are playing against the US. Which one are you more excited about, Peter?
Yeah, hello, Peter. Hello, everyone. Well, to be honest, let me start by saying that how upset I was when I saw the pairings. I mean, the computers, the technology is just very, very cruel. I don't feel like if the pairings would have been done by hand, yeah, like in the old days, there was just no way that India 1 would have played against India 3 already at this point. Very, very unfortunate pairing for both guys. I mean, for both teams, they know each other so well. They are very, very good friends. They have been working with each other. For example, the very first board, Hari Krishna against Ganguly. And I think we can reveal a secret with Peter. We were trying to be captains. Yeah, I was selected India 1 and Peter is India 3. And we were already going crazy, you know, how to set up the lineup. Do we let Hari play against Surya, or will Surya play against Hari? Should they drop out? Should they not? I mean, but it's the Olympics. Yeah, after all, friendship is friendship. The Olympics is Olympics. What is your take on this?
Yeah, we discussed. I ended up not posting anything anywhere, so that like you will have to trust us on our word that our conversation went exactly as we're describing. But we at first, our captaining idea was to always do the top match of the day, but with the top match of the day being Armenia against the US in terms of points. Obviously, Armenia is leading in Seoul first place. We felt that it wasn't really such an interesting match for us to try to guess the captaining, because Peter is quite close to the Armenian team. He is has family connections to the team, so to speak. And as for the US team, we felt that in the first ever Olympiad that Levon is playing for the States, he probably will not really like the idea of playing against his old country too much. And the captain probably, considering how strong the US team is in general, that they can afford not to play one of the best players in the world on board too there, that they will probably not play him. So we discussed that match as well, and we guessed the lineups correctly there as well. But then we switched to India 1 versus India 3. And there, the biggest question for me as quote-unquote captain of India 3 was exactly as Peter described. Do I want to play Surya with black against Hari? And I'd be maybe a little bit worried, and I would maybe try to do something fancy there to just, not let Hari prepare properly. But then I checked their record. And also, Peter told me I should have known this, and I think I probably did know this at some point, but I kind of forgot. Surya and Hari have worked together for a number of years, so they know each other really, really well. And their classical record is actually something I have not seen very often. The classical record until today, according to Chess Games, I did not check further, but I think Chess Games is a trustworthy source on this, is 0-0 equals 17. They played 17 classical games, no decisive games so far.
Yeah, no surprise. No surprise there. However, one really has to say that I believe that they are not working anymore for a couple of years. Surya is basically already famous for all his incredible chessable courses. Yeah, he's kind of busy. He went He has also done a lot of commentary. So basically, I don't think that he's really working with any top stars at the moment in India. He's focusing on other things. He also got family. We have seen his incredible, beautiful picture from the opening ceremony with his daughter. I mean, the friendship is definitely there, but the friendship isn't the big issue. Basically, I think the big issue is always when you are working with someone, you are sharing all the ideas, you have the same repertoire, and then the big headache comes like, all right, but I don't want to make use of the information that I have from the player, but if I don't play the lines that I play, then actually I'm getting in an unpleasant situation. And that's how all the terrible thoughts are coming, and you don't know what to play at all. But if it's just friendship and you can play your opening repertoire, what you have prepared, then I don't think it's a big problem.
Yeah, definitely. It shouldn't be so much of an issue for them. They do know each other perfectly well, of course. And if they haven't really been working closely in the last couple of years, I mean, still playing against somebody you know so well, it's different people approach it differently. For some, it's completely and entirely comfortable. For some, it's always a kind of a weird feeling, and perhaps it slightly influences their play. But it shouldn't be a big issue. And I think on your screen there, this is probably India 3, right, with Gukesh on board 1, and they are playing against. Why do I not know this? No, sorry, India 2. I mean, India 2 are black against Cuba today. India 3, of course, is playing India 1. Plenty of excitement ahead. Very, very interesting matchups. And once again, returning for the final time, I guess, for the captaining story. It seems a bit cruel because he has been rested, I think, for a couple of rounds already. But for India 3, I think the lineup for a very, very important match seemed quite obvious to me, because if they have on form, I'm not making any statements about general strength, but on form, if they have a slightly weaker link this Olympiad so far, it is Murali on board 4, so they rested him again. This is kind of a prolonged resting period for him. This is not ideal. I never really liked the idea of not letting people play for such a long period of time. I think it will be quite difficult for him to sort of return into the fray after he's not played a bunch of games in a row. But everybody else is doing so well that it's difficult to replace the winning formula.
Well, actually, I have to tell you one very interesting secret, I think, psychological secret. At least this is what I was doing with the Hungarian team. That whoever, for example, there was a Hanti-Mansijsk Olympiad in 2010 when suddenly the top 4 guys were playing quite successfully, a part of me. I was suffering on board 1, but okay, I have to keep on holding my ground there. And then Csaba Balog at that point was the player who was helping a lot in preparation. He was there, but he didn't really got a chance to play, and we kept him warm. We told him, yes, you are not playing for quite some time, but your time will come in a very, very important game. We will put you with the black pieces, and you will have to you will have the chance to become a hero. And what Csaba was doing, he was helping for something like 6 runs in a row for the team. And then on the 7th day, when his day came, he won against Azerbaijan with the black pieces. And thanks to that, we won that match. So there is some kind, whenever somebody is like left out a little bit for the sake of team, I always try to cheer him up that, your time will come. I think this is very, very important, because then he knows that we are counting on him. Yeah. And this feeling that his time will come, I think it's very, very important.
Yeah, but it has to be managed very carefully, because I think from your description, what you did there is you kept him very much involved. You kept him very much, part of the team, involved in helping other people prepare, and also kept him, cheerful, and it did not feel like a punishment, right?
Exactly.
And I definitely have a few examples in mind from my years of playing for various clubs and teams where, somebody has 1 bad game or 2 bad games in a row in the beginning, and they're basically told, okay, you're not playing anymore until we have an emergency. And then it definitely feels like a punishment. And that is horrible. Like somebody, sitting on a bench for a week with this emotion, not the emotion of, currently this is working, but we would like you to help us with openings, and you will play in an important match because we need you, is okay, I guess. But if you're told, like, you're playing like crap, you're not playing again, maybe you'll play one more game somewhere, this generally doesn't work. And I have
that's just brutal. I mean, I can imagine the feeling, because, okay, everyone who is in the team, if suddenly has a bad game, he's not doing it on purpose. It just happens. I know from myself, the times when I most wanted to perform best, that I felt like now I have to do the best for the team and so on. That's exactly when somehow things didn't work out. And to be punished for that, it's of course very, very tough.
But we have moves, so we should perhaps slightly move away from the philosophical discussion of captaincy and start actually showing people what's going on. So far, obviously, like, we had 2 moves into most games, and it's difficult to pick one. There's already a London in the Indian clash, but we have had some very sharp Londons so far in this Olympiad. So it's not necessarily a horrible news. Even though
did Sudia already play after d4? Did Sudia already react to d4?
Satiris says yes, but our board says no. Let me check on
because somehow it looks strange to think on
first. he played d5 e6. They have the PGN for the very, very early moves is kind of slow updating because there's so much data coming in from everywhere. So in Suri's game, it is currently d4, d5, c4, e6, knight of 3, knight of 6, knight c3, and he will have a choice of, many things. Ragozin is open, the Vienna is open, and he's gone for the Taras actually, or the semi-Taras actually. He's gone knight c3, c5, cd, knight takes d5.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I expected from Sudia, because he has done, I think, an incredible course on the semi-Taras for Chessable. And when we had this commentary together for the World Rapid and Blitz on the first day, and here we go, we have the updates in the games. Then Sudia mentioned me that he was doing the Nimzo semi-Taras repertoire, and I told him, well, basically, I'm not happy that you took exactly my repertoire, but if I can entrust someone to do an incredible good job on this and to know my spirit as well, then it's you. So I'm very happy that Suri has covered it extensively, and now he's able to show it against Hari. One of my last games that I played was in Bundesliga 2019 against Hari, and I also played the semi-Taras against him. So I'm very, very interested to see how he will approach it.
Yeah, and Satiris informs us that Linier Dominguez also has a course on the semi-Taras, and it's probably, considering that the semi-Taras is a reasonably narrow opening, they probably cover more or less the same material, and it would be interesting if you were so inclined. It would be interesting to compare, where they differ and where they suggest exactly the same things. But
well, actually, I have seen the pre. What is it? There is a small video, with the highlights or this explanations, and I have watched these 5 minutes of Lenny, and the way how he described every move order and all the finesses of how you have to approach this opening. I was truly impressed by his okay, I know Lenny very well. I know that he knows all these things very perfectly, but it was still very nice to hear how nicely he was able to explain everything.
Yeah. We'll see what happens there. On board 2, there we have an Nimzo in Setraman versus Vidit. This kind of already many more moves coming in. Okay, I was worried there.
Yeah, basically this is one of the main lines, and it's very funny because the last couple of days we have been seeing Adiban twice opting for different systems. First, he made this surprising ace move. I think you are using this if you really want to surprise an opponent, but you don't want to repeat it. Then after Bishop DC D5, the previous round, we have seen Adiban going for this very sharp CDD Knight G2 structure with very double H play, and now suddenly we see a completely different type of structure in today's game here between Setu and Vidit. the very classical takes c5, knight f3, queen c7, bishop e2 main line, and now black has like setups with b6, black has setups with knight c6. Will be very interesting to see how it will approach this.
Yeah, if you go for b6, bishop e7, it will structurally at least resemble very much that very nice game that Adiban won on the white side against, who was it exactly?
Yeah, exactly. We were covering that game.
Yeah.
Against, hang on. Yeah, it's crazy. A blackout, yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. It doesn't really matter that much. But as Peter is saying, there are other options available as well.
Against Itudizaga.
Yeah, exactly. They were playing Spain and he beat it to Rizaga, kind of a... For the longest time, it seemed like he had nothing at all. And then suddenly he was almost winning, and then he was actually winning and the game ended, which was quite striking how well he treated that kind of a slow positional push.
Yeah, we were talking about, something similar, but there, because the black captured with the queen on d5 and moved the queen back to c6, somehow he had the queen on c6. Yeah, that was like the new finesse in that game. Of course, now here black has a more classical approach, and Vidit goes for knight c6. Yeah, he says, you know what? From this move order, maybe I want to go for some rook d8 e5 plan. It's a very classical system as well.
Yeah, this is, I think, what Magnus did against his, I think, Zambian opponent a couple of rounds back. But you would expect Sitaraman will, pose slightly more problems for black than happened in that game. There is, as I mentioned, a London on board 3, which is developing very, very slowly. So we'll just mention it's a London. We don't really have to discuss move 3 in a London just yet. And then it's kind of interesting here because do you know what Nacion generally plays with black? Because I'm curious why we would play 5d3 and not 6d3 against the Spanish. I have an idea why, but I'm wondering if it's correct.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting because I played against Sunil Dutt in 2016 in Isle of Man in the very last round with the black pieces. And I noticed that he's incredibly well prepared with the white pieces. And I was like shocked. If he's so strong with the white pieces, then why does he have 25-30? Okay, I understand he's young, but still, it did not add up because in my mind, he was clearly already a 2600 plus player back then. And then even 1-2 years later, I was seeing that he was kind of suffering with black. Yeah, he didn't have a very clear repertoire. He was playing e4, e5. But it wasn't exactly clear. I understand what you are indicating, that maybe he also started playing the open Spanish, yeah? I don't know exactly what he, but basically, when white plays the move order 5d3, then we have to assume that probably he thinks that maybe after short castle, knight takes e4 is an option.
Yeah, because generally, there is very, very little advantage to play in d3 on move 5, and there are some significant disadvantages, I think. Specifically, exactly what Sunil Dutt is doing here, because the bishop is still on f8. Black preserves the option of playing bishop c5, which in general is much more active than developing it to e7, and I think this is supposed to be clearly the right response to 5d3. But yeah, if you castle, you do allow the open Spanish, and not a lot of people are very confident they can show any advantage against the open Spanish these days. So I can definitely relate if this is what he was trying to avoid.
Yeah, but now he suddenly plays the move bishop g5, and it gives me a feeling that maybe for bishop g5 it's kind of important for him to keep the king in the center for the moment. I don't know. We already discussed bishop g5 in the Abdusattorov Hari game, and I think we kind of agreed that we are not a huge fans of this bishop g5 business.
This is a bit different though, because the pawn is not on c3. So if you play g5 and d6 here, maybe I get some knight c3, knight d5 play, which might be useful. And I mean, it's a different position. This being a Spanish and not a Sicilian probably is also slightly in white's favor, because the bishop is already on b3, it's not going to be attacked, and also we have play with a2, a4, which in the Italians there is no target on b5 for us to distract black with. I'm not sure g5 is even necessarily going to follow, because as we mentioned earlier, at least in the Italians, the idea of just returning to e7 if white does this, with the pawn still on d7, is often quite playable. But once again, you have to weigh these things precisely, because knight c3, knight d5 will once again be a question that you need to at least think about. But all of this is in the future. Let's take a look at what's going on elsewhere. So what's happening in the US match?
Exactly. Yeah, this is very important. Wow. Okay, I have to tell you that this is kind of very big surprise for me, because Caruana opting for the Queen's Indian against Gabriel. And I have been telling on air already that, yeah, Levon was my nightmare opponent. And I simply, I felt against anyone else comfortable with my Queen's Indian. I was heavily playing the Queen's Indian with the black pieces myself with Bishop A6. But against Levon, I always felt like it's just not enough. For some reason, I was just not enough. I mean, not confident enough. And during this period, Gabi and Gabriel Sargsyan and Levon were working together. So I very much feel like the spirit that Levon knew about the position, yeah, and he always played the line with knight c3, is also something that Gabi knows very well. So it little bit puzzles me that Fabi is not afraid to go into this pawn structure against Gabi.
Yeah, it's interesting. And also, I mean, for me, I've always associated these types of structures somehow, or at least in those years. The person who played them sort of all the time, I think, or at least one of the people who played it a lot was Karyakin, and he did okay for a while, and then started suffering against seemingly anybody who would, want to ask him questions there. And I think he himself moved away from that opening. And all in all, it just never really appealed to me, kind of in terms of structure and the kind of play you get. But I am a Grunfeld player. Queen's Indians in general look not messy enough for me. And yeah, I will definitely defer to your expertise here. It's not bad. I'm just a bit surprised that this is what Fabi chose today.
Yeah, I mean, okay, here we have to say that this is exactly the point why the line is supposedly fine for black. Yeah, the move rook e8, and it was the move that I analyzed for something like 2 weeks in 2014. And I went to the Tromsø Olympiad basically with the feeling that I have checked everything about the position. And all these ideas which were kind of played in the candidates in 2016, 2 years later with A3, which Fabi played against Sergei. I have to say that the only move which I haven't checked and would have come as a big surprise was Topi's rook b1. I mean, the move rook b1 was kind of a complete shocker for me, because I felt like, I checked every move very, very carefully, incredibly deeply and so on, but rook b1 would have still caught me by surprise. It will be very interesting to see. I'm also pretty sure, because the position is strategic but also very dynamic and very move per move-ish, that the new engines certainly make huge impact, and there might be some small finesse or some brutal finesse somewhere along the way which can actually slightly change the evaluation.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be interesting to watch, but once again, we shouldn't really spend more than, 3 minutes on a single game by move 10. This is a line I've looked at myself at some point, maybe not this exact position, but the line in general, we at some point analyzed quite seriously with Kirill when preparing for the Yekaterinburg candidates. And I ended up even playing this line myself against MVL once without too much success. And what we get specifically here, yeah, e6, bishop e2, and here black tries to avoid the usual setups by playing bishop c5, which is an interesting option, but not as comfortable as I would have hoped. And after castles, you have a choice between knight d7 and knight e7. Both moves are completely playable, and he chooses knight d7, which I think the reply that Wesley is showing here is sort of correct. You go takes, and you push rook d1, d4. And once again, we have this type of a Carlsbad structure where black has to be a little bit worse on one hand, but on the other hand, the knight on c3 is not really developed to the, I think, sort of the ideal square for white. He would much rather it was on f3, trying to come to e5 as quickly as possible. So you will have to spend some time rerouting the knight from c3 to better squares. It's not going to come very easily. And Black structure is extremely solid, of course. Like all of these structures are very, very difficult to challenge. It's still difficult for me not to prefer white a little bit because you have more bishops, but I understand it's very playable for black.
Yeah, I feel also that it's kind of obvious. Yeah, on board 2, there were 2 options. Yeah, that Melkumyan will face Levon Aronyan or will face Veslisov. I believe that the Armenian players pretty easily understood that there is just no way Levon gonna play against them. I mean, it's like a big family, the Armenian team, and it's basically unimaginable. So I believe that Hrant was definitely getting ready at least mentally for Veslisov during the rest day, and it's kind of also clear that it's a very, very important and difficult game for him, because if he manages to hold with the black pieces here, then Armenia, in my opinion, has quite good chance of eventually stopping this incredible US team, because okay, they have 2 white boards then, and there is the board 4, Shankland Hovhannisyan, also very, very big and difficult game. But still, if we look at the ratings and if we think about Wesley, then still probably Shankland and Hovhannisyan are closer match than Wesley and Melkumyan.
And maybe even more importantly, I think Robert is having a very, very good Olympiad, and Sam has a decent score so far, but it could have been so much worse. I think he saved 2 positions which you can objectively just call lost. 1 definitely, maybe even 2, as far as I remember. He was in a lot of trouble with white in the previous round, and then he was completely lost with black in a match against the Uzbek kids. So in terms of current form, I think Robert is clearly running slightly hotter than Sam is. Then, having said that, Sam is 27-20, and obviously a very, very strong player, which definitely counts for quite a lot. But it's a closer game than the 130 rating difference would suggest. So we have this position, and we have a very exciting, or at least potentially a very exciting Najdorf on board 3.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. I want to ask you about this. That to me, the fact that Lenny has opted for the Najdorf, it slightly comes as a surprise, because one could have argued that they will try to be as solid as possible on the blackboards and try to push on the whiteboards. But I mean, Lenny going for the Najdorf, and I believe that he should more or less know that Tersakian is famous for going very, very aggressively. Eventually for Bishop G5. It's a brave choice, and it also signals to me that the US team isn't so sure that they will be able to push on white boards, and they want to have a fight on all 4 boards. That's basically their big strategy.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is a very sharp line. Chat is reminding me that I actually played this against Magnus in Biel 2018. I did, yeah. It was a kind of a strange game. I was completely busted out of the opening, and then somehow Magnus played a little bit too fancily, and then I took a repetition in a position which I kind of knew was better for me, but I couldn't figure out exactly how. And in the end, just, me being me, I saw a repetition. I spent like 10 minutes trying to find a way to improve on the repetition, found nothing that looked very clear to me, and just decided, okay, I like everything in my chess experience tells me I'm better here. But because I can't figure out exactly how to finish the game, in a victory, I'll just take this draw because time is running short and it's a draw with black against Magnus, which is a kind of a shameful thing to do. But I mean, not the first time and probably not the last time in my career that I've done that. Very, very sharp line. And I think what I did is just strictly incorrect. I think if white plays a 4 here, I think there's a very big fork in the road right now. You can play a 4, you can play long castles. And those 2 lead to very different positions. Because I think black should actually play e5 now. And here you go knight b3, and it starts resembling some kind of a normal Najdorf. Well, sort of normal, because black will play bishop b7, king f8, king g7. It's not very normal. It's actually kind of weird, but not as weird as some of the positions which happen if you play f4. Because against f4, I think once again you're supposed to play e5. And then it gets incredibly concrete and incredibly forced. White can castle immediately. White can also go fe5, d5 castles. And basically the knight on d4 kind of doesn't hang yet. It might hang at some point in the future. It doesn't yet because e4, e5 is a very strong reply if black takes. So yeah, I'm definitely after fe5, d5 castles. Here I'm less sure, but and yeah, these positions become a huge kind of a memory check for both players. I think they're supposed to be equal, but I've also seen very strong players just lose outright because they either forget something or get slightly out-prepared. I think maybe Johann Sebastian lost a game in the World Cup against a weaker opponent in this line in 2019, I want to say.
No, he beat Radek.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He was. I mixed up who was playing who. Yeah, Johann Sebastian just won a very nice game against Radek Wojtaszek in that line. I think the line was at the time supposed to just be a forced draw.
Yeah, but that was the point, that Radek lost the first game with the white pieces. I was following that match, yeah, because I was not playing the World Cup myself. So I thought like, wow, yeah, that was like a shocking development, Radek losing with the white pieces. I just don't recall him losing ever with the white pieces, basically. And afterwards, he was in a must-win situation. And then in this very sharp line, when all the lines lead to draw, and at some point, even Johann Sebastian did not repeat already. You know, it was like also very, very interesting. In any case, that was a fantastic victory there by Johann Sebastian, and a very, very dark moment for Radek, because I'm expecting that he had really high hopes on that World Cup.
Yeah, and Samuel clearly choosing between those two options. If you play bishop g5 seriously, as I understand from what you're saying, he does. He obviously has seen this position before. But as I mentioned, the choice here is very, very polarizing. The positions are strikingly different depending on which of the two options you choose here.
Yeah, and I feel like we have to jump to the Gabi's game, because we have to explain the slightly mysterious rook c1, c2, which isn't mysterious at all for us, yeah, because this is one of the most common themes in these kind of positions. White has two different ideas with rook c2. One is to play queen c1 and then play rook d1, and like this stabilize the center, put pressure on the c7 pawn and on the d5 pawn. So basically black won't really be able to break in the center. Or another regrouping is bishop to c1 and bishop b2. Both lines, both setups are kind of traditional classical ways. So yeah, Gabi did spend some kind of 12 minutes, and he opted, you know what, I don't want to get into any theoretical big discussion. Let me use a good old solid classical idea.
Yeah. And actually, we've sort of been almost exclusively speaking about the first two matches because they look the most exciting. But we also have France playing against the Netherlands on board 3 or match 3, as the case may be, and a lot of very interesting matches further down the road as well. So yeah, we have here we have Anish defending his perimeter, so to speak, with the black pieces. I think this line became somewhat less popular. It used to be the absolute central line of bishop b5, e6 if you chose not to take on c6. Obviously, the biggest question in terms of structure here is, do you want to take on c6 before the knight appears on e7? It's a whole different block of positions which are very intricate, very difficult to play. Or you can castle go knight g7. And there, people used to kind of automatically play either rook e1 or c3, and those two are kind of similar in spirit. But these days, seemingly everybody plays d4, right? d4 became by far the main move in this position. Just d4, cd4, knight d4, and play this. And c3, I thought, more or less disappeared. But we see the return of c3 today by Jules Moussard. Yeah, the position they have on the board, I'm pretty sure I even maybe played it with white. But I don't think it gives anything. So it will be interesting to see if Jules has some kind of a specific idea here.
Yeah, this somehow, I recall it was very popular in the mid-2000s, right? I mean, those were the times. Morozevich, I think, was also playing from the white side. You played maybe against Magnus in Time Memorial. You had a game.
Yeah, I played a bunch of this. Yeah, I think I beat Hikaru once in this line in the European clubs, and I made a bunch of draws, including that game against Magnus. Yeah, I've played a ton of this Rossolimo at a certain point.
Yeah, in any case, it's a very, very complex and very interesting position with all pieces on the board, lot of finesses. But we move on. We have on the second board a clash of two Magnus's team members, right? I mean, Jordan and Laurent Fressinet. This is a very, very intriguing match. That how they will play and what they will play, and will Magnus be happy about all this?
Probably. I don't think Magnus cares very much about the Rookie 1 anti-Berlin. I think. Ah,
yes. Okay. This you can.
Yeah, as much as he in general cares about people showing the team prep, I think this particular bit of team prep he will be quite okay about being displayed to the world. Yeah, this has become somewhat fashionable, this idea of not taking on e5 and trying to develop for the time being. And I think e5, e4 here is the main move, although you can of course just continue castling and playing slower. But e4, yeah, it's kind of difficult to imagine why this would be better for white, but people do it very seriously, and Jordan is a very, very serious theoretician, so clearly I'm missing something here.
Yeah, well, there is also the big kind of discussion here that, okay, now you play the move d5, d4 because you don't want to let this castle's d4 position happen, which also it resembles some kind of a Petrov.
Absolutely, yeah, this is...
Yeah, but a good one for black, yeah, because a6 is very useful, a4 for white isn't so obvious. Why is it so great? Black gets the bishop out to f5.
We need to compare it tempo by tempo, but this looks like an entirely playable Petrov to me. Like, I don't know why this would be any better for white. But d5, d4 is an attempt to not even allow that. And then, very understandably, the bishop from f1 comes into the game by bishop d3, bishop d4. Yeah, interesting position. I've never seen this before. I don't know exactly what to think about this. We'll just continue watching. There's so much stuff to discuss that we don't really need to go too deep.
Yes, third board we are seeing some kind of a very, very interesting setup by black going for knight g7, d5. I think Sasha Grishchuk was the big...
Yeah, I was about to say, this is some Gelfand Grishchuk games for sure.
Because there are two different kind of setups, yeah, that if black plays with d6 or if black tries not to waste time for d6 and try to go knight g7 and d5. Lot of finesses here with the move order. I believe that in the game what black is getting, actually black is maybe should be happy, because
I'm pretty sure this is still kind of mainline theory, and I have a feeling that maybe actually in their match in Kazan in 2011, the final candidates match in Kazan, I get the feeling that this actually happened in one of the games between Sasha and Boris. Let me just check.
Yeah, that was a very, very important game actually, which ended in a draw, but I believe Sasha had some chances, right? It was...
Yeah, this is a game. Yeah, they drew, and yeah, it was a very sharp game. I think Sasha at some point was close to winning. Yeah, it was a very, very sharp game. It continued cd5, knight d5, knight g5, and became a huge big mess extremely quickly. But instead of all that, Maxime Lagarde goes for a kind of a safer choice of b4, b5, which is actually seemingly a novelty, or at least a novelty for the Chess24 database function. I don't know if it's entirely up to date. It's an interesting move because obviously with the way pieces are, you would like to play knight d4 here, but that simply loses the d5 pawn for nothing as far as I can see. So you might have to play knight a5. Yeah, this is not good, obviously. So you might have to play knight a5 unless d5, d4 works, but I don't expect it does. And after knight a5, sometimes this knight kind of never returns to the game, but specifically here, with the pawn on c4 hanging as much as it does, you would assume that white has to take on d5, and then that knight is not really all that locked in. Doesn't really look horrible for black at all, and in fact, if you imagine this sort of developing quietly and black getting to play, I don't know, castles and then bishop b6, you start liking this a tremendous amount for black. You start thinking, okay, maybe I'm better out of the opening. So clearly Maxim has something concrete in mind, but I'm not entirely sure what.
Yeah, and I'm not really liking what White is doing, because he already spent like 16 minutes or 17 minutes for it, so it's obvious that he is not familiar with all the details.
Then maybe we shouldn't be reading too much into what he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, this b4 b5 is more out of desperation, I believe, than rather an desired kind of novelty. And we have board 4, Benjamin Bock against Andrea Mark Maurizi. A very, very intriguing reversed Carlsen, yeah, again.
Well, I mean, it's one of them, yeah. It's they just play a6 and h6 and all of these types of positions. It looks like they're having a laugh, honestly, but they're not. It's become very, very serious. It's clearly.
But hang on, here it happened from move 3 a6, yeah.
they even do it this way, yeah. I mean, they're very, very obviously just having a laugh. But I mean, the list of people who are having a laugh like this includes Magnus, so it's obviously not as stupid as all that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that White is opting for Queen C1, protecting his bishop on F4. One could argue that Queen D2 looks much more natural. However, here, if you look at the clock situation, then we immediately see that actually Benjamin came fully armed, because you are not supposed to be coming up with an idea like Queen C1 and A4 over the board.
Yeah. So so far very unclear looking match between France and Netherlands. A bit further down, we already have some requests. There was a question in chat. Speaking of Spain, somebody said Paco is still not playing today. Any news ? We don't have any, but by this point, it really does seem that something probably is not quite right with Paco, because there is no way Spain would not be playing him like 4 rounds in a row. Like, he's very, very clearly one of the absolute best players the country ever produced, and still one of the best players right now. So yeah, if he's not playing after a rest day, you have to assume something happened. We don't know what, but.
Yeah, it was also one of the first things that I checked. Yeah, I checked the lineups, and when I noticed Paco not playing, then I was feeling like, oh my God, I mean, I'm not liking this, because we were kind of speculating that there should be some reason. But as you said, if somebody even after rest day does not get back to the team, that means something is really bad. But who knows? We hope that we will get some news. Yeah, it would be great to get a news. On the other hand, I also understand why we are not getting any news, because why should, for example, Spain reveal any big secrets about Paco?
Exactly. Yeah. No, the reason nothing is being announced, I think, is very, very clear. Yeah, they don't really want to give away any information for people to, make it easier for future opponents to prepare. So they're keeping it quiet, and I understand why Paco also, let's say, is not tweeting anything, because it just makes preparation extremely easy for every single opponent from this moment onwards. They have to prepare for 4 boards instead of 5. But let's just hope he's fine. By this point, I really am kind of worried. I don't like this.
Yes, exactly. I mean, I also see now we have the match between Serbia and Germany, Injic against Vincent Keimer. A rather slow English. Yeah, c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight f3, knight c6. There are so many different setups here from both sides. We are seeing some reversed Sicilian.
Yeah, this is basically a reversed Richter-Rauser, yeah. And Vincent goes for some very kind of common sense stuff, plays in the center. I'm a bit surprised by d takes e4. I would have assumed, if you wanted to play for advantage, I would have assumed you kind of have to play knight d4 here, maybe. Or knight d2 is less, I would try to play knight d4 at least. I mean, I don't know how well it succeeds, because what we got in the game right now is, it looks like a Bogo, right? It looks like a Bogolubov Indian, which really shouldn't be anything. In my view, the moment the bishop on c3 gets traded away, I mean, even in absolute best case scenarios, White doesn't really get very far, I think, in these types of positions. And I don't think this is best case scenario either. So yeah, I think this is quite safe for black, at least in my understanding.
Yeah, it's safe, but on the other hand, also very safe for white. Yeah, and basically, I also understand Ingic's kind of thought process. He doesn't want to get into any big theoretical fight against Vincent. He says, like, you know what, I don't mind if you really equalize. Just give me a nice little position. Yeah, white will go bishop g2 castles. In long terms, one could argue that with a pawn on c4 versus pawn on d6, white eventually, if this knight ever reaches the d5 square, then white would be able to press. Of course, black is very solid and it looks like it's equal, but I see that there is some temptation from white side. If you don't know what to do, then okay, let me just play chess in a solid position. So this is board 1. We have Matthias Blubaum against Velimir Ivic on board 2. I believe that these two players had a lot of history, because Ivic kicked out Matthias Blubaum in the World Cup last year in Sochi in the very first round, I believe. And then Ivic went on to have this wonderful World Cup later on. Interesting game. Okay, for the moment, the opening is not that exciting. It's some kind of a reti which turned out to be a c6 d5 Grünfeld. And Marcus Robert against Nisipianu, a classical, I mean, a kind of not exactly classical, but a Catalan. And again with this close stuff, but why? I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. We are seeing bishop e7 being combined with c6. Yeah, usually you always give bishop b4 check and force the bishop to d2, and then you do all these things. I'm a little bit surprised.
Actually, like it seems like currently d takes d4 stands about as well as it has stood for a very, very long time, in particular because of that b5 bishop b7 a takes b5 a6 idea. I guess Dieter just wants a game today. I think what he's doing here is saying, let's just play chess. I don't want a particular theoretical competition. This might not, quote unquote, entirely equalize, but I don't much care, because I would like to just, continue comparing skills here instead of comparing notes.
Yeah, but I think also, I know Marcus Robert quite well. Yeah, he likes to avoid big theoretical clashes himself, so I think that both sides are kind of happy that they can just play chess. Will be interesting. And on board 4, it's a dynamic. This is a dynamic game between Dimitri Kollars and Ivan Isavic, because Ivan Isavic.
Very interesting opening, by the way. Have you seen this before?
Yeah, well, let's take. Well, of course, yeah. It's a4 knight a5. Yeah, it's Ivan Isavic likes always to
all of these things. Yeah, he does all of these things.
Yes, a4 knight a5. I mean, since we have played a4 during the match, we had to be ready for knight a5. So yes, I can confirm that I have seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, what he ends up getting here after what seems like a semi-forced sequence, he goes bishop b7 here. Of course, allowing a takes b5 would be strange. So we go ba, bishop b4, knight c3. Black decides to immediately get rid of the a pawn by playing bishop d3. We take, they take. We go d4, bishop g5. I guess white is, of course, a bit better being a pawn up, but generally speaking, I would assume something along the lines of bishop b7 followed by d7, d6 happens, you push away the knight on e5, and if you succeed in pushing away the knight on e5, the structure on the queen side is a little bit too fractured, and the bishop pair a little bit too nice for black, for white to have too much. But that is, I mean, of course, you're still quite happy being a pawn up after move 15 in the Spanish, so that is not to say white is not better, but I think kind of heavily trending towards an eventual draw.
Yeah, so that's the match, and we arrive now to India 2 versus Cuba. Very interesting to see how Gukesh approaches this game, and also very interesting how Cuba is trying to stop Gukesh. Yeah, because 6 out of 6. This is an incredibly stunning result so far. I don't ever recall ever happening this before in the Olympiad first board. It just
first board, yeah, first board. There have been, obviously, specifically because of Gukesh's results so far, there have been some statistics posted on Twitter on the topic of most impressive personal scores in Olympiads, And like Kramnik's 8.5 out of 9 in Manila is the one that comes to mind. Kasparov has had some absolutely fantastic performances. Livon, I think, once scored 8.5 out of 10 on board 2. But yeah, 6 out of 6 on board 1 is quite something. Quite something.
Yeah, let's take a look. I mean, the only problem I think by having 6 out of 6 that the expectations are getting too high, right? I mean,
a little bit, yeah.
Yes, that's the only problem. I mean, on one side you did great, but people are expecting that if you already won 6 games, you're going to continue like this. But no, it doesn't work like this. Do you remember this tournament in Sofia with Ivanchuk? Yeah, he started with 5 out of 5. And then for the second half, he made 5 draws. And afterwards, there was an interview with him and they asked him what happened. And he said, well, first of all, there was a very interesting new development because on the rest day, they were playing football and Ivanchuk was the goalkeeper. And he said that after being a goalkeeper, he felt like he needs to hold, you know, the situation instead of scoring. Yeah, that was very funny.
Yeah, Vasily is a treasure.
Yes,
he's an absolute treasure. And yeah, already interesting choice here by Albornoz Cabrera, taking on c5 as early as here. It's not a novelty, but still, it kind of, I think, shows his intentions here a little bit. He wants to have a safe position. He wants to play a kind of a quietish game, maybe.
But hang on, he might be trying to hold on to his pawn, no, or not?
Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering if you can actually go for before a5 and then something, either bishop b5, or maybe we push before b5 and then we try to return it in some kind of a favorable way. Because like, where does the knight go after b5? If I play b5 here, where do you go?
Maybe back to b8.
I thought so. Yeah. Okay. Bishop e3.
Bishop e3. So
it becomes very concrete. But I'm curious about this because knight bd7, c6. I don't know. I'm happy that I'm happy with black. Knight fd7 exists, but even if, let's say, after knight fd7, if I just play c6, b takes c6, and I don't know, a4 or c4 or some move, I think it's playable for white.
Yes.
At least it's playable for white. And both knight d5 and knight g4 don't seem to win the pawn back straight away. So it's definitely an option. And it's also interesting that Gukesh is doing this here because I think he also kind of realizes his opponent probably would like to play a kind of a quiet positional shuffling type of game. And he says, okay, the queens have come off, but I'm still giving you an opportunity to have fun, which will probably invite risk for both of us. How would you like that? And in fact, maybe you are semi-forced to even accept the invitation, because if you don't play before, how comfortable is this endgame for white?
Exactly. I mean, you have compromised your king situation. If you already, usually in all these kind of c3 alapins, if white goes for dc5, then he's trying to continue in ambitious spirit. Yeah, it might backfire. Black might get a lot of counterplay, but that's the true spirit. The big question is, do you start with bishop e3 and eventually allow some knight g4, and then you're gonna go b4? In order to understand this, you have to be an expert. I'm not an expert on this.
But chat is always the expert. So they're telling me this is still Johann Sebastian's course, and he actually does give before a5, b5 here. So we've guessed correctly. Unsurprisingly, really nothing else makes too much sense, to be honest.
Yeah, because let's just come back for a second, and the big difference is somehow that Black's knight is already committed to c6. Yeah, so it isn't exactly the absolute classical alapin, which usually happens like this, then ed5, queen d5, d4, knight f6, knight f3. I believe that here the main move is more like e6, yeah? Making sure that already you kind of control the c5 square, and then usually white plays some knight ac, knight b5 business, yeah? But with the knight on c6, it's a very specific position, and I feel like both sides are spending a lot of time. They might have surprised each other, and they might not know at all what is really going on here.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, we will keep an eye on it. There is another theoretical duel on the second board. between Nihal Sarin and Quesada Penez Luis Ernesto. What is it? It's D takes C4.
This is the old school sort of the classical Slav, as it was sort of pioneered in the Alekhine Erve matches. So quite some time ago, and the invitation to play the Morozevich Slav has been declined by Quesada Perez here. D5 95, bishop f4 knight fd7, all of this is forced, and now after bishop g2 there is a very, very big choice between f6, which leads to kind of quiet, slightly worse positions supposedly, and g5, which leads to madness. And Quesada Perez chooses not to go mad today.
Yeah, f6 rook c1, so all to play for. On the third board we see again this line that we have been already talking about. However, White did not opt for the very critical
Rook c1 move 11. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this before. Yeah, or at least not recently. Yeah.
I mean, there are so many development. I think it's Wesley who played it against Magnus in the Blitz playoff or something. I do recall this Rook c1 happening recently in a Wesley game. I believe.
Okay, and then very possibly this is what Wesley is giving in his course. So could be quite serious. As usual, I have no idea. Like if I had to look at this from a purely naive perspective of me as a kid, I would think, like, why on earth would I ever be worse here with black? I can play knight f5, for instance. Like, why would this ever not equalize at least? But I mean, but one thing I want to tell you is, look at the clocks here. I'm a bit like, we are assuming people know what they're doing, but I mean, first 10 moves are supposed to be absolutely blitzed out if you choose to play this line with white. And by move 13, he has spent 25 minutes, considering the increment, this is 25 minutes gone on his clock, which is quite surprising.
Well, I already know the explanation, because the big shock of this game is e4, e5. I mean, Prague is exclusively playing usually the Sveshnikov with c5 and knight f3, knight c6. So I believe that the whole rest day was spent by the Cuban player trying to find an antidote against it. And suddenly e4, e5 appeared, and then white was suddenly in kind of a panic mode, trying to deviate somehow probably from his usual setups. And we have already seen that on board one, the Cuban player played it against Shirov, right? So there is some kind of a connection in this line with the Cuban players. So he opted for it. However, he was not prepared, and now he's trying to understand what he's supposed to do over the board, which is not a good sign, and it's not a good news, because if you play moves like rook c1, I mean, people upload rook c1 when you continue playing very quickly and put pressure on the opponent and you win. If it backfires, they will tell you, no, my friend, you are not supposed to play like this. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here. On board 2, we have no, that's actually board 4, not 2. Adiban is playing against some kind of a classical Philidor with knight bd7, bishop b7, and I mean, positions like this always look like white should be better, but white isn't always actually better. Often, if you don't play quickly enough, black just starts, spreading their wings. You get b6, b5 in, and then b5, b4 becomes a source of counterplay. The knight needs to be chased away from e5, and that requires commitment. Like f2, f4 is not always a thing you are very happy doing in these types of structures. And I
think we have to explain a little bit that if the pawns would be on a4 and a7, then we would be actually liking white's position. But the fact that a5 had been played quite early and we have this trade on b6, it slightly gives me the feeling that this benefits black.
It feels like this is an improvement. I would definitely agree with you as well. Because it gives you an option to offload some pieces on the queen side.
But of course, this is what is modern chess about. That of course, if white would not play a5, black would probably not take e4. So it's like a waiting game. After white commits a5, then suddenly black switches to this takes knight e5 plan. bishop f1, bishop d7, and then we'll get this b7, b5 counterplay quite quickly. So bishop f4, yeah. All right, so a very interesting match.
Yeah, this probably should be us done with the original sort of the very first roundup of openings, and maybe take a look at what's happening in the women's for a bit. There's plenty going on there. To refresh you guys on what the current situation is, India still has 100% in the women's section, chased most closely by Azerbaijan and Romania on 11 out of 12. And then there's a bunch of teams on 10 out of 12, including Ukraine, the Netherlands, Poland, I guess, notably. Very, very well established squads there. And yeah, the top billing today is the match between Azeri women and India 1. And yeah, well, let's take a look at that.
Yeah, very, very important, because India has beaten Georgia already. So they already won one very big clash. And now against Azerbaijan, if they would be able to win today as well, it would be a giant step forward. We see Koneru playing a Catalan with the black pieces. I think that she's a very, very good theoretician, and we see that she's kind of surprising her opponent, because look at this. Mamad Zada has already spent more than half an hour for a theoretical position. It basically indicates that she wanted to get some specific Catalan variation against Hampi, but most probably Hampi has deviated from her usual setup and caught her opponent off guard here.
Seems very probable, yeah.
Yeah, knight g5.
She's just played knight g5 here, which is an interesting choice. Obviously, white currently is a pawn up. The pawn on c5 is still alive, and knight g5 is an attempt to, prolong that that material advantage by bringing it back to e4 and supporting the pawn on c5. But I don't know how well that works out tactically. Even let's say if I play naively, if I play h6 here, you go knight e4, I just take it off. What do you take? If you take with knight, I think I'm quite happy playing f5.
Yeah.
Knight d6, queen a5. And connected with the threat of b4, b3 check as well, I think this probably means you are supposed to castle here. I will take on c5, and I think my position is reasonably comfortable here with black, with my b4 and d4 pawns still very much controlling.
Yeah, it's some kind of a Grunfeld, right?
Grunfeld-ish, yeah.
Yeah, but with this twist that black has opened up the a file, which should benefit black, of course. Yeah, the pawn on b4 and the rook on a8 in the game already. I also feel like it's quite a risky way of allowing all this kind of counterplay for black. I don't think that you are supposed to do that, but white was not prepared. All right, so I think Hampi has a very nice position. And on the second board, Harika against Balayeva.
Yeah, this supposedly is one of the quietest lines you can choose against the Queen's Gambit accepted, but it's not going to be a quiet game, it seems, because black has done something slightly weird, I think. Knight bd7. I mean, bishop b2 exists, but it shouldn't really. If what you choose against the QGA is to start moving pieces back when they weren't attacked yet, you shouldn't really be aiming for too much. But here after b3, Balajayeva played b6, 95 she chose to ignore, bishop b7.
Yeah, but I have to mention something, that this is not some kind of a new modern way of computers, yeah, fighting against the Queen's Gambit. Because also when I first saw from who it was it Levon who played bishop e2 and Dingley also played bishop e2, I was like, oh my god, is the situation so desperate against the Queen's Gambit accepted that you have to retreat? And then suddenly with all these move orders, yeah, we see that white plays bc, then before going bishop b2 jumps in with the knight to e5. Yeah, very specific line.
It definitely is connected with very concrete ideas. And bishop f3, in particular, I'm not sure I love 95 here. I think, like in a blitz game, I'm playing queen c7 here so quickly. It takes me like no time at all here to play queen c7 in a blitz game. I just don't like moving the knight from f6 this early at all. I want to play queen c7. I want to follow it up with either bishop e7 or bishop d6. I want to castle, and then I want to reevaluate. And knight d5, I'm not sure it's even a mistake, to be honest. It might be entirely playable, but it just makes me feel like we're exposing ourselves to the elements a little bit. And I quite like the reaction by Harika. She just takes on d7, goes bishop b2, and now suddenly it's a bit awkward to develop the bishop on f8 because g7 will be hanging. If you play bishop e7, d takes c5, you might have to play a gambit. You might have to actually give up the pawn on g7, which probably doesn't work very well when white has a bishop on f3.
Yeah, and we are getting the information from Sotiris that Vincent played bishop e2 here in the few days ago in the Olympics, and he has also played it against Lenny in Berlin. I was trying to hide that information, like hinting that Ding and Levon are doing this. Yeah. Also, Vincent has his attention was drawn to this bishop e2, and this bishop e2 is a very, very interesting, funny line.
Yeah, I mean, all of these things are a lot more serious than they look. For instance, like 7b3 is now maybe arguably the most fashionable way to play against the QGA, connected with some very, very, at first glance, quiet, symmetrical types of positions where you're trying to prove a very, very small advantage. But I've been, in May, when I did 2 GCT tournaments in a row as a commentator, people just kept on playing this against the Queen's Gambit accepted. And black did not equalize every single time. They definitely equalize sometimes, but not every single time. And you do run into some trouble in these types of positions. But anyway,
for example, one of the latest developments was what Prague did against Magnus in Vaikanze, b6, bishop a3. Suddenly, trying to put pressure on the c5 pawn, and after knight b7, d4, d5, and after e d5, bishop d5, rook b8, we got again a completely crazy, completely different type of position. Chess is becoming crazy.
All of this looks completely venomous until it doesn't. On board 3, there's a very quiet Bogo position here. Vaishali is playing a kind of a long game against Baidulaeva. White is always a little bit better, but white also, I don't think, wins very often. And on board 4, there is what was that? That was a kind of a weird Mawarda, because now it's like a QGA, but it wasn't a QGA in the beginning. And I think black is completely fine.
Yeah, and the last move, bishop dc to c2, looks a bit like you want to make too much finesse to the position, or maybe you are worried, or you are trying to transpose to something. It feels to me, because otherwise the move rook d1 would be so thematic.
Rook d1 is automatic here, you would think. But I think black in general is already quite happy about the outcome of the opening, because the bishop on c1 is kind of stuck. You would like to play e3, e4, but with the queen on b6, it's difficult to even play e3, e4. If you take on c5, I think the reason she's playing bishop c2 is that she wants to take on c5, and she does not want to have to deal with the fact that knight takes e5 attacks that bishop.
Yeah, I actually want to understand, how did we get here? Because Tanya, look at the clock situation also. Tanya isn't very often out of the book so quickly.
Yeah, I like calling the situations getting triangulated in the opening. Like, she got slightly tricked by all the move orders. So Ulvia suggested she will be playing the Chebanenko. After e3, she declined to play b5, play d6. And I think in this position, you're supposed to play either b3, also c5, I think, is a serious move here, right?
Yes, yes, exactly. Those are the moves Bishop dc are not supposed to do, because in fact you are losing a tempo, yeah?
Yeah.
Compared to the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, it's just, well, I mean, black also plays c5 into tempo. I think,
okay.
Yeah, it's...
Then it equaled out. But come on, no, this is not the way, yeah, because after castles b5, they are not putting the bishop back to d3.
Yeah, they go either bishop b3 and go for some sharp stuff, or they go bishop b2 and they play the endgame, right?
Exactly, yeah. Those are the two options. Yeah, Tanya mixed up something, yeah, with bishop d3, bishop b7, a3. It's also a move that I'm not fan of.
Yeah,
knight b7, queen e2, queen b6. Yeah, okay. I mean, the first time I'm seeing some hesitation in Tanya's play, and I'm slightly worried for her. But okay, she has to survive this move order stuff and then just play chess, and then it should be fine.
And then match 2, we have Romania versus Georgia, with Nana Zagnidze on board, one playing a very, very old school Nimzo. I remember looking at these positions with Evgeny Bareyev in like 2001, 2002, long time ago. People don't really play b6 in this position all that much anymore, like d5.
Yeah, it used to be my main stuff, exactly around those days. Yeah, and Bareyev has been beaten me in the candidate.
I think we were preparing for you. Yeah, I think
so. Maybe you were responsible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were actually working to prepare him for that weird double round robin that you ended up winning and qualifying for the match. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop g5, bishop b7, e3. Yeah, it's exactly the same system with e3. I do recall. Yeah. But 92, this is already the later fashion. It came to fashion like I think in 2005-6. This 92. Bareyev, I believe, was playing the classical f3 bishop dc 92 setup.
We were looking at everything, yeah, but maybe this is what he chose eventually. Yeah, 92. The idea is to, as you see in the game, the next move very often is moving the queen away from c3 to develop the knight all the way to c3, and continue setting your pieces up that way. And once again, obviously, plenty to be said about every move, but we don't have to. Knight c3, c5, d5, eg. And interesting, Nana is thinking here. I wonder, is she considering taking with the knight, or like what are her choices here? I assume it's just cd5 or knight d5.
Yeah, otherwise, I also believe, because I don't see any sacrifice yet. So basically, CD looks more natural, maybe, no?
Yeah, I would default to c takes d5, but both of these moves are arguably a pawn sacrifice, right? Black can play g5 and just take on d5. So you also have to choose which one of those two you like more, like this one or the one without the knight on c3 and the bishop on b7, which would look exactly like that. Both look quite attractive for white, to be honest. You just go like h4 or knight d5, bishop d5, h4, and you say, I mean, yes, I'm a pawn down, but I have very solid structure. The king on e1 is safe, and I will be trying to give you mate on the king side. I can castle along at any point.
Yeah, but very, very double-edged. So okay, and also we see that both players are out of their preparation already. So
seems like it, yeah.
Yeah, will be very interesting to see how they, I mean, which direction they choose to go.
Caro here.
Sandu against Batsiashvili on board 2, a classical Caro-Kann. This d4, d5, e5, bishop f5, h4, h5 line, very, very trendy. So many developments are here, and so many different ways to treat this position. That's the reason why it's so fashionable, because it's not like there is just one way, but there are so many different ways for both sides. Also, this is very, very typical to in old times, like some 15-20 years ago. I believe one of the only things you wanted to know about this position, that you have this queen a6 maneuver and black should be fine because you challenge the queen on d3. You already traded the light square bishops. Those were the easy years, but ever since, this was just the beginning. Yeah,
it turned out game actually continues from here. Yeah, white does not have to just give up and offer a draw or something. Yeah, game still very much continues.
Yes. I recall that in old times I was not giving like equal in some positions, but simply ok. Yeah, I mean, I just thought that it's ok, and I believe that ever when I reached this position analysis, then queen a6 just stopped the notes and it said ok. Yeah, now I don't know what it would mean. Yeah, it's just the beginning of the ok situation. A3 takes. Well, I mean, I don't know, because there is always a big question that is black's king on g8 safe, or maybe in the future there will be some mating net or mating attack with bishop f6. Of course, the knight on f5 is a great defender, but still the queen on a6 is far away. I mean, the position is very, very sharp. I have seen Prague checkmating some opponents with bishop f6 later on.
Yeah, absolutely. You can the knight on f5 is very, very important, but it doesn't secure you, for the rest of time. It still requires precision. But generally speaking, yeah, that kind of evolution of the evaluation of these positions, I would describe sort of in exactly the same terms as you have. It used to be kind of automatically assumed that if the bishop gets out of the chain and then gets traded on d3 for the light square bishop for white, and then black finishes development, like there's no way you can be worse. But there's definitely some ways you can be worse, as life has shown us in the following years. So yeah, this is potentially quite sharp between Mihaela Sandu and Nino Batsiashvili. Lela Jevakashvili on board 3 is playing some kind of a Catalan. Black is fine, right?
Yeah, it's a very slow Catalan. I mean, okay, with so many finesses, we could be talking about it for hours.
Let's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most exciting of things. Yeah, and we have a very, very sharp game 4. I mean, wow, how do you assess this? Because now white has the chance disturbing and capturing on f6, and then maybe going back with the knight to d4, immediately bringing. But there is some queen b4 issue, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so takes knight d4, which would be thematic and looks very nice. It's probably very nicely countered by queen b4, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that seems to work out for black. At least, I mean, it forces knight takes e6, solving our structural problems, trading off one of the good knights, and even that position is kind of tricky. But the knight on a4 is not ideal. It's just a very, very sharp play by Mary Arabidze there, asking very pointed questions of her less experienced opponent. She does have a 230-ish points advantage on this board, and clearly wants as sharp a position as possible. I don't know if I like it that much, but it's definitely kind of a good approach against a less experienced opponent.
Yeah, very double-edged play. All right, so a lot to play for. Queen b8 just played, and we have one game that I want to take a look at very much is Maria Muziciuk against Elina Roberts, because I told you that I'm keeping an eye on Elina, and now she's playing against a very, very strong opponent, and I feel like it's a very big test to see where she stands at the moment.
This is still all, I suspect maybe even this position is still very much theory. This is one of the more kind of a mainstream lines of the Alapin, which in my understanding, and I say this as somebody who, if I notice my opponent can play c3, I just don't play the Sicilian against them. I really, really dislike the idea of playing the Alapin. But from having watched the Alapin from the sidelines for years and years, it feels to me that white struggles to prove they have anything at all in this line. It really shouldn't be much, or maybe shouldn't be anything. I think there is this relatively sharp line right on the previous. Instead of bishop b5, they have the option of playing bishop b3, d5, d5, right? And that is supposed to be some sort of a sharp alternative. Which
well, I haven't looked at it for the last 25 years.
Yeah, but bishop 5 is of course the central line. It's just that I think a lot of people actually play it to make a draw. I think it's one of the more universally accepted ways of making a draw, and I think there are even some forced draws here, which I'm trying to remember. After knight d7, queen d7, I think there is some way to make an immediate draw, which everybody knows. I'm struggling to recall exactly how.
Yeah, because this is all old theory, and I do recall that maybe Godena was the big maestro from white side. I mean, because I never understood why white is playing this line, to be honest. And I happened to be teammates with Michele in Padova for a couple of years, and then I just realized that he likes to play his lines, and he doesn't play it because he thinks it's so good, but he knows them and he's happy. Yeah, definitely it's a big headache for black if you are looking for winning chances against a white player who knows his stuff.
Yeah, and she's gone bishop f6. I was kind of, if we are to maybe continue discussing this, the current position, this is still all very logical. White often plays queen g4, rook d1, rook f8 also seems okay, bishop h6. And I thought, honestly, like it's not a move you always love making, but I thought g7, g6 was maybe a bit safer. Because after bishop f6, but maybe it's just very concrete. After bishop f6, white can play knight e4, and play becomes very, very forced, because first of all, if you go bishop takes d4, at least white has knight f6 check, and maybe white has more. Maybe bishop g7 wins, but I don't know. Bishop g7 is... Actually, I kind of like bishop g7 more. Bishop takes g7, with idea of meeting f5 with bishop takes d4, and then knight f6 check. I think this endgame actually is more winning than the queen up position.
Yeah, this looks very good.
The two bishops will be much, much stronger than the queen. So knight e4, I think more or less entirely forces us to play queen e7.
Yes.
I don't think there's anything else. And then white can take and play bishop g5. But as I now realize, we have rook takes d4, I guess, right? Apart from queen g6. Queen g6
yeah, I'm guessing that's the main justification. Yeah, because okay, the other move queen g6 was there.
Mm-hmm.
But if we can take, because I'm trying to make sense to why would you ever choose the move bishop f6? Yeah, you are calculating all these forced lines, so basically there should be a reason that you feel that the move per move lines work out in your favor, no?
Exactly. And she's not playing so quickly that we have to suspect she is still following her home prep, but yeah, seems to be fine. Seems to be fine. On board two, the other Muzachuk sister is having a very, very comfortable day so far. This has gone kind of badly wrong for white. This is such a dream Grunfeld. Like
yeah, it almost feels like maybe with some queen b6 rook d8 black can win on the spot, right?
Yeah, f3 is she had to play knight b5. She basically shouldn't have gotten this position. But having gotten this position, she should have played knight b5 here and tried to sort of immediately equalize by trading pieces. f3, as Peter is saying, after queen b6, you might not get a second chance. You might just not be able to, develop properly because the king on e1 will get completely stuck. Yeah, this is desperately dangerous for white.
I mean, it has the potential of becoming a miniature, yeah, because the queen b6, rook d8, and then knight d3 check. The king is not moving away.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I mean, this
has gone kind of badly wrong for Peng Zhaoqing. On board 4, we have a kind of a normal-ish looking. I'm guessing it was an Imzo. Yeah. I mean, once again, if we talk about structures here, if I ask Peter, what is the first thing you would say about this position?
I love it for the black.
No, but like specifically one bit about this position which comes to mind first.
I mean, okay, the knight on e2 is kind of misplaced, yeah, and also because white should at least fight then against the d5 knight, yeah, with this construction, but the knight e4 and knight e2 together does not fit at all.
No, but this is I was pretty much sure you will start with exactly what I would have started with. These types of isolated queen pawn positions, at least we were taught when all those years ago that in those types of positions, if you have to play an isoline, the knight needs to be on f3. Like it almost never is better placed on e2 than it is on f3 because it's not participating in any kind of king side play. It cannot be put on e5 at any point in the game. It stops your queen from reaching like g4, h5 squares, meaning that you are immediately on the defensive compared to the positions where your knight is on f3. And yeah, as you said, just generally, black is already very, very comfortable. Nothing is challenging our knight on d5. The bishop can be developed to b7. Could also be developed to a6.
Yeah, to stop even queen d3, yeah?
Yeah, and Rosa Ratsma is having a good day so far. And on board 4, Natalia Buksa was playing a very, very heavily theoretical line against... still is against Tea Lanchava. I'm a little bit surprised by her move 15, but I guess it was maybe forced. I'm guessing both of us have looked at this line at some point.
Let me get there. Ah, yes, of course. Okay, this is...
Yeah, this is quite... Surprisingly, this is quite a central line, and it used to be considered to be quite playable for white until they found this bishop c7 move. Bishop c7 here is a very, very clever move, which poses significant problems for white because queen d6 comes in sort of quicker than you can deal with it. Surprisingly, there will be serious difficulties, and yeah, Buksa is doing exactly the right thing. You take, you play queen d6. Now white discovers to their shock that if you play knight f3 after bishop g4, you are still in trouble. The pawn on h2 is still very, very difficult to protect properly. So you kind of have to play g3. And I think bishop a5 is also a move that they make here. The point being, White would very much like to play knight f3, but then bishop h3 wins a full exchange. It actually catches the rook on f1. After some thought, Thea played a3 on move 14, and Natalia replied by bishop h3, rook e1. And obviously a3 is very important because now we're preparing to play b3 before and to push the bishop away. And yeah, she's gone bishop d2, knight e4. And this is very concrete because if it works out move by move for black, it will be quite nice. But if it doesn't and white stabilizes, I think maybe we will start liking white's position, right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, I believe that this structure with the knight and the bishop, and the isolated pawn, I have seen Grishuk playing a wonderful game from the white side. Was it against Gelfand in Linares? I mean, yeah, I would encourage people to check that game out because it was such an incredible model game by Grishuk. I even believe that it was in Linares, but maybe 2009.
I mean,
I don't want to make up something which did not, but I do believe that it was Grishuk.
Okay, up to G3 included, we have a number of high-profile games. I mean, one of the very earliest ones, and the one I think which attracted my attention to the whole thing was the game between Malakhov and Ding Liren from 2016. In 2017, Elyanov had this with white against Wei Yi. But more recently, Hikaru had it in some online games, I'm guessing, yeah, judging by his opponents, those are probably from Titles or some other online competitions. Bishop a5 is definitely one of the two suggested moves you play after g3, but seems like it might be a quote-unquote novelty, even though everybody, of course, knows it exists.
Yeah, but what I wanted to refer to is that it's kind of a reversed Nimzo, yeah, this kind of references. And now when we see this knight and bishop isolated pawn fighting against the two bishops, yeah, it's like a little bit strange. The problem is that the bishop on b5 is kind of misplaced. You don't know how to get rid of this knight on e4. Eventually, you might feel the temptation to go some f3 because how long you can tolerate this knight on
I would be trying to play f3 as early as possible. Yeah, I need to get rid of that knight. I don't think I can tolerate it for much longer.
Yeah, and black in general has very easy play like some queen g6, h5, h4. And if the pawn really gets to h4 and you won't be able to kick the knight away with f3, then it's terrible.
Yeah, we'll see how this develops. And there's obviously plenty of things going on in the women's tournament, apart from the ones that we've already covered. But there's so much happening that I think we're probably going to move back to the open section for now. But if you have
maybe we can take a look at Magnus for a second.
Yeah. Magnus has a very nice position today.
Magnus playing his London. Yeah, guessing from the structure, yeah, it's the London. Norway is playing against North Macedonia. I mean, yeah, Magnus is just getting his favorite structure. Takes, bishop d3, queen b6. I mean, I don't believe that you are supposed to get any advantage here with white if black plays precisely, but you just make one slight inaccuracy, and then Magnus gets his dream position, and if he gets the dream position, then it's bad news, I guess. Yeah, and absolutely. We see that black is not able to trade down his bishop on d7. Magnus made sure that with a4 he's blocking any kind of bishop b5 moves, setting up the blockade.
Yeah, and eventually white actually starts creating quite a dangerous attack on the king side here. The biggest problem black has is that all of these pieces that Peter is indicating are very difficult to chase away, and eventually white just starts going h4, h5, and pushing g6. Attacks the pawn on b2 again, but yeah, now after b3. In fact, if I had this position with black, in particular after white has played b2, b3, I would be looking for a way to play knight e4 and somehow, maybe by magic or hypnosis or something, convincing white that this pawn up heavy piece endgame is the best you have. Because I'm much more scared about h4, h5 and just getting completely crushed on the king side here. I feel like in general, just giving this pawn up with knight e4 is maybe my best chance of survival. But having said that, the person who will be converting the extra pawn is Magnus Carlsen. So not sure how ecstatic I would be about that either.
Yeah, I have to reveal one secret. When I saw that we have to get the extra PGM file for the Magnus's game, then I immediately asked Sotiris that, you know, no way if we're gonna move to Magnus's game that we will not be looking around at the other boards as well. So I asked for all the PGM of the Norwegian team, so we have a chance to very quickly go through. And why I felt like this is important, because we have been seeing that Magnus is trying everything, but it's a team competition, and I want to show also our sympathy for Team Norway, to support them, also to get a chance to see the North Macedonian team now on all 4 boards, because Magnus is playing all games, and we feel like, you know, the other guys felt some pressure or whatever. We want to support everyone involved.
Oh my! Whoa! We need to stop with this. We need to go to the Wesley game.
All right, right there.
Because Hrant seemingly blundered something incredibly beautiful, and once again,
oh my God, yeah.
And if you don't know, I mean, it's a motif which exists, which I was kind of aware of, but without the chat telling us that we need to look at this, I would have taken some time to find it. And the point is, normally you take with the knight here you take with the rook. And the point is, now that I tell you rook e4, right, you know what I mean, right?
Yes, no, of course, yeah. But how did Hrant get into it? Yeah, that's the big question.
Yeah, and apparently a move ago he was doing really, really well if he made the right decision there. But I guess he just blundered rook takes e4. And now he will just lose because it's a full pawn. And here, just to show our viewers what the point is queen takes f7 here.
Yes.
Which is unbelievably beautiful, but it's a motif which existed for a while. But here specifically, you need to have knight takes e4 check. This is why you're taking with the rook. King f6, knight e4, king f5, g4 check. King takes e4, rook e1 mate. This is stunningly beautiful. But
yeah,
also,
in fact, you can even choose.
Sorry, it's not mate. Yeah. It's not.
Mate, yeah. No, the reason why I paused, because I was under incredible shock. Yeah, that. Oh my God.
And shockingly, not only did he blunder this, but apparently after bishop h6, if he goes bishop f8, the engines suggest that black is doing extremely well. I don't exactly know why. I guess because if bishop takes f8, we can go e4 here. Yeah,
and rook e4 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley played bishop h6 because he saw rook takes e4. I mean, otherwise you don't play bishop h6. And yeah, if you go bishop f8 instead of e4, you provoke bishop takes f8, and then you go e4, stopping all of those tactics. You get an absolute dream position. Like, the engines actually much prefer this for black. Followed by knight takes f8, f5, knight e6. This is a beautiful position to have with the black pieces. But now the game is more or less over, because rook e4, and now he will realize that d takes e4 is like mate in 6.
Yeah.
But if you cannot take the rook, you've given up a central pawn for absolutely nothing. You're completely lost suddenly.
Yeah, this is incredibly shocking development, because I mean, losing like this in such an important game. Yeah, it's about fighting for medals, fighting for the honor, for everything. And Armenia was leading, and all of a sudden, wow! I mean, being Hrant right now, this is a total nightmare. Let us just very quickly get the feeling for the game. How did this develop? So bishop f4 happened. Knight b8, yeah, the classical move.
It's a good move. Yeah, I like it.
Black is regrouping, knight e2, knight c6, c3, rook e8, already hinting at eventually some e6, e5 break.
Yeah.
Rook e1, g6, knight g3, knight d7.
And actually, I think the first person to blunder something, sort of blunder something in this game, I think was Wesley, because I think he missed e6, e5. I think he realized that if he takes on e5, bishop c5 is just very strong. And
exactly that was the reason, I think, because Hrant felt like, Wesley was probably kind of shocked by allowing rook e3, e5, and then he lost his usual sense of danger or whatever and got over optimistic. Yeah.
Wesley spent 11 minutes on bishop h6, and Hrant only spent, my screen says 1 minute and 44 seconds on e5, e4. And this is, I think, for somebody who is as experienced as Hrant, I think this is a kind of a weird thing to do, because he is playing Wesley, g5, bishop c5, isn't actually lost for white. So if he chooses, I mean, it's actually very unpleasant. It's a bit, because if the rook goes back, knight takes e5 wins so many. Like, white is significantly worse here with queen f6 coming in. So maybe Hrant thought there's just no choice, but still, you kind of need to spend a bit more time on that decision there. Only a minute with how much time he had prior to making that move is, I think, slightly naive.
Yeah, unbelievable.
He's going to pay sort of the ultimate price, because really, I mean, the game is more or less just completely over, because now your opponent e5 is weak as well. Like, you're structurally lost. It's not the kind of a mistake you recover from, because positionally you're going to be a pawn down in a worse position as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, in an individual tournament, I guess you just resign here after rook e4.
I think you're so disgusted that you might actually just say, yeah, okay, I made a mistake, goodbye. But this is a team competition, so he will continue. But yeah, we kind of know how this ends now. So the US are going to be 1-0 up, basically, by move 19 in this game. What else is going on? There's a very sharp Najdorf in progress on board 3.
Really? Yeah, let's very quickly take a look at Gabi, because especially after seeing what happened in the Veslis or Hrant board, I feel like there need to be a game where white has the chance, and the structure is very, very tricky. I mean, these are long-term structures, something that can suit Gabi very, very well. Long maneuvering position. Of course, black got his knight to e6. It's wonderful, but white has also regrouped beautifully. I feel like white is probably slightly better here.
Yeah, I always kind of like this for white, but I've never really tried playing these types of positions, even in training games. Maybe some training games at some point a long time ago, but I have no tournament experience of trying to figure out what goes where and how to navigate these things.
Yeah, okay, but in any case, this is kind of a slow game, slow maneuvering game. You already mentioned that on board 3 we have fire on board between Terzakian.
This is now the big hope, I think, for Armenia in this match, because this is an absolute mess. Could go either way, and considering the fact that they are seemingly just one down with like an hour and a half. Having an hour and a half from the start of the round, they absolutely need Samuel to make something out of this game.
Yeah, but on the other hand, this is so complicated that it can also be like.
Honestly, I like black. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
if I had to pick a side here, I'm picking black very, very comfortably. But it doesn't matter. This is where they have to score points now, because they have 2 quiet positions, 1 completely lost position, and then this. So, I mean, the evaluation here is completely immaterial. I think I kind of like the idea of playing a 5 f4 here. What about you?
Yeah, because white is also now hinting at trying to go c2, c4.
Not even hinting, like shouting they will play c4 next move.
Yes. Yeah, so let's take a look. f4, e5. Yeah, this did happen. f takes e5, d5, long castle. I guess this is the big main line here, queen c7. Knight b3, b5.
Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, this is where Johann Sebastian just took on d7 against Radek and won very convincingly. It's supposed to be a draw, though. It's supposed
to be a draw, but yeah, it's very, very awkward if you have to try to win with black, and then you end up in this position where white always has a draw.
Yeah, now d5, I think they go queen d6, and white goes like queen d2 and the game, or knight a5, and the game just continues. It's a very strange position where. White has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has just continued. It's a very strange position where white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has given up an exchange seemingly for not very much just now, and then white has But it's very difficult for black to get the king out of the center. The second knight, as I mentioned, goes to a5 very often, stopping bishop b7. If you play bishop g7, bishop e7 very often comes in, stopping from castling again. And it's only, one exchange after all. It's not like white gave up a rook. So
yeah, I mean, it looks also very tempting. But yeah, black is holding his own with computers. So Tersakian opted for the more unbalanced position with knight d5, knowing that the other one is worked out by computers already. So that's why I'm saying otherwise the exchange sacrifice looks like a lot of fun. Bishop d6, queen d2. Yeah, this is the problem, that the queen note is slightly misplaced. Yeah, you can't develop the bishop. White is also trying to fight for the a5 square, I guess, with queen d2. I mean, it's a multi-purpose move, keeping an eye on a6 pawn, so black won't be able to castle. Queen d2 and then f5, very typical for this variation. King b1, g5, bishop e1, knight f6, and rook c1. That's how we reach the current position.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I don't think we can properly stop c4. So I would like to be able to meet c4 by getting bishop f5 check in and further kind of developing my pieces. Like I go bishop f5. Bishop d3, e4 is strong. Also, I can trade queens by taking on d3 and playing queen h7 in the end, which should be good for black, I think. King a1, yeah, and I just want to take on c4 and move my queen away somewhere, probably e7 maybe, yeah, just to make sure the bishop won't protected on d6.
Then I'm gonna go knight a5.
Yeah, if you do it this way, I might actually even just castle straight away. I don't think I need to move the queen away yet. Yes, and we get this really, really messy position. But as I mentioned, my initial reaction here is I am very, very happily choosing black here. I think that pawn mass in the center and on the king side is going to be much, much more telling than whatever it is that white is doing on the queen side. I mean, f4 is not the only move. The reason I'm pushing the idea of playing f4 is that I would like to actually castle here. I just want the king out of the center. But if you castle, I'm a bit worried about h4. And I want to be able, in case I castle, I want to be able to meet h4 with simply g5, g4, without blundering my h6 pawn. So that was the thinking that led me to the idea of playing a 5f4 first. And,
so all right, in order to get a complete overview, we have to take a look at what's going on board 4 between Sam Shankland and Roberto Nacion. Well, it's the typical kind of slow maneuvering game here. We have seen that it was, we actually did not discuss the very early moves. So yeah, E3 Slav, a very slow play, very, very playable for white. Kramnik was one of the first big masters of this, and Gelfand also, just getting the two bishops, and then white plays this type of positions. Queen c7, h3, slow play. You have to be very, very patient. Usually this is a typical way of knight b6, making sure that white has to decide what to do with the c4 pawn. So now he trades, bishop d3, short castle, a5, a3, rook f8. Yeah, both sides are making all the natural moves. And yeah, this is f3 is white's main idea, that eventually it's not like he's in any hurry of going e4, because here it's a little bit different. The d4 pawn will be loose, but he is getting ready for it. So we see a4, queen c2, queen d7, aim to stop e4 immediately due to the hanging pawn on d4. What is your take on this position?
I think black should be fine, but I think long term it could become quite dangerous for black, because we might not have enough pieces to stop e3, e4 long term. It can't really be prepared comfortably just yet. But my question for you would be, does black ever actually want to play knight c4?
Yeah, this is a big question. I mean, in my mind, there are many questions. Yeah, because I already highlighted this pawn on a4, like this is some kind of a headache, because otherwise I would love to maybe do something with the knight on b6. Maybe I would love to move the rook, but a4 is always hanging.
And the plan I currently very much like for white starts with the move rook e2. I want to play rook e2, and I want to play bishop e1, bishop f2. And once that bishop lands on f2, I will start very seriously threatening e3, e4, I think. And the black pieces aren't really, I think, positioned in an ideal fashion to stop that from happening. So my first reaction was it shouldn't be very much for white, but the more I look at this, the more I think, we've made all the obvious improving moves here for black. What are our next like 3 moves here? c6, c5 is very difficult to organize because bishop b5 will always be a problem. You can play rook e6, but you cannot really play rook a e8 so easily because once again, as Peter mentioned, a4 is hanging all the time. You constantly have to pay attention to not blundering the pawn on a4. The knight on b6 is kind of tied up. The bishop can come to d6, but Robert already had that option and chose not to put it on d6, so he clearly thinks it should be on f8. And then really, I have no idea what your next 5 moves are with black. Whereas with white, I can name a number of very nice improving moves here, starting once again with rook e2, bishop e1, bishop f2 for sure. The bishop on d2 needs to be improved. But then I can spend like a tempo on rook c d1 or rook c e1. In some positions, it might be useful for us to play like g2, king, g4, king, g2 to gain some space on the king side. A lot of things you can name as potential strengthening ideas for white. But for black, I'm stuck. For black, I'm very, very confused as to how I'm supposed to play here.
Well, I think right now we have to highlight also that, this e4 blunder and rook takes e4, what a shock it is, not only for Melkomian, but for the whole...
Probably for everybody else, yeah. And there was a bit of an explosion in chat of new people coming in and telling us to look at this. So let's show the Queen f7 line again, because we've only shown it once. We did cover it.
I mean, let's start it here, that after e5, e4, white plays the stunning sacrifice with rook takes e4, d takes e4, and queen takes f7 check. So after rook sacrifice, you sacrifice the queen, but you force black's king into a journey which does not end well. King f6 is again forced, knight takes e4 check, king f5 is obligatory again, and then you have the move g4 check, forcing the king, capturing the knight on e4. You don't really see this very often in modern chess, that you are kind of forced to play only moves rook e1 check, king f3, and now you even have a choice between bishop d5 checkmate and rook e3 checkmate.
Yeah, it is very beautiful, but obviously harmed by this point. Like once you see rook takes e4 on the board, you realize what you missed, but it's too late. It's just the sad part about it for Hrant is that like there's absolutely no way back here. Sometimes you make a mistake, and yes, you have to accept that your position became much worse than it used to be, but you can still fight. Here, I don't think there will be much fighting left in that game at all.
Yeah, no, not at all. Basically, if you talk about team competition, we already mentioned that in individual tournament, we believe that after rook e4 now, black would just resign. The big question is that, does it really make sense even in a team competition to be torturing yourself in a
it's a question. Yeah. And finally enough, people are suggesting this has to be preparation because it's impossible to figure out over the board. The thing is, instead of e5, e4, black has a number of very strong moves, a couple of which actually give them a better game, in particular bishop f8. So yeah, definitely not preparation by Wesley, and definitely he did figure it out over the board. But he had to be helped by his opponent quite a bit, because e4 is, I've already mentioned more than once that I hate calling things blunders, but this is a blunder.
This is an incredible blunder, and actually I would, because it's all forced, I would say that it's kind of a very, very easy tactics. Yeah, I mean, if you would give to any, I mean, once, if you have the right mindset, the trick was, and why Melkomian fell victim of this thing, that as you already highlighted, that actually it was Wesley who missed a great detail after rook e3, and Melkomian went on to punish him with e5, getting probably the initiative in the game. And then Wesley got very, very lucky that at least, with bishop h6 he had an exit. And after e4 that he is not losing, but he has this rook e4. But exactly for this reason, Melkomian should have been much, much more careful.
And actually, even that is sort of a lie, because I was curious. Bishop h6 is maybe arguably a bigger mistake than rook e3, because you can take d5, and after bishop c5, I was kind of wondering about that. You still have e5, e6, and you're not doing poorly at all. This is very playable. e6, f e6, rook e2. game still very much goes on. Like nothing horribly bad happened to white yet. So Wesley actually kind of gambled quite dramatically with bishop h6.
Yeah, but maybe he was in a state of shock here because I mean the queen on f3 and bishop f4 with this bishop on c5, the rook maybe coming back to f8. He might have felt like I already blundered this e5 move. I don't want to blunder anything here, and let me try to gamble something. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like if you spot this idea of rook e4 queen f7, I think the temptation to play bishop h6 and hope that your opponent goes e4, and then like you will be in every book, you know, like this position will be in every exercise book for the rest of eternity, basically. Like it will be included in every single tactics collection from today until we no longer play chess. So even if you spot bishop f8 and you realize the move isn't great, you're itching to play bishop h6 and see if you get lucky. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Basically, now everybody's talking about Wesley being incredibly great. Yeah, the greatest of all times, spotting e4, rook e4, and queen f7. But in fact, yeah, it could have very, very easily been completely different.
Yeah, and to conclude with this topic. Normally, like this tactic, as I mentioned, this tactic very much exists. The idea of queen takes f7 followed by bishop c4 check with the bishop on h6, dragging the king forward. It's existed forever. The trick here is that there is a way for white to sacrifice something on e4, creating this tactic without giving up the very, very big piece, right? So perhaps Hrant checked knight takes e4, d4, and he realized there queen takes f7 doesn't work because the king gets to f6, and then you no longer have any checks. So it just loses everything. Like you've sacrificed your queen to give one check basically here, which is not going to work out for you. And I think your mind kind of balks at the idea of actually giving a full rook here. And this is what may have happened. He checked knight takes e4, and he thought, okay, queen takes f7 clearly doesn't work. So perhaps Wesley is intending to play knight e4, d4, bishop e4 with actually not insignificant positional compensation. This is not so horrible.
Yeah, exactly. This is the reason why Hrant actually fell for it and blitzed out so quickly. Yeah. Because he understood that Wesley got very shaky. Probably Wesley was shaking his head. He was very, very unhappy of what had happened, and Hrant was feeling already the moment of maybe taking over against Wesley, and then rushed with e4.
Yeah, now, I mean, there's only so many times we can repeat this, but yeah, the game is just over. It will continue for a while, but if you have to play something like knight d7, b6 in this position, it's just like you removed arguably the most important structural underpinning of your position, the pawn on e6. You've just removed it off the board and also gave white some tempi. And you're probably also getting mated on the king side after something like rook f4. So yeah,
it's basically game over. Yeah, that's
if he was playing for himself, I think he would be gone by now. Very possibly, I think he would just be gone. But he is not. He's not playing for himself. Okay, what else is going on? I took a look at the clash between the two Indian teams. I think India 1 is very much in control, and there are some strange developments here because in this semi-Tarrasch, they got quite quickly to bishop b1 on move 16, which I think is still featured in both courses, both Surya's course and also Lenier's course on the semi-Tarrasch.
Yeah, let me just highlight that, yeah, this h4 rook d1 is kind of a very, very modern way of playing this position, a very ambitious way. Bishop b7, bishop d3, knight d7, castles, rook c8, rook f1, h6. Well, actually, to be honest, white is winning a very, very big tempo compared to the usual semi-Tarrasch lines. Yeah, because the usual semi-Tarrasch lines...
You played bishop b3 in one tempo, yeah?
Exactly. Yeah, after castles, usually white was playing bishop c4, and after b6, we were getting lot of games for this position. Knight d7, rook a d1, rook c8, and now bishop b3 is clearly the main move, because after bishop d3, h6, h4, black is very, very comfortable in many, many ways, but here it's white to move. And I mean, in the game, it's white to move, while here coming from this move order, then it would be black's to.
Absolutely, yeah. And after bishop b1, yes, Satiris tells us that in the course, at least in Lenier's course, Lenier says you're supposed to play rook e8 here to prepare for the e4, e5 break, which I think makes a lot of sense. Instead, Surya played queen c7, immediately got hit by d4, d5. You have to question, like, if e takes d5 here, which the engine on low depth still suggests you're supposed to play e takes d5, but it's very scary because I think white, in most cases, just goes e5 here and tries to go for the throat. E takes d5 is also very playable.
Yeah, I feel like in this moment, even both moves are very, very tempting, which is terrible news for black.
But then you have to ask yourself, like, what did you expect after queen c7? So he goes knight e5. Hari, after some thought, went queen f4, queen takes f3. And here, Surya made a move which I really, really disagree with. And also the engine disagrees. But I think even without knowing what the engine says, I would be very unhappy about this choice. Yeah, it's just not fun whenever you have to make a move like this.
Yeah, but it's done out of total despair. Yeah, because you just want to shut the bishop out from the attack.
Yeah, but I mean, e takes d5. I don't think it loses, first of all, and secondly, he had the option of playing queen c3, which I actually sort of liked. I thought, okay, we go queen c3. We ask for the queen trade. If the queen goes somewhere, we will consider, like, if you play queen f4,
play rook e3 then with tempo.
Yeah, but then I guess I'm choosing between queen f6 and queen e5. Queen e5 looks okay to me, maybe.
But then also the question appears why you didn't play queen e5 with rook on e1.
I think I'm maybe reasonably happy actually having provoked rook e3, because rook fd8 maybe will be more of a problem for white. Or maybe the point is that queen f6 is quite playable. But I just would very much dislike the option of playing e6, e5, in particular because the move that Hari played exists. If you get to play queen d6, like if I already have my queen on d6 in this position, I really am kind of okay with it. I will play rook c5, I will try to double on the c file, eventually my bishop will go back to c8, come to d7, I will have a very solid position. But white has queen a3.
Yeah, this changes everything.
Yeah, which stops us from getting our blockade in. It also attacks the pawn on a7, which is very, very awkward. And in fact, Surya was more or less forced to play a6 and then b5 later. And this gives white such pleasant targets to play against for the rest of the game. It's just going to be a very difficult defense from here.
Yeah, this is a clear plus-minus position. It's the bishop on b7 is a total catastrophe. So Hari has everything under control. What about Seturaman Vidit game? We have seen that it was knight c6, castles e5, fairly standard, bishop b2, rook d8, h3, bishop f5, bishop b5. It resembles some kind of a reverse Pausen, but of course there we have a bishop. But it's just very funny to see all these structures, different structures, knight d2, a6, and white. And
very curious that he took with the pawn. I wonder why. I guess he wants the b file for the rook, and also
he wants to spice things up. Yeah, because after queen c6, c4, he might worry that he is a little bit worse. Yeah. Because white is now setting d4, d5, and after cd4, bishop takes d4. This is a dream position for white, of course, to have a bishop like this.
Or if you want to be really, really ambitious, you can take with the pawn here and hope that maybe you get time enough to play like rook e1, knight f1, knight e3 later, and then you will be winning. But you probably don't have enough time to do that.
Yeah, but with bc6, as Peter already mentioned, black gets some dynamic with rook a8. Also, you are covering the d5 square, so basically after c4, you will not feel yourself obliged to take on d4. That's
absolutely. Yeah, I think this is the biggest point. Actually, it's not the b file; it's that c4 is still obviously something that is very much on Seturaman's mind here, but it doesn't create a threat of d4, d5 anymore, which gives you a lot more flexibility with black. Board 3 is a kind of a long-term push here for Arjun. This structure, it looks very beautiful for white, but the bishops are the bishops, and often it turns out not to be too much for white, I think. I'm a little bit surprised, though, that bishop on d7 still hasn't been aimed at like h5 or g6, some of those squares.
Yeah, this is a dream kind of scenario for white, yeah, because if you eliminate the knight on c5, then you are stuck with the bishop, the bad bishop against the good knight. But the good bishop, how long can it tolerate this monster knight on c5? So yeah, white is certainly pushing. So India won on both of their white games, having the upper hand. And
actually, even board 4, yeah, this is, I think, quite promising for black, because white is kind of playing a normal game here, developing normally, not really doing anything out of the ordinary, whereas black managed to get a lot of counterplay going there, opening up some of the king side, and the bishop on b6, as Peter is indicating, is a very, very strong piece. I like this for black. I don't know.
Yeah, and look at this. We are actually now, we have to get back to the Wesley game because we have them on the camera, and we can see there that Wesley is sitting there very, very pleased, of course, and Hunt is not even thinking about the position, of course. There is just nothing to think about. He's sitting in total state of shock, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just resigns, because
yeah, he's been sitting there for a while, and the longer the longer he sits there without making a move, the more I think it becomes likely that he just resigns, because there's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, the only thing that right now he's already thinking about or looking is his teammates, and basically also knowing the fact that if you finish your game, then you have to leave the tournament hall. This might actually, in order to support the team, might simply not make him a move and sit there as long as he can maybe hope for that someone can compensate for this his terrible blunder. Because the guilt feeling, this guilty feeling is now just too much to handle.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really hoping that Armenia bounces back somehow to ease the pain of front. Yeah, that he will not feel that just because of his mistake, the match was lost. Yeah, this I feel like very, very important as a player, that if you lose like this, then if something happens and the team manages to bounce back, then you can forgive yourself finally, maybe. But if not, then you will never be able to forgive yourself.
He eventually played knight f8, but after knight f8, like rook f4, you will, like, black gets mated simply. Like, you go rook f4, you provoke f6 or f5 or whatever, and if f5, of course, I'm just sacrificing on f5 without a second hesitation, and if you play f6, h4, h5 will just break everything, and you're also doing it while being a pawn up. So it's just no, I even can't look at this position anymore. I want to see is there some board where, and look at this, Gabi is playing very, very aggressively with g4. I'm not sure if not for Hunt's blunder that he would have ever considered this move, but okay, it fits into the situation to try to be as aggressive as possible. Yeah, and there has been a couple of mentions in the last few minutes of Gukesh, which I assume means that he's maybe winning again, or at least having a good day. So let's scroll down to India 2. Whoa.
Yeah, he's in total control now.
Whoa. Yeah, this is not a very beautiful pawn structure. Something has gone kind of badly wrong here for white. So before a5, b5 did happen, Gukesh played knight e7.
Yeah, he played knight e7, yes.
Which is fine, and then white did something extremely strange.
Yeah, no, this knight, I don't believe that he has the right to start losing so much time. Yeah. And opening up, and look at this, suddenly the rook is in the game.
Yeah, this doesn't look right. This feels like whatever it is that you're supposed to be doing there, it's not this. I don't know what the solution is. Knight e7 is actually quite clever, because the point is, he wants to play knight e4, bishop e3, knight f5. So this is what we're dealing with here. This is the quote-unquote threat. So somehow white needs to deal with this in an acceptable manner. It's not that easy, because if you go bishop d3, black will probably play knight g5, and then you would like to be able to play c3, c4, but then knight b4 wins a very important tempo. But honestly, I would still, like, for instance, I would prefer this. Like, I go c4 here, you go knight b4. I go king e2, bishop takes c5, bishop e3. And then there's this bishop on c8, which is going to enjoy life not as much as you normally want your pieces to enjoy life. I think this is very unclear. I don't know if white is better, maybe not, but if you compare this to what Albornoz Cabrera actually got, I think you pick this in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the position is a catastrophe, yeah, because now all the weak pawns are just a matter of time till they will fall, and even he has to lose a tempo for recapturing with the knight on f1 because the h2 pawn is hanging. One more tempo, yeah, rook h5, knight g3, and we are expecting the rook
c5,
to land
rook
on
c5 takes c6. You kind of defend grimly. You put your knight on e2, you play king c2, you go rook hd1, you kind of start. You prepare yourself mentally for having to defend all of your weaknesses for the next, like rook hd1, rook c6, rook d3, put the knight on e2, put the other rook on d1. Sometimes you actually don't lose these types of positions. It's still equal material. Still obviously some work to be done, but this doesn't.
Yeah, very, very unpleasant. Yeah.
Yeah, this still means that it's a disaster as a kind of a outcome of an opening. It's an absolute disaster for white.
And what about the other boards? Board 2, Nihal Sarin is playing his upper pawn, but this is kind of a typical pawn sacrifice because white's queenside pawns are compromised. Yeah, if that pawn instead of a4 would be on a3, then we would be talking about a healthy pawn up. But like this, black has all kinds of counterplay with bishop b4, bishop b3. The rooks, this isn't such an obvious pawn up position.
Absolutely not. Yeah, black often ends up being kind of okay in these types of structures. Prague on board 3 just completely, the position exploded, and probably not in a good way for Ortiz Suarez. Yeah, this is what I meant. Like, this is how it looks in my mind when white plays this line, but somehow when somebody like Wesley is playing with white, this is not the position by move 15 or 18. But
yeah, it's simply such a line that if white doesn't know, he does not come very well prepared, then just over the board, black is super happy. Yeah, Prague is about to crush his opponent here. Basically also this f7, f5 move is creating real trouble for white. I don't know, I think like black is almost winning here. To be honest,
looks very, very good. Yeah.
Yeah. And what about the Adiban game? This is the position where I feel like black has real counter chances because this is an incredible Philidor. I mean, that's the reason you play the Philidor, to get counter chances like this.
Still not sure if it's just comfortable or very, very good for black. I think probably white is still not in like desperate trouble. But yeah, this is by far the best position the Cuban players have in the match so far.
Yeah, basically with white they are having trouble, and with black, okay, this board 4 is I think doing very well, and on the second board it's pawn down but some compensation. In any case, India 2 has the match under control.
Yeah, Satiris showed us Anish a moment ago. I wonder if there was something important happening in Anish's game.
Against Musa, well, nothing much to be honest. I mean, we do see the evolution bar signaling us that actually white is better, but I mean, it's such a better position that only if you use your momentum you can be better, because give black 1-2 more moves and black will be super happy.
Yeah, seems like Anish has things reasonably under control. Sometimes your pawn on b5 becomes a target, but white needs to be very, very concrete and very quick here. Like if you could play b2, b4 right here and follow it up with like bishop d3 and knight a3, then maybe, or rook a5 as well. But currently, I think b4 allows bishop takes b4 as far as I can tell. I don't think this. Maybe we can still play it, right?
Well, there is also an argument that we should also explain why can't white capture on g7. Yeah, just quickly. Sure. Of course, it's a big blunder. I don't want to do it, but we have to show it. Yeah, rook g8, the bishop is attacked, and after bishop h6, suddenly black will have this very, very powerful knight h4 counterplay with rook g2 and knight f3 double threats. So just forget about this g7 pawn, and that's why Peter was not even mentioning, because his eye was targeting the b5 pawn, of course, immediately.
Yeah,
maybe can you include then, to be super smart, with rook a7, bishop c6, b4?
Sure. Yeah, we can try this. Yeah, rook a7, bishop c6 is more or less forced, and now and the reason I'm mentioning b2 before is in the beginning on all of these lines is that I think black very much likes the idea of pushing b5 before themselves if it's allowed. So I want to fix it on b5, and then I want to put as much pressure on it as possible. But we're probably just not fast enough castles, then rook a8 or something. Yeah.
Yes, exactly, because that's the drawback of rook a7, that it will give the option of going rook a8, and bishop c6 anyway is needed to protect the pawn on b5. Okay, a lot of finesse is going on here. What about the other game? Because this is a very important and very interesting game. Jordan against Lauren.
Jordan, I think, is just much better now. He still requires precision, but could it be?
Jordan is white. Yeah, white is having
but what I mean is, could it be that we take on f6 here?
Okay, I have to take gf.
And just knight takes d4. And just play like this, yeah?
Yeah, well, but I mean, the position is anyway so nice that I even don't know if we want to do it. Or, I mean, if I would not have a different choice, I would be very happy with this.
Yeah. Well, we can just go back with the rook, right? We can just go.
Yes. Also, I mean, to be honest, I'm completely shocked by the fact that that Fresh went for d5, d4. It's absolutely not his style. Why on earth exactly Jordan, who is so creative and who loves this kind of unbalanced position with bishop d3, bishop e4, I would never give this chance to Jordan like this.
Yeah, I generally agree. Yeah, and also like specifically the way he continued. He went bishop e6, d3, bishop d5 here, bishop f4. He took on e4. Okay, so far so good. But f7, f5 here is just like, why do you have to? Because if you don't have to, you really don't want to be touching that pawn with your hands, like stay away from that pawn. Just don't touch it. Bishop f6, queen d7, rook e8. Start trading on. Maybe we're not in time. Maybe queen e2, rook a1 comes too quickly.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this kind of positions, sometimes it looks like, oh, I can do this, I can do that. If you think exactly move per move, then it turns out that there are some problems. In any case, what happened in the game is an illustration that this should have not happened. That's for sure. And queen b1, a very, very classy move, but of course a move that Jordan would blitz out even in a bullet game, because planning b4 and so on. And we have it on the board. Jordan couldn't resist, but why did he have to do it? That's the only, I mean, a part of it's so beautiful that you cannot stop yourself.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, but wasn't for it, but it is very nice. And yeah, there's some mentions in chat of the match between Austria and Hungary, and I will mention that just very briefly that Kantor is, if he finds the best move in the position, he is completely winning there. I mean, the other three boards are fine, but Kantor is just straight up winning on board 4 if he finds.
Let me find this match. It's match number 11, 12 or something.
Somewhere there.
Yes, match number 12. So the game that you are mentioning is Kantor Gergely against Horváth Dominic.
It was still all theory, and then Dominic on move 17 went in with this sacrifice. He went queen h4 check. I think the engine just says you can play rook f7 and you're completely fine. And Austria-Hungary plays against who, says Thera Louise. Yeah, that's the right way to approach things for sure. And this is just losing by force pretty much. King f2 is also winning here instead of knight g3, but knight g3 is even faster. And black is completely obliged to go in with what Dominic did. Otherwise, you just trade pieces and you resign because you're a piece down in an endgame. And here, bishop f5 is just end of game, pretty much.
Well, okay, but you still have to kind of find it. You have to navigate yourself through the jungle.
Well, I mean, bishop g4 is a big threat. So I think it's possible to convince yourself that you have to deal with the threat of bishop g4, and bishop f5 comes to mind quite quickly.
And then bishop c5 blocks any kind of rook f8. Yeah,
this is why we're so winning here with white, is that the rook cannot really join the attack.
We have to mention then after bishop f5 takes queen h3 check. Yeah.
No, we go queen d5 check. No. We don't
okay. Then that's the Okay.
Yeah, we go queen d5 check. Bishop e6, queen takes h5, and very sadly for black, you actually have to trade queens here.
Wow, then it's finished, of course. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's absolutely gone after bishop f5. It's not even very difficult, but he does need to find that first precise move there, and then the game, yeah, as I mentioned, pretty much ends on the spot. And the other positions in the match are quite unclear. I think Erdos is okay against Rugger. I would take Berkish's position against Dragnev. And I would actually also take Tamash's position against Bloberger. Maybe this is a bit slightly overly optimistic, but it feels like bishop c6 followed by either b5 or f5 here. Black should not really have at least any trouble whatsoever.
Yeah, looks actually quite good for us. Yeah.
Yeah. So Hungary has a very nice situation in the match right now. I mean, everything could still change, but so far doing very, very well.
And I spotted something. I had a chance to take a glance at Vincent's board, and it looked like White was not able to develop, or what happened. But
he's gone knight g1. Yeah, he's gone knight g1.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's very tricky. Yeah, because suddenly maybe White is also pushing back Black's pieces.
Mm-hmm.
I want to take a look at this, that just to understand how did this happen. So g3, rook e8, bishop g2. So Vincent felt kind of tempted to punish. Yeah, if you don't want to punish something like bishop f5, castles, take on c3 and put the bishop on e4, would be a very thematic way of, and then just
I would have done this a long time ago.
Yeah, just push a5 and that's it.
Yeah.
But instead of this, yeah, both players are very uncompromising. They don't want to simplify things. Bishop g2, queen e7, b4, bishop g4, bishop a1, and then Vincent opted for knight g5, trying to punish White for not being able to castle, but White retreats with the knight to g1.
Yeah, such an interesting move, yeah.
And with this bishop already on a1 alive, yeah, this bishop should have been eliminated. Knight e6, h3, bishop h5, knight f3 back, and White got the dream of all dreams. This is a terrible position
if Alexander manages to actually castle without giving up any material, yeah, he will have the absolute maximum that you can hope for in these structures. The bishop surviving on the long diagonal, and the other one on g2 also potentially very strong. And yeah, this is why, you know, for all people like us, yeah, that bishop on c3 never gets away. You know, like it just never gets away. It gets traded. It doesn't survive.
Yeah, you just can't allow this bishop to. Yeah, but Vincent got tempted that he will punish, and everything came down to this beautiful knight g1 retreat, which Vincent has definitely missed. He shouldn't have, but he missed it. Yeah. All right. So what about the other games? Lot to play for in the blue bomb Ivic game. White is maybe tiny bit better, but really nothing much is going on. Marcus Robert against Dieter Nisipianu is also kind of balanced.
I'm a little bit surprised just how easily Dieter gave up all of the bishops, but I think it's fine. I mean, this structure, the bishops aren't that strong. In particular, the one on g2 is more or less completely killed off, and yeah, I don't know how much you can hope for.
Yeah, it looks good for Black. I mean, in general, that Black has no problems whatsoever. The only problem is that Vincent is in some kind of a trouble, and now the team has to take this into account. And what about the last board, fourth board? Well, this compensation position, yeah?
Yeah, should be fine for Black by this point. Yeah, with the bishop on d5 is a very, very beautiful piece, and like most endgames will just be okay for Black because of, you know, the extra pawn is on the queen side where everything is broken up and we have the two bishops. Chat tells us that Jan Krzysztof Duda might be in a whoa. Says he's completely lost against Mark Paragua today. Something has gone badly wrong there for Jan Krzysztof.
This is match number.
Let me check.
13. Yeah, right after behind Hungary. Against Mark Paragua. Okay, but hang on. We have a bishop on b3. If we are not getting mated, we are fine.
Well, I mean, we're in exchange down as well, so.
Doesn't matter. I only worry about mate, but I know that you will deliver the mate, but how?
Not necessarily, but just like I go rook a6, you have to play something like knight a2, and I mean, how much?
Yeah, okay, yeah, this is terrible.
How much fun are you actually having here with White? Yeah,
if you force me to knight a2, then I'm not having any fun.
Yeah, and then I guess we want to preserve the rooks on the A file, so I put the queen somewhere like c7 or g7 to have rook a8, a7 once you play bishop g5. And
also, maybe you can actually do then this queen e7, queen g5,
Mhm.
yeah?
No, but white will be completely stuck to that setup on the queen side. Nothing really can go very far away from the king because of how vulnerable that king on b1 is. Yeah, something clearly has not gone according to plan for young Krzysztof today. They played this very fashionable line. It used to be at least very fashionable up to a point, and then I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened there. But
yeah, well, it always was considered to be a big fight, yeah,
yeah, absolutely. But still, something needs to go badly wrong here for white for this to be the position. And yeah, here instead of continuing kind of quietly, he went b2, b4, clearly with the intention of taking on d6. And after that, like the black attack just developed very, very naturally. Queen c7, knight b6, and yeah.
Yeah, I think that simply Jan Krzysztof was always hoping for this exchange sacrifice.
He actually wasn't doing so badly either, but yeah, this is what I expected. After a5, for some reason he decided to allow the opening of the a file. This is the real kind of a shocker for me in this game, is the fact that he didn't play before b5 in this position, just keeping the queen side closed.
Yeah, he was, I think, enjoying himself. I believe that he was just thinking on general grounds that, okay, he's dominating the position with his knight on d5 and bishop on coming to the dream scenario to b3, and black's bishop on g7 is doomed. Black has terribly passive pieces. And also with the pawn on h4, he might have felt that this also gives some mating net ideas. But somehow black managed to regroup.
Yeah, takes queen d7, and suddenly, you know, all of those heavy pieces are going to gang up on the a file, and it starts becoming a large problem. And already
very quickly a very big turnaround.
Yeah, we see the outlines of the position that we were just discussing. Yeah, queen b2.
Wow, but actually it's nice that we had a chance to look from the beginning, because I see that Jan Krzysztof was actually very happily sacrificing that exchange, but later it heavily backfired.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the match itself is very, very double-edged, this case then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some kind of a strange position on board too, very unclear to my eyes. Could become a very sharp fight as well, because black at some point could decide that king side needs to be opened. They will play g6, g5, and then it becomes a huge tactical mess. I'm guessing very, very equal on board 3. Seems like a kind of a typical, rook e1 anti-Berlin, which ends up being a draw. And then some kind of a very outlandish position on board 4. Like, what is this?
Yeah, my first feeling was that black is doing very well. Yeah. When I saw this position, I immediately felt like black is doing very well, but I don't know exactly.
Yeah, so very, very sharp match. But yeah, so far, story of the match so far, of course, is that young Krzysztof seemingly is in a bunch of trouble on board 1 with the white pieces against his young opponent. So let's go back up, I guess. Has Wesley won?
I'm assuming.
Okay, so what I described actually happened on the board. Yeah, rook f4 and then knight f5. Yeah, I mean, it's just.
Yeah, usually you do it, you sacrifice for nothing, but here you even got 3 pawns for it.
It will be 4. Yeah, once we take on d5, it will be 4 for the piece, and also the mating attack on the king side. Yeah, I keep on kind of chuckling. It's not really very funny for black here at all. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's, if anything, it's kind of sad, but.
Yeah, it is sad. Let's take a look at the other games. Yeah, so Gabi is fighting. Yeah, he's an incredible fighter, and we have seen it yesterday. Not yesterday, the day before, round 6, when Sargsyan got crushed by Gulyas. Then the other teammates came to help to rescue the national team, the Armenian national team, and this is what they are not trying to do. Also, that they are in a true shock, of course. Yeah, they know exactly that. Yeah, it's terrible what happened, but there are still 3 more games to go. And Sargsyan goes for this very direct g4. I mean, let's try to understand what's going on, because it's so complex.
Yeah, the big question for me is if I take on d4 here with the bishop, which appears to be an entirely logical follow-up. Is Fabi intending to take on e5 and on g4, or is he planning like bishop c5? Like those are two very, very different options. Like this.
Yeah, exactly. And also the big question is that Gabi is already spending quite some time. Does he think about including g4, g5, or why is he thinking so much?
Yeah, I don't know. Queen takes d4 doesn't look right at all for a number of reasons. g5, knight e4. I also don't know why we're inviting black to make the move.
Exactly. Yeah. Also
they
looks
want
well.
to make a move anyway.
Bishop takes d4 looks so natural, but yeah, maybe this g4 pawn is. For example, bishop takes d4, knight takes g4.
Knight g4 immediately. Yeah, of course this is.
Yeah, but d5 is also hanging. But okay, then you trade on e5 and go bishop c5.
Yeah, I think this is an improvement over the other move order because we preserve the bishop. We trade on e5 with the knight instead of the bishop, which it gives us an opportunity to immediately challenge the bishop on d4. Yeah, bishop c5 and then.
Yeah, but still, the bishop on d5 is kind of a monster, at least for a couple of moves.
Yeah, takes queen f3 or something. Yeah, you still have to play quite carefully. I get the feeling that this is not so easy for Fabi.
Yeah, and also probably not what he intends. Yeah, for example, knight g4, yeah, bishop takes d5, and you have some problems on the f7 pawn. I mean, maybe you can actually take on e5 and then try to use these bishops, but maybe we can't. Yeah,
exactly how? Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's the big question because this queen f3 always holds things together.
And then e5, e6 becomes a very serious topic.
No, we can't. Yeah.
No, we can't. No.
Yeah, no, it's a very big question. Yeah, also Gabi is spending a lot of time because there is one other argument that you can play g5. You don't want because then black jumps on e4, but then you take on d4 and you avoid all these knight take g4 options eventually. But black has won a tempo. It's a very tough call.
Yeah, in the meantime, I think on board 3, Linier found a good way to deal with the c4 play. Yeah, even though the engine appears to somehow like this for white, I was wondering why. Because the pawn on d5
I mean, you haven't managed to castle yet, yeah?
Yeah, but how are you exploiting it?
Yeah, so let's take a look. So rook c1, he opted for b4. Yeah, he's trying to cover the e5 square, but c4 comes anyway. B takes c and
queen d1 here because rook c3 knight e4. Yeah, very cute.
Yes, this is the trick of b5 b4 actually. Yeah, this is how Lenny wanted to stop this, but yeah, the little move queen d1 happened. Queen f7, rook takes c3, bishop b7. Yeah, the bishop develops and targets the pawn on d5, and
yeah. Black is one move away from completely stabilizing by castling, and then the pawn on d5 is doomed and black is just dominant. So you have to do something right away. You have to do something basically in this position somehow. I thought maybe the idea is to go knight a5.
Yeah.
And if you take on d5 with the bishop knight c4. But I don't understand what the follow-up is after bishop c7 specifically.
Well, I was actually thinking that knight e5 and bishop c4. That was my kind of first instinct, but I don't know what is it. Does it do anything or not?
Yeah, rook d8 maybe.
Rook d8.
You have knight c6, but I think I can ignore it.
Well, rook d8 is a nice stabilizing move. Yeah, rook d8.
Yeah, I want to support all of my stuff on the d file somehow, and then once again, if I get to castle here, I will immediately be completely fine with everything.
Yeah, rook d8 probably because the bishop on d6 needed support as well. Yeah. Yeah, now I understand why Samuel is thinking, yeah, because this knight a5, bishop d5, bishop c4 is so tempting, but if rook d8 is a good move, then you have to at least see a clear way of dealing with that before deciding for knight a5. But I definitely don't like a slow move like bishop c4. It's not in the spirit because then black will play rook c8, black will get short castle, and black will take over. That's for sure. Okay, and on board 4, what do we have? Sam played your kind of suggestion with g4. Black has also transferred the bishop to c7 as you highlighted before.
Yeah, and we have this kind of a situation where, you know, both of them are kind of poised for something to happen either in the center or on the king side. But for the time being, nobody's doing anything. So you can continue shuffling. With white, you can, if you want, you can maybe go rook e2, g2. I don't know if it's useful or not, but it might be an additional move you want to be making. Maybe you still want to play bishop e1, bishop f2, but I am less sure now.
Yeah, because white's last move was rook d1 to f1. Yeah, this is a slightly mysterious move in a sense that so basically, white is giving up on the idea of e3, e4, I guess, but he's trying to push something else.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems very iffy.
Yeah, lot to play for, and yeah, Gabi has opted for bishop takes d4. I feel like this is the most natural move. Yeah, and take it from there. And what about India 1? We haven't had a last update.
Not for a bit, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Surya is in lot of trouble in this endgame.
Yeah, struggling. The position, I mean, there's very little material left. It's still not so easy to win because the issue for white here is that the bishop on d3 is difficult to include in the push. Like the ideal square for it would be somewhere around the g4, I guess, to support the d5, d6 push. But the black bishop already is on that diagonal, so it's not easy to do. And then you're kind of stuck with it standing on d3. It's completely fine on d3, but it's not doing very much. So let's say you go queen c7 here, black goes bishop d7, and you need to start looking for ways to further improve. Because if you pass forever, maybe black will play like f6, king f7, queen c8, and start slowly improving their position. But of course, it's a dream endgame for white. Like nobody is arguing this is not better for white. Board 2, I think Setoraman is really enjoying life. Although I thought knight f1, knight e3, but I guess black has a very concrete plan of knight h5, knight f4, knight d3 in response, right? It comes in.
Exactly. Yeah, both sides have their great strategical ideas. In fact, yeah, knight h5, knight f4 has to be stopped. But in fact, till the knight is on d2, you can't really play knight h5 due to knight takes e4.
Yeah.
Then is there an argument for some rook e3 and then trying to? But what does this rook on e3 do? I also don't know.
Yeah. It's a kind of a strange position. My initial thought was white must be at least a little bit better, but maybe it's just not very clear at all. Board 3 has changed dramatically since we last looked.
Yeah, wow, yeah. So first of all, black eliminated this knight on c5. Yeah, white captured with dc5. So white just wants to sit on the d4 square with knight d4. So yeah, black feels the need to create desperate counterplay. He just can't sit tight. He will be slowly tortured all the way till the end, and he tries to create counterplay f5, knight e5, f4, g4 on the board. And do we gonna see some f3 or something?
Yeah, it's very tempting in every single position like this. It's extremely tempting to at least try to play f3 and then
and I'm spotting one little tactic. Let's take a look at this f3, gf, queen g5. Can I do this business?
Chat is telling us that you have to start with queen g5. The queen g5 first is the best move in the position. Yeah,
and then with the same idea, right?
Yeah, this clearly works. But I'm guessing if you do it in this order, I can play, I don't know, rook f1 or something, and it's going to be impossible to force, or queen c3, I don't know, something. But you can start with queen g5. And wow. I guess after knight takes d7.
Because now the difference is you kick the knight and threaten the g4 pawn as well.
I guess the idea is knight d7 f3, but this is quite something if this works. I mean, it's kind of hard to believe. Knight f8, because knight f8, if we could play queen takes g4, I would believe it, but that would be like the Kramnik versus computer game a little bit, yeah?
Yes, exactly. But okay, so we go rook f8 and we pretend that it's a marshal.
Yeah, some sort of.
We close our eyes and we go for it. And it's not our game, so it's very easy to suggest sacrificing all the pieces. Okay.
Honestly, I'm a little bit confused because gf.
Rook f3.
Rook f1. Queen takes, king f1.
And then checkmate on e8.
Yeah, the problem is I have a threat of mate in 1, yeah, which is quite strong. And if not for that, if there was a pawn on h6 here, black would be at least fine because you could play queen h3. And
yeah, and also we have rook f2 check, yeah.
Oh, hang on, it's still, maybe it's still, no, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I was calculating, I was trying to make this work, but it did not.
Yeah, because king f3, and if you could play g7, g4 check here, it would be quite strong, but it's not allowed, unfortunately.
And again, this rook e8 check.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I mean,
also,
somewhere with queen g5, yeah, it's very, very interesting. Now Gupta has to invest all his time, because if he can jump out and he spots everything, then he might be fine. Otherwise, the position should be very, very unpleasant if white stabilizes.
Yeah.
With knight on e5, and I see that we have some crazy position on board 4. It looks like black is maybe winning. I mean,
yeah,
breaking up the structure.
This has been a problem for Puranik for a while. Yeah, we said that we kind of structurally didn't really like this for white at all, and it continues kind of going downhill. The 6d5 is a very beautiful looking move, blowing up the structure. And I guess the point is, if you take on d5 with the queen, I can play probably bishop takes f3, I guess, gf rook e d8, followed by rook d2, and things start really collapsing once the rook lands on d2, I think.
Yeah, also this queen has to find a very, very ugly spot. I mean, I don't know where is this queen going. I mean, my hand refuses to make moves like queen b3. Yeah.
But unfortunately, you don't have much of a choice. Yeah.
Yes, that's the problem. Yeah, I mean, it looks terrible for white.
Yeah, so seems like India 1 is sort of very much in control here, with Hari having a large advantage on board 1, Narayanan on board 4 also in control. Erigaishi, if Gupta doesn't find some tactics which apparently somehow work, even though we can't really make them work currently, but seems like the engines are suggesting that this sacrifice works out. Yeah, looks like India 1 is firmly in control of that match.
And wow, having said that, Sam Shankland with the move rook f1 hinted that he's giving up on e4. He opted for it. But is this brilliant or is it suicide? I don't really understand this move. What is this move?
Idea.
So black played the move rook f1, rook e7. So yeah, black was planning to eventually go rook e8 even. So we discussed.
Maybe in some cases even sacrificing this pawn, but
yes. And
he
then
just goes,
Sam for some reason.
E4, yeah, he just goes e4. So we obviously cannot allow e4, e5. Like if we allow e4, e5 here, we kind of resign. So we have to take.
Yes, we will take.
And now the question is, I mean, I guess he wants f takes e, right?
Yeah, I can't really imagine any other move.
Queen takes.
And then what's the trick after queen d4?
I guess he wants to take on g5.
Just like this, but okay. I mean,
I don't like it at all, but I think this is what he is intending. I think this is the plan. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan. Even let's say if I go knight bd7 here, there might be faster moves available. But if I just go knight bd7 here and put that knight on e5.
Yeah, it's okay. Very ambitious choice by Sam. On the other hand, seeing the match situation, that I mean, there was. I felt like there is no reason for the US team to. Yeah,
this is the thing. Yeah, I mean they're +1, and things seem to be under control. So why is he suddenly just blowing stuff up? I think he is just like it's Sam. He is a very, very ambitious player. He just doesn't know how to, not play sharply for a win. So he is still playing sharply for a win here. But I'm not a fan currently. I think. It might be still completely fine with precise play, but this is how you suddenly start fighting for equality in these types of structures.
Yeah, and what about Terzan? I see we have some developments, and in fact, after bishop b7, he opted for bishop c4, the slightly ugly-looking, but hanging on to the d5 pawn for the moment. So black is unable to capture on d5 because of rook d3 at the end of the day. Just to show, yeah, bishop d5. Takes, queen d5. Probably I can, just take. and go rook d3 and I win the piece. Yeah, that's the problem for black.
I'm a bit surprised Linier chose to just castle instead of once again playing rook d8. I thought including rook d8 was extremely useful in all of these positions. But he castled, and now after knight a5, he does have that issue where, you know, you would like to take on d5, but I don't think you can.
Yeah, and otherwise already knight lands on c6. I mean, then there is already intrigue in the position.
Wait. Knight bishop d5?
You can, yeah?
Let me run something by you.
Okay, so let me just fall for the main cheapo. Takes.
Well, it's not, yeah, knight takes.
Rook d3.
Knight b4.
Oh, that's beautiful, yeah. That's beautiful.
The variation sort of continues, right? You take, you go knight c6. I'm not sure. I think it might be good for white because of knight c6 specifically. Because e4, e7, I might get mated trying to save that bishop now.
Wow, but it's so easy to miss because you might end your calculation with knight b4, right? That you castled and you managed to take the pawn and you have knight b4 and wow, beautiful.
I mean, I think what's good for Linier there is that I think he can just completely ignore knight a5 altogether and play something like, I don't know, e4 here, or probably e4, just to start pushing the pawns in the center. But I would be playing rook g8 on a previous move, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think there's absolutely no reason to give white this freebie.
Yeah, because once the knight gets to c6, then we already immediately humanly understand that there will always be a lot to play for with white. Yeah. The move you mentioned, h4 will come, new dynamics are happening, black's king might not feel himself comfortable in long terms. Okay, black probably will put the king on h7 anyway, but...
And by the way, breaking news, that beautiful exchange sacrifice we were so praising in the Fun for Race against Fress game has apparently backfired quite badly, and Fress will now play for a win. I don't know if it's winning, but...
Wow, well, I mean, my feeling was, yeah, that it looked beautiful, but this is black's best hope, yeah, that suddenly you get counter chances.
Yeah. Absolutely, and knight e1 there by Fress is a very cute move. Just I mean, sorry, he just captured the rook there. I thought he was actually maneuvering, but yeah, I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, otherwise it would have been double exclamation mark if knight e1 would have been the best.
Yeah, but another thing that I keep on banging this drum whenever I do any commentary, that like if we look at this position right now on the board. And yeah, let's just show how we got here. The knight came out from d8, and then after g4, you will notice that Fress actually spent 2 tempi here, trading the rook on e8 for the rook on a1. And this is hugely important, and this is something that I keep on mentioning when I cover these types of endgames. If you imagine this position and you just add a rook to white and the rook to black, white is immediately better and maybe even winning. But because there's only one rook left against the 2 light pieces, 1 against 0 is just hugely preferable for the side with an extra exchange compared to 2 against 1 in terms of the amount of rooks on the board. The difference is like staggering, because one rook finds it much easier to dominate the light pieces compared to the situation where you have 2 rooks and you also have to constantly watch out so that your opponent's rook doesn't become active. And here black is, once again, I'm not sure just how much better you are. You go knight d3 because you need to blockade the g-pawn. You go knight d3 to have knight c5 as an option. d6, and you can even include b takes a4 here actually, because white cannot play d7, the black b-pawn will fill queen. So you can include ba, which probably is a clever idea to make sure your pawn cannot be threatened. And now the d-pawn is completely controlled. And because white doesn't have a rook, you don't have to, even king f7, king e6, I don't think we even need to do this. Like we start coming in with the king. This is risky for white. White loses these types of positions very often.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is when you go for the beauty and then you cannot resist yourself, but yeah, you have to take a deep breath. You just I mean, black seemed to be completely paralyzed. There was just no need to give him this chance of getting out. All right, I see that actually Sam We have to get back to that game because it's so important.
Well,
that he did not.
He took knight and bishop, actually, yeah?
Yes, very strange, yeah, knight e4.
He took knight and bishop.
I mean, it's strange in the sense that we felt like with e4, he's trying to be ambitious. This is now signaling some safety approach, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this I understand. I'm not sure I like it, but I understand. He says you probably don't have anything smarter than queen takes d4, bishop takes g5, and I haven't really broken up my structure. I will still have my bishop pair. All of the endgames will be quite good for me, and I have enough control over the dark squares not to worry about my king here. f7, f6 looks ugly. I don't even really want to analyze it necessarily. There is bishop f4.
Yeah, it's a huge strategical question, but bishop somehow feeling-wise, I don't want to play. Yeah. From the black side, I mean, I feel like if I could make another move, a good move in the spirit of the position, but what is this move?
Yeah, and also chat correctly says that queen takes d4. You at least have to consider bishop h7 check, and maybe by consider I mean you have to realize you're losing and not play queen takes d4. I don't know. It's chat is as usual completely on point here.
Yeah, wow. Then actually I understand kind of what Samin is indicating. It just kind of, because we are not playing the game, we are not inside the game. Just a couple of moves ago, he moved away. But he came from c1. It was not from d1. Yeah. Okay, yeah. He moved rook f1, and after rook f1, I immediately was mentioning that, okay, so Sam has given up on the idea of pushing e3-4 because I was expecting, to be honest, the move rook cd1. In this position, but okay, he has his ideas, goes for this. And what about the Fabi game, because this has the potential of really heating up, and I'm not liking this bishop takes d4, bishop b2 back kind of reaction.
It's a strange move. Yeah, I'm not sure what this seems to be indicating. Like, why are we? I guess he's just attacking the d5 pawn. I think he's just playing very, very concretely. He's saying your d5 pawn is hanging, sir. Please do something about it. But I'm still not sure why we haven't, for instance, played g4, g5, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, somehow it's too deep. This bishop b2 is a move that, from outside, it looks too deep to be true.
Yeah, and I think our eagle-eyed chat spotted Gusti on the screen and got very, very excited, as should we as well. Yeah, I mean, every Gusti sighting needs to be greeted with like flag waving and trying to attract his attention from 5,000 kilometers away.
Yeah, and already we have seen the position of Vincent. Yeah, I'm worried there for him because things have heavily backfired. So I think Jan will again have a very, very hard time.
But people are saying Vincent is doing fine again. So
okay. But here I just wanted to say that Fabi actually moved back the bishop to b7. Yeah, so he just protects the pawn on d5. Apparently, computer was indicating that maybe black had something more dynamic, but it's a practical game.
Yeah,
and
he goes bishop b7 back. Yeah, and now we have this kind of a weird equilibrium where it looks sort of nice for white, but you're not sure exactly where you're supposed to be pressing. My mind keeps on going in the direction of trying to play g5, queen h5, rook h3, something like that. But g5, for instance, allows queen f5.
Yeah, I don't want to push, to be honest.
But if we're not pushing g5, what are we pushing?
Yeah, well, I would somehow like to stabilize things, but yeah, this is the problem, that if you can't, the position doesn't give you the chance to stabilize, then good luck stabilizing, right?
Yeah, and
I'm not liking this.
Yeah, in the meantime, Wesley found a way to probably just put the game completely to bed. Like he continues uncorking some small tactics here. Yeah, knight f8, he sacrificed that piece. Hrant played queen d6, and he followed it up with knight f8, rook f4, f5, knight takes f5, all extremely logical. Gf, rook f5, queen d6, and yeah, Wesley goes queen g4 check, knight g6, and rook takes d5 here, continuing to show those. Yeah, this is completely, I mean, the rook on e8 will just fall for nothing if you take on g6, and if you go queen f6, in the current position, I'm guessing the simplest is something along the lines of rook f5, then bishop c4 check, then rook f7, and then some kind of a mate will happen. But obviously,
four
everything
pawns
is
completely winning.
Everything is winning. Rook g5 probably is completely winning. Like your choice here is quite pleasant. Yeah, queen f6 played. We'll see what Wesley thinks.
Yeah, he actually just played g3.
Yeah, just says I don't want to calculate. I don't want to give you queen h4. I think the point of g3 mainly is that Black kind of wanted to trade queens via the h4 square. He says no queen trade for you. Also h4 h5 as Peter is indicating. Everybody, both of them, and everybody watching the game and everybody listening to us, we all know how this game ends. But Grant is sort of doing the right thing by giving his team maybe a modicum of hope, but it's not it's a very, very, very modest modicum.
Yeah, I think it's not even about the hope, but the fact that he can stay there in the tournament hall and root for because he knows exactly that there is nothing to really take care of his own game. We have also seen him on his chair, I mean, clearly in a state of shock, understanding that, the game has already been lost. He at least wants to follow the action. And Gabi indicated that he also doesn't know what to do with the position.
Exactly,
Definitely it's a useful move because he creates a loop for his king. He protects the g4 pawn. But now also it just signals that Black should be perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. Lenny is thinking after knight a5 now he's thinking the knight is landing on c6. This is a very double-edged position. And Robert has gone for bishop f4 for the solid move.
Ended up choosing this because he didn't like the idea of giving up on g5. Queen takes d4 is at the very least extremely risky, and as I mentioned, might just be losing by force. So bishop f4. You're not very happy about it. On the other hand, if that trade happens, if white actually is obliged to take on f4 here, you suddenly have those dreams of one day landing the knight on e3. And if that actually comes to pass, you're very happy with Black.
Yeah, we should also mention that this double attack idea with queen c5 hitting the knight and bishop a7 check.
Exactly here, for instance, runs into knight d5.
Mad by knight d5, and then already the knight e3 becomes a reality quite quickly.
It comes, bishop f5. But we don't need to calculate move by move here. Both of them are not very short on time, kind of short on time, but it is move 27, so there shouldn't be a horrible.
Rook fe1 happens, so Sam doesn't want to let that pawn get to f4.
Also, like bishop d2, bishop h7 check is still something you at least need to calculate. It might be just winning, so you have to. I guess you go rook a8 though. Like the logical thing to do here would be just to go rook a8 and like you doubled on the e file, I will double on the e file as well. And go from there.
What else do we have? I mean, okay, in Musa versus Anish Giri game, I feel like this is quite equalish.
White is actually, I mean, the knight on g6 is a bit misplaced, and the pawn on b5 is still a little bit of a target. So I think Jules is sort of enjoying slightly the better of it here, but it's not much.
But I mean, at least I'm very happy for Black that I have this king e8, knight f8, knight e6 regrouping option.
This is.
But even this, for example, just to illustrate something, that king e8, king f2, knight f8, Black gets his so-called dream setup, and you reach e6. Maybe just to highlight takes f4 might still be a little bit awkward.
I mean, by this point, d6, knight c5. By this point, I'm not worried anymore. But I think it's a bit better for white. But I also think never in a million years will Anish lose this position. So
this is. So where should we go? Do we have some update? Does chat direct us somewhere?
Well, Winston's position is actually kind of blowing up, but that match in general is blowing up because this is now Winston's position, and chat was crying out for e5, e4 somewhere, maybe instead of h5, I don't know. But
because this position looks horrible for Black, to be honest. I mean, the bishop on d5, bishop on a1 looks brilliant.
There's a king on f2, and we have some knight c5, knight d3 counterplay. I'm just a bit surprised by h5 because we don't really want to take on g4. There's a rook on h1. So it's not like you play h5 when white expanded on the king side and, you know, white castled and the rook is on f1 and the king is on g1. That's one thing. But we're playing h5 here where h takes g4 would just like be a fatal mistake because you just get mated on the h file kind of immediately. So I don't know why. Like, why are we choosing h5 and not h6, for instance? Since it doesn't seem to me that black is going to be the side playing for, you know, an attack on the king side here.
Yeah, Vincent is also low on the clock with 12 minutes, which basically signals that he is not happy at all. He doesn't know what to do, and he's a little bit in desperate mode because all of this is not fundamentally correct. It's I mean, he should have just taken on c3, put the bishop on e4, and put the pawn on a5.
Well, you know, we keep on insisting he plays like we do. He is, you know, like 1/3 my age, right? So
he still wants to have some fun, yeah. But, you have to judge correctly, yeah, that in which position gives you the chance to have fun, or where the opponent will have all the fun. Yeah, but
the match in general, I think, stands quite well for black. There's a mess on board 2 in blue baum against Ivic, which I don't think is bad for Matthias. And I think both Dieter and Kollars are now doing quite well because Dieter will actually have a passer on the queen side, which is a bit surprising to me. I don't know why White decided to just balance the position so much. And I think Dmitry has improved his position dramatically. Somehow black had this perfect bishop on d5 and it somehow moved away and white got d4, d5 in, and white is about to play bishop c3.
Yeah, but actually Dmitry played very, very nicely because he played fc, rook e2 and was hinting at some knight e3, knight f5 ideas, was also ready to bring back the bishop, protecting the d4 pawn.
Absolutely.
And provoke this f5 business.
It's nicely played by Dmitry, but I have to wonder if there was something stronger for Ivan there. And now bishop d7, bishop e1, f4, knight g4, bishop f5, queen c4, all of this played. And it looks like maybe it might look like black is achieving something on the king side, but there will never be, with this amount of material left, there will never be any kind of serious attack on the king side. And once bishop c3 is played, you would argue that white actually has the safer king of the two sides. So yes, Vincent potentially is in trouble, but the rest of the boards seem to be, the Bundestrainer probably isn't too depressed just yet.
Yeah, I understand your point. And what about Gukesh? He's just enjoying himself.
Much better. Yeah, much better.
So lovely. The bishop is coming to e5. The pawn on c3 is weak. The pawn on e4 is weak. I mean, basically in the long terms, I don't believe that white can hold this position. I mean, you are never winning this position quickly, but you just feel
you are
like
kind of winning this, but eventually, as Manuel would say. And apparently Magnus is now completely winning, just briefly, because everybody always wants to take a look at what's happening there. So yeah, somehow Magnus is not actually giving mate, but he is making a lot of progress because black will have to misplace his stuff.
Wow, still, and it's kind of an endgame. It looks like almost not much is happening, and then suddenly in 2 moves he's winning it, or what? G5, knight f3.
I think knight f3 may have been either missed or like severely underestimated. And now, like with a very heavy heart, I think you do take on f3, you do take on h6. Nothing else seems to be sensible. But now after bishop takes d5, you are struggling to make good
well,
move.
You would love to make the move bishop. You have to play bishop c6, right?
Probably, yeah. But then I take on c6 and yeah, it's just lost, right? Because I give a check, and I take on a5.
Yes. Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, this is terrible. So Magnus is winning. Very quick update. Also, Tari is doing fantastically on the second board. We have access to their games as well. So it might be 2-0. Johann Sebastian Christiansen in terrible shape here because he might get mated, or if not, then he will have to lose material. Black is doing fine, so this is a hope for for North Macedonia to bounce back. And what about the last board? Nikola Nikolovsky against Frode Urkedal is also kind of nice, good knight versus good bishop, but the knight is jumping to d6.
Yeah, I think this is a good position for white. This is, I think, actually board 3 and 4 both are kind of tricky for Norway.
Yeah. Even despite winning the first two boards, it's still very tricky.
Yeah.
All right. What about the women top boards? Probably we should take a look.
Sure. Yeah, let's go there for a sec.
Yeah, Hampi, because wow. I mean, so white never castled. White sacrificed the g pawn to get some counterplay. Very messy stuff. So what happened here? Actually, after knight g5, black pushed e5, h4, h6, knight g4, knight e8. Yeah, very, very typical. Black wants to go f5, and this knight on e4 is kind of trapped. So white goes queen b3, bishop e6, g4. That's how the g pawn disappeared. Bishop takes g4.
Yeah, she felt she has to stop f6, f5, or at least postpone it for a bit.
Yeah, and also creating some counterplay with rook g1, queen g3, knight d6, queen f6, bishop d5. I mean, quite a lot of counterplay, but Hampi with huge class knows that actually if she can just keep the position intact, if she can just hold things together, not changing the structure, then actually long term she's doing fantastically. Yeah, and knight takes e8 is a very sad choice by white.
Yeah, but it seems like maybe this position is the only real big hope for India. I'm looking at the other 4 positions, and board 2 should be very, very level. I don't really imagine anyone being better here, to be honest. I think it should be very, very close to.
But you haven't castled yet. Rook fd1, exactly.
Yeah, rook fd1 is the correct move, but still, like I go. Maybe, yeah. Okay. So Harika also has a bit of a pull.
Harika is putting some pressure. What about the third board?
Here, I mean, black is not in trouble, but black definitely is not, having the most fun ever. And on board 4, Tanya, I think, is, despite, once again, it's a kind of an instructive. Actually, the machine completely disagrees. I thought black was better here, but apparently most of Tanya's troubles are now in the past.
But she's down to 2 minutes. I mean, she's in a terrible time trouble. Yeah, this is a problem. And as you said, yeah, your first instinct was that black has a very nice position. We are humans. I also feel like, okay, and with little time on the clock, yeah, you see all the ideas for black. And we are not computers to generate our counterplay all the time. Yeah, worried here for Tanya. This is very, very unpleasant. If you don't know what to do and you are low on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, so the match is a lot to play for. Yeah, Hampi is in control, doing well. Harika is also slightly better. Board 3 is unclear, and here this is because of the clock situation, very, very tense.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out. In the meantime, there was one draw already in Romania versus Georgia. Yeah, Michaela Sandu made a draw against Nino Batsiashvili in some kind of very
actually all this bishop f6 business happened, but black was already ready to meet it. And it was only perpetual check. I mean, repetition of moves.
Yeah, somehow was only enough for a draw. In the other positions, Zagnidze Bulmaga is a very, very messy position, which, I think might just be good for black, because knight on d3 is just very strong, f5, f4 coming in. Yeah, and if you end up having to sacrifice this exchange on d3, you're not lost, because black has opened up the king side quite a bit, and the bishop on g3 is nice, but it's not great. Board 3 maybe is very good for Georgia, because there's this knight on a3 for some reason.
Yeah, this is looking horrible.
Yeah, really.
For black, also the rook on a7 is terrible. Yeah, and what about board 4? Also, black is doing fine. Yeah,
also quite good. So I guess Georgia will end up. I mean, currently, I guess you prefer the situation in the match for the Georgian team a little bit, even though, as I mentioned, on board 4, Nano Zagnidze might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, on the first board, they are in some kind of a trouble. And Tanya actually opted for knight d2, trying to get knight b3 and knight a5 or knight c5. It was a very, very human,
knight c5 in
reaction.
particular. Yeah, I like this. Yeah.
But okay, black will play rook c3.
Rook c3. Rook c3 is a nice move. Yeah, rook c3 is
stopping any of it. And the problem is that bishop d4 would be nice, but then black gets knight f4 in. Maybe. Okay, no, can't play knight f4 because of queen g4. Okay, so it shows that it's a very, very complicated position. All right, so lot to play for, lot of tension. A lot of tension. And what happened in this game, Maria Muzichuk against Elina Roberts? Yeah, after after bishop f6, knight e4, queen e7, white actually simply took on c6. I kind of spotted this and started worrying that we are in some kind of a box, yeah, that nothing really moves now. Rook c1, rook c8, h4. We can never take with the bishop on d4 because of rook d4 and then checkmate on g7. And how do we deal with this situation? Rook d5, bishop g5, knight d7, rook c3. Yeah, white got free hand, and it's always very, very unpleasant if risk-free white.
Oh, queen take. Look at this. Queen takes.
Oh my God! This was then simply a blunder. Yeah, that black should have captured with the knight.
I guess it's not much fun either. Yeah, but I think you probably prefer this, and then just h7, h6, and play that. But yeah, you guess Elina just missed this in rook g3, and also maybe she thought that the bishop on h6 is stuck and she can play like that. But the pawn on c6 is so weak and so immediately as well that I think
the king on g8 will be a big problem. Yeah, so
yeah, she's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, okay, this is just a hopelessly lost position. Anna Muzichuk is also winning. Yeah, she's pawn up, so white at least survived not to lose on the spot, but it's a catastrophe.
Yeah,
and all the other boards also black is. I mean, no, hang on. The second board was critical, but also now second board opponent. Wow, it's piece up, and okay, we have rook g3 as the minimum.
Yeah, at least, and maybe something stronger even.
Yeah. So basically, Ukraine in total control.
Ukraine is in total control because Natalia Buksa on board 4 is also, I think, doing quite well. Yeah, Ukraine probably will win. Next match is Poland against
Bulgaria.
This is a very sharp Botvinnik line endgame. You would like to go rook e7, rook takes f7, but then I guess the queen side pawns might win. Why are we not going rook e7, rook f7 exactly?
Don't know. It's
I just had takes a5. I guess I thought I was being clever, but I mean, then the h-pawn queens. Hang on a second, Howie. So black, I guess, goes king d7 here, right? Because h5, h6, h7 is a bit of a strong threat.
Yeah, definitely king d7, and then okay, h5. We are in time to get king e7 in.
Yeah, and then we just start.
We have our very dangerous counterplay. In fact, yeah.
So it's some kind of a mess, but
so basically, white also has the exit of just going knight c4. Yeah,
absolutely. But then black goes knight d4,
and then king c6, king
stabilizes
d5,
as well. Yeah. So you have to make a decision. So this is board 1. Who knows what this is? Board 2. Monika Sochko is in a lot of trouble because I think queen takes f5 exists at the very least, right? You can just. I don't see anything that refutes queen takes f5, and if it's a move that you can make, you probably should make it.
Yeah, if she can take on f5, then actually white is kind of winning, yeah?
Yeah, that's what the bar seems to say as well. Board 3, fine for black, I think.
I mean, fine for both sides. Yeah, kind of...
Belaslava Krasteva seems to be doing okay against Olivia Kilbasa, and on board 4, some kind of an endgame which also looks equal-ish.
But okay, actually, knight on c4. Whenever I see a knight on c4 with this structure, I'm always tending to love that side.
Absolutely. If anyone is better, it's white for sure. Yeah. If anyone here is actually in charge, it is white. But I suspect it should still be more, closer to equality than it is to anything else. Okay, we'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on the women's boards. But so far, India has a very unclear match on match one. Ukraine is in control of theirs, and there's plenty of stuff going on. So what's happening in the US match? There's been some developments in Fabi's game. I think Fabi may.
Well, I mean, seeing the queen on f4 and white forced to being pushed f5 and knight retreats on f3, this feels almost lost, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like at the very least the trend is very, very heavily in Fabi's favor. It's not going well for Gabriel.
Yeah, f6, knight f3, queen c7, f5, queen f4, rook e2.
Rook c8 looks very, very logical, just assuming control over more files and everything.
Yeah, now all of black's pieces are wonderful. Now I feel like seeing this game, I'm inspired to a Queen's Indian chessable course. I
know what you mean.
Yeah, seeing that it works. Yeah, it works in practice. Then okay, then I can explain all these things, how this works. Wow. All right. So this is big development, because if Fabi manages to win this game and now he's taking over, he also has clear time advantage.
This entire line happened in Linier's game.
Wow.
This entire thing happened up to knight c6, and Linier found a very clever
let's take it slow. So it was castles, knight a5. Maybe some of our viewers haven't seen the line that we discussed. Bishop d5, bishop takes d5, knight d5, rook d3, and here Peter came up with this stunning knight before, when I was like thinking, oh my god, it's incredible that black had this resource. But then also Peter highlighted that, hang on, this is just the beginning, because takes knight c6 is very, very unpleasant to deal with. Lenny opted for a5.
a5 played, and Samuel took on e5. I'm guessing we choose e6 as a square, because nothing else really makes any sense. Very luckily for Linier, and this is why bishop c5 was so important. Black has control over the e1 square. If white could play rook e1 here, you would really hate it for black, like really hate it. But because rook e1 is impossible, maybe this is not all that bad.
Yeah, not at all, because the position is so open up. Yeah, if you are not getting punished immediately, I feel like the move knight d7 is maybe the move that tries to keep the tempo game going. But I'm not such a big fan.
I found something. No, I don't know. Yeah, knight d7 followed by a3 is what I wanted to suggest to you.
Yeah, but probably you will start attacking this knight, right?
But how? Rook f7, a3 anyway.
Yeah, and then rook a7.
Rook a7 you have. Yeah, I thought rook d8, knight f6 check is impossible, but you have rook a7. This is
I just want to eliminate this knight as quickly as possible. Yeah, and again, what Peter mentioned, the bishop on b4 covering the e1 square is crucial for all this.
Yeah. Our chat is saying queen b3 equalizes after queen e6, but we don't want to equalize. We are losing in the match. Samuel, I think, considering how the match stands, queen b3 is like, if everything else loses, Samuel will play queen b3 here. But if there is a way to continue which doesn't lose, I don't think specifically because it's a team competition, I don't think you can make that move.
Yeah, exactly.
And yes, I understand your argument, guys. It probably is the best move in the position, because if the knight has to go somewhere, black is just comfortable. But you have to preserve some kind of lack of clarity. In order to keep yourself, give yourself some hopes of winning, I think psychologically you feel that you cannot possibly trade the queens, and I'm betting very, very heavily against queen b3, despite it looks like you have to.
Well, the big question is, we have to take a look at board 4 to have a complete picture. Because I feel like black is maybe now slightly better. I mean, I'm not liking this bishop a5. I mean, the bishop moved to f5, the other bishop moved to a5. Black has very nicely stabilized d5.
Sam is running risks now. I mean, I think he probably is counting on the fact that he can take on a4 right now. Otherwise, I don't understand what he is doing. Like, immediately now, without taking on e7. But even, that's so risky. If that backfires...
Yeah.
If black finds a way to somehow exploit, how this
Hang on, do I have queen h6 here? Hang on.
Game over.
Kind of a cold shot. Yeah, there is no way of protecting king g2, knight e3.
Knight e3, or even queen h4, queen g3, to be honest. It's just horrible, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, wow. I mean, so even there is danger coming from queen h6.
Yeah. And
well, I mean, Sam has completely lost the control, and at least there is a chance from Robert's side.
Yeah. That's very, very important from the Armenian viewpoint, because if Robert suddenly has winning chances, then this also makes the chances of Samuel playing queen b3 higher.
Yeah, and then hope that Gabi will somehow survive on board one. Yeah,
because Samuel also knows that if he loses, the match is completely gone. Like if not only does Hrant lose on board 2, but also if he loses with white on board 3, there's no way they're saving the match. But if he still survives, and he glances over and he sees that Robert has a very solid position and is probably pushing, then yes, it improves his chances of playing objectively.
Yeah, and by the way, because we got very emotional because of the turnaround. How bad is after all Gabi's position? Yeah, because
not anymore. Yeah, I'm surprised this was allowed. Yeah, I'm very surprised Fabi didn't play. I mean, something bishop c5, bishop d4. I just couldn't understand why you're giving white back all of these squares. Like the rook will go back to e3 if it needs to.
And, yeah, exactly. I mean, if I get rook e3, I feel like I'm stabilizing the position, and then maybe finally I get chance to play bishop f1, bring that bishop in the game. It might be okay. Then the match is suddenly very interesting. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and people are demanding the Indian clash, saying that it's now equal on all 4 boards, which is very
wow.
Shocking. Because I thought Black were just completely winning on board 4. Can we take a look at this first?
Yes. First of all, Ganguly managed to hold this draw against
by offering a draw. I mean, how draw? Like, this is a bit surprising to me. I mean, one of the things we know about Hari is that he plays the longest games of anyone I know, or almost anyone I know. Like, he is the absolute master of playing very, very long games. And yeah, this is somehow apparently now equal.
Yeah, very, very shocking, because the first view looks like, okay, white should be checkmated, but I feel like probably queen d4 check is
queen
like
d4 or maybe queen d2 right now is also maybe something you can try. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the queen d4, I'm highlighting if black jumps, for example, for some knight c4, yeah, then queen d4 check kind of saves white. And
let's take a look. So d5, knight g3, move 26.
Yeah.
The assumption has to be that black is winning at that point, because we know the bar was suggesting black is winning at that point.
And what white retreated with knight g3? Wow, I mean...
Well, I mean, he probably didn't have a choice. D takes e4 was simply very, very strongly threatened. And yeah, black played king h8, and then e d5, bishop f3, and then queen h4, which looks very... Let me just check, because with the amount
it looks like here black should be winning somehow, yeah?
With the amount of things we have to cover, there's just no way to
quietly think, yeah.
Quietly calculate. So, knight g3 minus 4. b5
well,
before,
it felt like it should collapse.
Yeah, b5 before, followed by like rook c8, rook d8, all of those things. Yeah, minus 4.5. King h8, black is still better, but after e takes d5, you're supposed to take with the knight on f3, and after gf, you do something. I'm not entirely sure what, because the line runs out here. Maybe you just take on e1 and take on f3 or something. And bishop takes f3 is already not very much, and queen h4 is just a draw.
Oh, but I mean, I can imagine that Sunil would simply felt like this is gonna be a win, yeah, because it looks
winning. It looks winning.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the current position, you have to play queen d4. Everything else loses on the spot. Queen d2, I thought queen d2 was clever, creating a threat of queen takes h6, but if you play queen d2, very importantly, black immediately takes away the d4 square by playing queen h4, and you resign game. So you have to play it immediately, and he did play it immediately.
Yeah, he did play it, yeah.
And now, somehow, this is holding for white.
Yeah, it's an incredible miracle, but yeah, one can understand, because now black's king is kind of pinned, and the rook on a3 very, very nicely protecting the f3 weakness. In fact, I already, before, with the bishop on b6 and queen h4 just happening, one really had the feeling humanly that, oh, okay, that's it, black is winning, but this position already feels fine. What else do we have? So the set to game against Vidit might
should be a draw, I guess.
But now Vidit might start to maybe try to press something.
You take and you play rook d8. And white
now at least black knows that black cannot lose the game. And he doesn't know if he has any chances. But this fact that black can't lose it already enough to get a little bit ambitious. Yeah, that maybe I can try something. And what about this board number 3 game? Because it looked like black will have to find this incredible counterplay, which he didn't. Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't, but he is still doing sort of okay-ish. Nothing dramatic. I would still prefer this for Agassi, but yeah, engine says just shuffle. Like not even shuffle exactly. You go rook e7. The most natural plan for white is to double on the e file. And here I think it might be important actually that we have bishop c8, bishop a6 counterplay. You don't do it here. You have queen takes f4, so you do it immediately, like rook e2.
Okay, yeah, because this is so thematic.
And you do it straight away. You go bishop c8 here, and rook e1 actually doesn't double your rooks, or it does, but they get traded straight away because after bishop a6, you have to either move one of them away or you have to play knight d3. And neither of those two things are.
Yeah, but this still black has to find. It's not easy. Very subtle to play rook e7 with the idea rook f8, which doesn't work because of queen f4. And then you combine rook e7 with bishop c8. Very counterintuitive.
Yeah, in the meantime, once again, we knew it was going to happen, but finally Wesley did win. Boomerang finally resigned in that game. This is not really breaking news. We knew this was going to happen once he played e4, rook takes e4.
Yeah, the game was lost with the move e5, e4, and after rook e4 sacrifice, we already covered that d4, queen f7 check leads to all the way to checkmate, beautiful checkmate. And after that, the game was lost. Now, what do we see? Gabi is trying to hold. And also Fabi is indicating like he doesn't know exactly what to do with the position. Yeah, he just played rook d8, stabilizing. I'm assuming white will also stabilize with rook e3.
There's some other ideas as well, as long as we don't blunder something immediately. Like I'm wondering if are you interested in knight e1? He took on c5.
Hang on, he took on c5 because what does it mean that after bc5 you have some tactics?
I keep on looking at the idea of moving the knight away somewhere, knight e1 or knight d2 somewhere.
And hang on, the evaluation bar indicates like white has something. I mean, what on earth do you have? Because knight c3 is a threat.
Yeah, knight c3 is a threat. So maybe, I don't know. Weird. Yeah, weird that it likes this for white. It doesn't really seem like it should be better for white in any case.
Yeah, very strange. I don't understand at all. I mean, the only thing what we have to mention after bishop takes d5, and this we can understand very easily, that if black plays knight c5, then there is bishop e3.
Yeah, and the point is b takes e5 here. You can play against the pawn on a5. So I think he's intending queen e1. Yeah, and Satirius also confirms, just immediately queen e1. a5 is hanging. We also protect it against knight c3. And if you go queen c7, I will play like knight d2.
Yeah, this gets very unpleasant suddenly.
Yeah, suddenly this becomes a position you can imagine,
because knight d2 runs into rook e8 checkmate. In fact,
that would be a bit of a mistake, as Peter is correctly indicating. Yeah, this is quite a big turnaround because rook e2. Yeah, as I suspected, rook c8 instead of bishop c5 would have been a much cleaner solution. But honestly, just don't play bishop c5.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I remember that your very first instinct after f5, queen f4, and the reason why we were skeptical that maybe black will just play rook c8 and white is kind of stuck with his pieces.
I wanted to control all of this counterplay, and if rook c2 happens, which it probably does have to happen, then we will we'll play bishop c5 then. And first of all, I thought it was a kind of a much more comfortable setup, and secondly, engine correctly identifies that at some point, black will play h7, h5. probably like immediately after bishop. For instance, here you play bishop d4 because you have to, and we play h5 in response. And suddenly you kind of have to answer very awkward questions about what are you supposed to do with your king side. It's not horrible. Maybe it's a position which can be saved with very, very precise play, but definitely Fabio was in control. And now bc5, queen e1 on the board. He will have to play very carefully now.
Yeah, and also the time trouble is coming. It's very tricky because it looked like nothing can happen to black. And then suddenly in the position where you feel like everything is under control and you have little time and there is a switch of things developing. I mean, unexpected turn of events, very, very difficult to handle the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And on other boards there, Samuel very understandably did not trade queens. He's gone knight of 3, knight d7, a bit too adventurous.
But in fact, now it turns out that he should have, because Gabi is
this
already
is what Chad was saying, Chad is never wrong about those things. If Chad really is screaming at us that queen b3 is the move, then queen b3 probably is the move.
So what after queen e6? He came back with the knight to f3, and then black is he's the bishop e7, knight d4.
Honestly, it's not that obvious that white is doing so poorly, but I guess you play like you need that bishop on f6. So maybe you play something like you need to find a good square. I'm kind of struggling to find a good square. f7 allows knight c6, c4 allows like queen c2 or rook c3. I wanted to play queen b6 here, but it allows queen b3 check.
But do you have queen e4 or not?
Rook e1?
Rook e1, queen g2, rook d2,
Yeah.
And then queen b7?
I didn't really want to even calculate those types of pawn grabs, but maybe you can. But it's very, very...
Yeah, it's very risky with this king on the g8. No, I'm not liking it at all,
Yeah, and Fabi is now... If Gabi finds the right way to play this particular position, Fabi is actually in a lot of trouble, which is kind of amazing. But the best
to h5,
Yeah, h5. I think this is what he was counting on. But queen takes a5 is good. But you have a move which sort of wins here instead.
Instead of queen a5.
And it's not an easy move. But Gabi has 10 minutes and only 7 moves to make. Knight h4 is very strong. The point being that if you take twice, f2, f3, actually suddenly, no, you don't go knight g6. You just go
you don't go now.
No, you just go hg. Queen g4, f3, and you're just a piece up.
What a queen e1, covering the h4 square, hitting on a5.
It's a difficult move though. Knight h4, you really have to trust in your calculations here and trust in you thinking clearly. But if he does,
when you mentioned, I had knight h4 on my radar, but before you mentioned, however, it was clearly connected with hg4, knight g6.
Yeah, and it might also be quite strong, honestly. I don't know why we're not doing this.
Because queen f5, knight e7, of course, is the trick. And if
but he does take on a5. I think it was not an easy decision. And
with the real time trouble approaching, it was impossible. And what about the Sam game? Oh, look at this!
Sam was just lost. Sam was just lost.
This is horrible.
And actually, knight g6 was even stronger than ag4. I don't know why I stopped you. Knight g6 was also just knight h4 was very, very strong there. But Sam is just like completely lost. Whoa.
Yeah, without any hopes, and down to 30 seconds also on the clock. This gives Armenia a fighting chance if they manage to bounce back immediately.
Yeah, if they somehow don't lose the match in which they basically after an hour and a half were 1 down. That is just like what we're watching right now is a demonstration of how they won all of those Olympiads. Like the unbelievable fighting spirit and the team, the team spirit that they have, and they are also just like so much more than the sum of their parts, so to speak. Like if you look at this team on paper, it's a very solid team. Obviously, should be fighting for like top 5, top 10 placements, but they always end up just being extremely challenging.
Yeah, and now we have seen that Sam played the only move queen e4, knight is the check, king f2, knight takes f5. Now the bishop is eliminated, black will take on h3. And
Fabi wants, like, things are happening like every move in that game. Because Fabi played rook c8 instead of rook d7, and now knight h4 is once again very, very strong.
But I mean, how do you come up with queen takes a5 and knight h5, knight h4?
Yeah, I don't
together,
know. It's not very human, but I'm just saying that this is still a problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is still anybody's game, because on the other hand, if there is no knight h4, then black is basically breaking white's construction.
More or less, yeah. You really do have to find that idea.
Yeah, anything is possible, and Lenny also feels the momentum that his game might become extremely important. Yeah, because if Robert is beating Sam on the last board, on the fourth board, and it looks like it, then in fact Lenny's game will be crucial.
Absolutely, and he is much better according to the engines. But the square it chooses. Basically, by far the best two squares in the position are on the d file, and I don't know if it's such an intuitively easy way to to realize that, like queen d7 and queen d5 are pretty much the same move. And the point is, as I mentioned, you need your bishop on f6, and it's just much more important than anything else. So, let's say you play queen, he played queen d5. Yeah, Linier understands these things. Yeah, play queen d5. The point is, if you play rook e1 here, which looks very logical, it's not queen takes g2, it's just bishop f6. And white will never have time to play knight e6, because b2 is just way, way, way too weak. And yeah, the moment that bishop lands on a long diagonal, white's position immediately starts looking...
So basically after queen d5, can I play the move queen f3? I'm trying to trade queens already, desperately.
First of all, I guess even the endgame is quite unpleasant, right? Even, let's say, just for illustration's sake, I just take on f3 here.
Yeah, first of all, it comes with a question, how do I recapture?
I don't know. Yeah, this is the big problem, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I would recapture with the pawn, because I really need this powerful knight on d. I mean,
yeah, bishop f6 anyway. Yeah,
the option of eventually jumping somewhere. Yeah, I'm gonna play rook d2,
rook f d8, rook h d1. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very ugly, but at least with the knight on d4, I'm threatening something. Yeah.
Not yet, because I'll have rook takes b2, right?
Oof.
Yeah, we'll get the viewer rebooted in a moment. Don't worry, guys. It'll come back. It sometimes does this. As we're watching that game on our screen, I think he actually played queen f3. From what I'm seeing on the video, I think queen f3 was it?
Yeah, I think I have to restart, because
you have to restart the viewer. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Once it crashes like this, I think there's no way to do anything else. Yeah, the queens I think have come off, but Linier is still significantly better in all of these endgames. Yeah, takes gf happened, bishop f6, rook h d1, and yeah, you can take it slowly, you can take it sort of faster. Yeah, the engines are suggesting king f7, king g6 quite simply, bringing the king closer to the king side, and then eventually you just start pushing like h5, g4, and the bishop is much stronger than the knight in these types of positions. Yeah, in the meantime, Robert, as we keep on mentioning, is pretty much winning against Sam, which is the big turnaround, of course. But yeah, I guess a lot will depend on what happens in the game on board one, because if Fabi survives, it feels like the US will have things enough under control not to have to worry about the final outcome. But he does go knight h4, so this is now very, very exciting, actually.
Wow, Gabi fine, knight h4.
Yeah. Because like if everything ends according to EV here, which it almost never does, but it's like if we discuss that kind of an unlikely scenario, the match probably ends 2-2, with Gabi winning on board 1, Robert winning on board 4, and Linier winning on board 3, and not a single draw in this match as things stand. But obviously there is still plenty of plenty of turnarounds possible. Even Robert's position is not as winning as I originally thought, because if we can bring that up for a second, Machine says you can take on h3, and white, for some reason doesn't go queen e8, queen f7. I guess we take on f3 with check, and then we go from there, right? Queen g3, queen g2.
Yeah, this should win. Yeah. So Robert. Okay, he has 30 minutes. Yeah, he should be able to.
He should be able to work this out.
To control, and Tersakian plays exactly along the lines that I was trying to defend. Yeah, this very unpleasant position, but maybe defendable.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Very, very unpleasant. But of course, now all eyes on Gabi, because this is an incredible turnaround. It just feels to me like Fabiano was not that familiar with the structure, and that he was like super happy about his position and got careless for a move, and all of a sudden it turned around again.
Yeah, and Rook c8 is just such a strange square to choose, honestly. Rook d7 just looked more natural. Just aim it towards the e7 square, Rook c8. And we're seeing now that at least one of the reasons why it's so awkward is that the fork on e7 will now continue being a threat, even if the queens come off the board. Let's say you go h takes g4 here, I go knight g6, and you try playing queen c1. And even if somehow rook e1 is not winning, maybe even queen e1 is winning, which is a big problem for black. Because after the queens come off, I am still threatening knight e7 check.
Yeah, actually, Fabi included rook a8. Yeah, he kicked the queen away. Queen retreats to e1.
But this is horrible now. This is just horrible because, as we mentioned, with the queen on e1, you cannot take on g4 twice because f3 just wins a full piece. And knight g6 continues being a threat. And
yeah, this is like an incredible development for Gabi. He managed to collect the pawn on a5, come back, and still has the same idea that you were mentioning already back then.
Yeah, it's quite a turnaround, and this is bringing back so many memories of Gabi just beating very strong players on like board 1 or board 2. He's done this to the Russian team so many times over the years. I remember he won this incredible game against Sasha Grishuk
in Dresden,
in Dresden, I think, and some other games. This is all. I mean, I've seen this picture. This picture is ingrained in my mind. You know, you having to defend the black board against Gabriel and not managing to do it. I've also lost to him in very, very, very important matches in club competitions, just like this. Yeah, Gabi is a legend, an absolute legend in team and club competitions.
All the more valuable your victory against him in Khanty-Mansiysk, 2010.
Yeah, I was very proud of myself. I thought that was, one of the best things I've ever done for the team. And then the last round happened and none of it mattered. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, Sam actually is fighting. He finds the stabilizing bishop c3 move so that he's able to run away with his king. The pawn on b2 is protected. Queen from e4 protects the f3 pawn. Of course, he has a terrible position. His pawn done. But he is not allowing black to finish the game immediately.
Yeah, and from what I understand, you're supposed to start making it's still kind of difficult for black, shockingly, despite seemingly black being in total control, because of that threat of queen e8, queen f7, which continues being a recurrent problem.
Yeah, how do we make progress at all? It doesn't look so simple.
I've seen that in some lines the engine goes king h7, allowing f6 g6.
Wow.
And is somehow not worried about queen e8, not worried about queen e7, just goes for this. I think what Robert is doing here is quite clever, just repeating a couple of times to get to move 40 if he can, which I think he probably can. So then it definitely makes a lot of sense to me just to make sure that he doesn't need to make any kind of life deciding moves on a minute.
Yeah, now we have to also keep an eye on Lenny, because it might be that, okay, he's pressing, but if suddenly it turns out that Fabi is in real trouble, then Lenny will need to win this game at all costs.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure how comfortable that task is, yeah, because the position itself is wonderful, yeah. He knows that he's better, but if you know that you have to win at all costs, then it might be not that much.
Yeah. Yeah, he ended up doubling on the B file, which is quite sensible, but yeah, the big question for White is how do you ever get out of the corner?
Yeah, unbelievable. What a construction. Yeah, that maybe do I have the chance of going but rook b4 is possible. Wow, and we have to show this. Yeah, otherwise White would be hoping for knight b5, but Black probably has the move rook b4 and knight c6.
Honestly, I'm sad enough about our situation here with White to kind of seriously considering king a2 followed by b4, a, b, a4.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm not in love with that, but I'm even less in love with everything else. You know, I'm
exactly because a4 would be nice, but it doesn't work, and then it remains that I will have to play something like this b4 somewhere.
Yeah, and people are telling us you can actually take on f5 right now, which I think is a very difficult move to make because you give up the pawn on h2 by force. Like if you take on f5 here after rook takes b2, king c1 allows mate in 2, so you have to trade, and that gives up the pawn on h2. And you really need to be sure of your calculations to actually go for this.
And by the way, Sam is down to 40 seconds, Samuel. So very, very difficult to make such a difficult decision on move 36.
Yeah, I don't think it's realistic. We'll see what he plays. People are saying king a2, a4. If you go king a2, a4, I will play b4 anyway. It comes to even those positions are not equal, but at least then I have maybe some hopes of eventually generating some kind of counterplay.
And he goes the other way. He goes king c1, but this I'm not liking at all because and f4 on the board.
At least he provoked f4. I think the fact that the pawn is now on f4 is a little bit of an improvement because it will be harder for Black to play against our king side. But you still, I mean, the biggest issue remains that you just don't have moves. You would like to move something somewhere, but you just don't have moves.
I just feel like by moving with the king to c1, we are missing out on all these eventual b4, a4 kind of defenses. It just feels to me.
Yeah, in the meantime, Fabi went back to c7, and you have to wonder if f3 is not just winning by, okay, knight g4, knight g6, c4. Yeah, this is collapsing. B takes c4, you have to take with the queen, and then like rook b2 will be very strong. Everything will be very strong.
Okay, Fabi is hoping to open up and somehow get to the back rank, yeah, because if he can suddenly even by sacrificing a piece, but touch this queen e1, king g1 construction, then he has all hopes. But how do you get there? Yeah, you say just bc and after queen c4, rook b2.
This would be my first instinct. Yeah, just start getting stuff over to the open files because the knight on g6 is so strong that I think eventually something bad will happen to Black if we play like this. Like bishop c6, we can play rook b6 and continue creating like small annoying threats or something. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. By getting and bc4, queen c4 on the board, rook b2 will be played also. I'm pretty sure about it. And by the way, Samuel Tersakian had opted for king c1, f4, and then back with the king to b1.
He just doesn't know what to do. It's not like he prefers this. He just doesn't know where to put his stuff, and he doesn't have time to.
Wow! But breaking news, Peter! Breaking news! Naden Suniyudut managed to mate Puranik. You know that game did not end in a draw.
F6 and then after f6 he was supposed to play something, queen f2 maybe, I guess.
Well, he played queen d2 and fell into this motive that you mentioned, queen h4.
Yeah, and then it's immediately
But it's so easy to miss this, no? I mean, this retreating
queen h4 is a very, very pretty move for sure.
Wow, so this is incredible news for India 1 because getting the lead. This already, because okay, the Vidit's game is of course a dead draw. And what about Arjun? Arjun is better, but okay, I mean, it's a queen endgame. You can never be completely sure if it's winning. Even though we see the evaluation bar believes that white is completely winning.
I guess we just take on a4, right? And the pawn on d3 will get picked up quickly enough. And then, yeah, looks like India 1 in time trouble has just assumed total control. Yeah, Vidit is a draw on board 1, Black 1 on board 4. And yeah, even if Arjun doesn't win this, they still win the match because White never loses. In the meantime, yeah, Fress actually agreed a draw in that endgame against Jordan. He will probably be, unless they're completely winning on all the other boards, I think he will be a bit disappointed with himself. But, you know, as somebody who, you know, I understand why they don't want me in the club, but I would still feel like if things were slightly different, you know, if the overall situation in the world was slightly different, I would be very much a proud member of the Chicken Chess Club. And as a member of the Chicken Chess Club, I understand why you take a draw here. You take a draw everywhere.
Well, also, okay, Lauren is a very, very good fan probably of Jordan, and he felt like, okay, I probably not having such a big winning chances. I'm okay, especially he had a terrible position. Yeah, that's also true. So sometimes you still carry with you these emotions from how you got there.
Yeah, sure. And honestly, the match is actually doing sort of okay. I mean, it probably will be a draw because Benjamin is winning on board 4, but Maxime Lagarde is probably winning on board 3. The way I see it, just completely winning. You can play c7, and after b takes c6, you can take on f7. I guess with whatever you like bishop probably is even stronger than rook.
Yeah. This looks to be winning.
Yeah, so the match looks like it will end 2-2, and then Fress perhaps will have slight pangs of conscience about I don't speak English, but maybe not. We'll see. Vincent was completely fine, but is now probably back to being in danger? Question mark. No, it's fine.
No, I mean, at least I see some hopes now, but he still has to make move 40. Yeah, he took on h3.
Yeah, I mean, he's fine. Yeah, queen takes h3 is an important move here because we are threatening to take on d5 and to take on f3, and that creates enough counterplay for us not to have to worry about too many things, I suspect.
Yeah, but there have been quite some developments. The Matthias Blubam game ended in a draw against Ivic, and Nisipianu's game also ended in a draw.
So also ended in a draw because he probably I think he missed queen e7 potentially. He moved 25, specifically moved 25. He could have taken on b3 with a queen, and I think his position is very good, but he took with a pawn, which is also very understandable. And like, if you give Black a little bit more time here, I think Black just wins. But unfortunately, queen b4, queen a2, specifically queen a2, queen e7, is just an immediate draw for Robert Marcus
well,
here.
Actually, a very nice save by Robert. Yeah, he had to calculate all this very, very carefully. And yeah, there millions of checks happened.
Yeah, you don't lose because queen takes d7, king h6. You actually run out of checks, and f2 is always hanging. So Black doesn't run any risks as such, but Black also does not win this position. And yeah, that endgame between Kollars and Ivanisevic, somewhat surprisingly, Ivanisevic declined to play. I think he had a number of options to play h5, h4 himself, and instead he allowed h3, h4 from Dmitry. And now Dmitry has, I think, decent winning chances again. I'm a bit surprised this was allowed.
Yeah, looking very promising. Yeah, so basically board 4 gives the advantage for Germany. Vincent still probably has to be careful, but it seems like he has enough counterplay.
Yeah, and he probably he made move 4. Very importantly, he made move 40, so he will have time to consider things properly. But yeah, it does seem like he's okay now. People are clamoring for Ukraine versus Greece, which we haven't. Let's take a look at this. But this looks just kind of winning for.
I mean, I feel like this game is so important that probably we have to stick to this. Yeah, Fabiano down to a minute. Did they reach time control?
No, they reached time control. And now Gabriel has the option of going rook b4, taking on c6 and taking on e4, and he is now going to search for anything that is even stronger.
Yeah, because this is after all not...
Rook e8 actually, maybe even.
Yeah, rook e8 is possible. Yeah, I was just trying to highlight that even this one is not that completely obvious. So, all right, he is having a clear advantage, but yeah, there is still lot to work for.
Yeah, Linear is completely winning. Well, more or
Yeah.
less. I mean, completely winning is maybe a bit strong, but Linear. Hang on a second. No, hang on. You have Rook D6, Rook A6 here. I thought for some reason I thought it was black to move, but it's white to move, and you can play Rook D6.
Yeah, hang on. Then let's take it slow. So F4 happened, King B1 back, Rook D6. So Lenny is kind of forcing all this action that happened in the game. Knight B3, Rook takes D3, takes A4, Knight
Okay,
D2.
this is not real. Nobody plays Rook B5 here. Okay, this is
Yes,
this is
of course. No,
okay,
he took on B2 with check.
He took on B2, King C1, and it is black to move. Okay, yeah, okay. I was about to slightly lose my mind, but yeah, Rook B5 is not a move. And okay, with black to move, you assume this is winning, right? I go Rook A2. I go Rook A2, and if you go King B1, I will pick up the pawn on H2 in like 3 moves. And then something bad will happen. And
I mean, with all these weaknesses, it looks very, very hard to imagine that white can hope for survival. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not what happened in the game. And in Sam's game, they also, I guess, reached time control. The bishop had to go back to E1. Yeah, this is just winning for black. The question is, how do you win it in the cleanest possible fashion? But it's winning for black for sure. I think probably Queen C4 check followed by Queen D5 cannot be a horrible mistake, but there might be something stronger.
Yeah, looks very tempting to play like this.
But since we've reached the time control everywhere, perhaps because we haven't really been watching that match at all, and I briefly noticed somebody asking for it at a very early moment in the broadcast.
Yeah, Peter, can I give you the control?
Sure,
because I need a minute break.
Absolutely. Give me the wheel. So let's find that Ukrainian match. Peter is gone, so I can't really update him on the results. Whoa. Okay, Hungary is going to beat Austria, I think, which is good news for Peter, but this is not the Ukraine match. Let me find it. Because it was kind of a very unusual, like you expect that match to be much higher up than where it is. There we are. There we are. So this is Master Vasilis against Korobov. It was some kind of a really, really fun Sicilian, because the moment I first saw this position was somewhere around here, which for a Sicilian on move 11 it's a fun position to watch. And also Master Vasilis played Knight f3 here, which is a fun move to make, completely ignoring the fact that the pawn on g4 is hanging. And yeah, obviously there is no way for us to go through everything. Honestly, reading through the game very quickly right now, it feels like probably Anton was doing okay at some point, but I don't know if he is still doing okay. This looks very, very suspicious. Might be bad. But these types of endgames are extremely, extremely concrete. You have to just calculate them move by move. If you get the king over to f5, you're probably winning, but obviously black has all kinds of jumps that you need to pay attention to, and of course the f-pawn is something that needs to be paid attention to. Board 2. Nicolaus Theodorou is creating some kind of a modern masterpiece, apparently, because okay, once again, some kind of a messy Sicilian in which I don't really know how to approach any of this. Looks like a very, very double-edged position. But then, just towards the end of the time control, black clearly made a tremendous amount of progress on the king side, and after rook e2, Nicolaus found this very, very nice tactical shot. Rook f1 check, you can't go here because queen f3 ends the game. He went king h2, and now queen a1. And it turns out that there's just no defense against rook h1 check, followed by mate from either f1 g1 square. So Andrei will probably just resign somewhere around here. This is very, very nicely done. Yeah, and as you see just now on your screen, it says lost and won, black won this game. Kirill Shevchenko is probably winning against Evgenios Ioannidis. Plenty of extra material. Some work will still be required, but extra material is important. Draw on board 3. This was, I think, the one game in this match which wasn't such a mess. I would still kind of very much not like to play the opening this way with all of these pieces undeveloped and White having a very, very nice Catalan situation. But I guess Yuri knew what he was doing, and this is now a draw. So Greece will be already is 1 up because of this very nice victory by Nicolaus Theodorou on board 2. Greece is better on board 1, but I don't know if it's winning. The engine does seem to suggest it's completely winning, but you definitely can and very often do not actually win positions like this because it's not easy. I guess something like bishop g2 might be a clever move here, just to stop the pawn from running. And now we want to go king e4, king f5, but I don't know exactly. Looks kind of winning-ish. And then if Anton actually ends up losing that game, even a victory for Kirill Shevchenko on board 4, which looks likely, will not save the match for the Ukrainians, which is, yeah, they've not had the greatest event so far, but I think it's on some level understandable and very, very sad. So India 2. India 2 has been requested. Let me find that.
I'm also back, so I can help you.
Yeah, let me give you the mouse. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, here we go. This is the.
Whoa. Okay, this is surprising. Like, because we had such a beautiful pawn structure, and now we have this instead.
Yeah, definitely big surprise. On the other hand, maybe there is some concrete tactical reason why Gukesh was willing to enter this.
I mean, engine still suggests he is.
I mean, hang on. With bishop c5, he's trying to trap this rook, right?
Well, I mean, it's white to move, so.
Yes. No, I mean, he's threatening, but.
I guess the point is, like, I wanted to play rook e4, but I guess the point is he just goes takes rook h7 and continues collecting.
Just like this, yeah?
Maybe, I don't know.
And okay, but then we get some counterplay, yeah?
Do we? Rook h2?
Rook h2, king e3 back.
Yeah, maybe. I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised this is the structure right now. I thought he will just at some point win without having to, do this to his beautiful, beautiful position, but I guess it wasn't possible.
Yeah, and probably there is some line that he has calculated. I mean, what happened here? Just to understand, how did we get this?
I mean, look at this. This is so nice, and then we somehow allow. Okay. So he allowed d5 here and bishop e5.
Rook takes a3.
Rook a3, and he decided. I would have taken with the bishop. I'm pretty sure. And then I don't know. You go back to d6. You play e5, f5, and you just crush everything.
Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah, I mean,
f4 is taken with the bishop. Yeah,
very strange.
I would have been so unhappy about this. Yeah, but the engine kind of agrees with him. So maybe what do I know?
Oh, okay. So after rook a4, yeah, it's white to move. Though that line with rook e4 was already analyzed. Yeah, but I perfectly get your point. I mean, practically speaking. Now with white, I feel like I have a hope, yeah? I mean, before the structure was so bad and so unfortunate that I felt like long terms, there is no way I can survive. And what about the other games? So Nihal is probably winning, but
yeah,
I mean, this c-pawn is also running. I see the evaluation are saying white wins on the spot, but is it so clear?
Not that clear, no. I was, maybe what we do is we play rook c4 here.
You want to provoke b5 and then
rook takes h4,
checkmate,
rook h7,
yeah?
Rook h4 is just rook h7, yeah.
Wow, let's just illustrate because it's by itself beautiful. So probably I will have to play, but rook c7 probably loses because the f-pawn will be too fast.
The f-pawn is just faster, yeah. But you don't have to play b5. You can go rook b4 instead. and it's still sort of tricky. Yeah, I'm slightly surprised at just how lost it seems to be according to the engines. But maybe we do just rook takes b4 and then rook d7. I think we're in time, right? Rook
yeah,
d7,
exactly. I
d3,
mean,
rook d3.
if we are too greedy, we can even play rook h7.
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, okay. I like these amounts of greed. Yeah.
Yeah, just to highlight what we are talking about.
Just take everything. Yeah, everything.
Yeah. Wow. In any case, we see that the computer screams that white is doing fantastically.
Mm-hmm.
But
Board 3. Prague apparently gave mate, I was told. Game, yeah, I mean, queen g3, and at the very least we can go queen g3, queen h3, queen g7. I don't think the game is still ongoing, really. Feels like probably white resigned.
Yeah, I mean, there is not much to talk about here, or also...
In board 4, Adiban is a little bit better, but he only really needs a draw to make sure the match is completely safe, so... okay.
Yeah. He's enjoying himself, yeah, in this case.
Mm-hmm. Apparently something dramatic happened. Oh, hang on a second. The Uzbek kids have lost a game somewhere? That's very shocking every time. No, they won, yeah.
No, they won, because Abdusattorov has won his game against Cordova, and Yakuboev has also won. No, they are leading 3-0.
They're 3-0 up. They're 3-0 up, and
the winning, probably a winning position.
Eventually a winning position for Jahangir, yeah. Okay, good. Because
I mean, but when I look at the Peru lineup, I mean, Granda, Zuniga, Julio is missing, of course, and Corey. Yeah, Jorge Corey is also missing big time. I don't know what happened, why they are not here with the best lineup, but I think Hungary, I'm Hungarian, I'm not the right person to talk about why not the best lineup, yeah?
Yeah, it's always a question. Yeah, by the way, Hungary will, I checked for you, you will win with a big score today.
Yeah, I heard, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I heard that you took care of it.
I think you're winning with a big score. Apparently something dramatic happened in the Hampi game, so perhaps we should go...
Yeah, let's go there then. Yeah, okay. So here we go.
Whoa.
Wow, yeah. This is dramatic, yeah, because this is unexpected, and already she has resigned. Wow, what happened here? Oh my God. I mean, it was clear that everything depends on keeping the structure. I wonder if the move long castle made a huge impact, because it was kind of a shock that white could castle at all. Long castles, knight c6.
Still doesn't really look bad at all. And d3, e3, like it still looks like it should be fine for black. But then things kind of got out of control.
Yeah, no, I mean, black is completely losing the control of the game. Yeah, suddenly white got this incredible grip. White is the one who is already attacking. Rook c7, rook g6.
Yeah. And she even very, very calmly, she picked up the pawn before. And then I very much like this idea of going knight b1 and queen c3. That was like a very, very cute idea by Mamazada.
Yeah, wow, I mean, what a turn of events, yeah.
Okay, India is 1-0 down. Yeah, India is 1-0 down, but Harika has, I am guessing, well, I mean, she kind of has to go for it now, the way the match is going, maybe. A lot will depend on what Tanya's position is like, because you will see what I mean in a moment. Board 3, board 3 is probably a draw, yeah? Because what I thought were pawns are actually rooks. I thought it was a pawn on a2 and a pawn on a7, but those are actually rooks, which means that we probably have to play 4 against 3, knight against...
Yeah, but okay, black should win this. No, with the knight, you start jumping around as long as you win.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm assuming that it should be a black win here. Harika, I'm expecting that she will win, because this is an a-pawn with 4 versus 4 on the king side. It's a different story compared to 3 versus 3. And what about Tanya? Yes, so Tanya has to hold.
A lot depends on this. And she's doing well.
Yeah, she's doing well, yeah.
She's doing well because...
I mean, look at this king on d4. I mean, how did this king reach here? Some magic, yeah, by Tanya.
So we left it somewhere, 92. And black started doing some kind of weird tactical stuff, like knight h4 followed by rook c2. Yeah, you should have. Yeah, I think rook c3, as we were indicating, was just. I think Ulvia just got too excited about doing like clever move by move stuff. And
also Tanya was very low on the clock. Yeah, maybe she got thick that she wanted to play against the clock instead of the position.
A little bit, yeah. It looks like maybe that was very much part of the equation. And then suddenly, yeah, you're forced to play queen d5, and we get this endgame.
And the reason why we were so happy with Black's position was the structure. Yeah, the pawn on e6 and knight on d7. Once this structure gets broken, then it's a completely different story. And Tanya immediately bringing her king, because the only problem already in White's position was the bad king on g1. And all of a sudden, White gets
people are telling us that perhaps somebody missed something on move 33, but we're not going to get there. The important thing is what the current position is. And looks like Tanya is doing quite well here. Bishop c6, knight bd7. And
wow, actually, we have to mention that knight c6 was a checkmate threat.
Yeah,
this is important, yeah, because the king on d4 in the current position is wonderful piece, but just
this
one
is
more
so strong, yeah, because for a second there I was glitching. I was trying to figure out why is bishop b6 still not mate. But if you play knight c6 check, king c5, rook c3, my brain at first kind of processed it as a mate, but we have king takes b5 here, which is
luckily there is a legal move, yeah,
there's a legal move that we can make. Okay, then maybe it's not actually such a panicky situation for India, because if Tanya is doing well, and yeah, as you say, I think if we go back to board 3 for a second, just play knight b5 here, just to show the viewers what I'm talking about. Rook a7, king a7, knight a7. I think this is a draw with precise play, but it's a difficult draw at the best of times, and you can also very easily imagine how White doesn't make a draw, because the knight, yeah, as you mentioned, the knight starts jumping and you start losing control, and eventually something bad happens. But I think like we go king e3 here, we go f4, we start trading. I think we're supposed to make a draw here with White. But yeah, definitely you don't have to. You can lose, and this means that there is this position, there is Tanya position, and then there's also this rook ending. And the rook ending, I'm wondering if I can go king c3, rook f2, king b3. Specifically, king b3 is very interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, somehow I have the feeling that this should be winning, because this pawn on e4 is so important. Yeah, also it stops Black's king of getting active. Yeah, the typical way of creating counterplay against the weakness on g3.
I just wanted to illustrate why I'm liking king b3 so much. Your normal way of proceeding in positions like this is to play like rook c8 instead of king b3, rook c8 or rook b8, normally rook c8. But then Black goes rook a2, rook c6, king e7, and I wasn't so sure this is winning. Even this is actually quite attractive after, let's say, king b4. Maybe this is also quite good. Honestly, maybe I don't have to look for more, like rook f6 here, king e7, rook b6 back, I don't know. Maybe it's good. But I thought king
d3 but still with king d7 I'm fighting, I'm kicking, yeah.
Yeah, and this
because
is why
it's not so easy to. I mean, I like your king b3 very much.
Yeah. I think king b3 is very clever because it forces Black to make some very uncomfortable decisions against my eventual rook c8 or rook b8 or somewhere.
Maybe I have to play rook f1.
Yeah, and then I go. Once again, yeah, we go. Actually, it's kind of similar. Yeah, I'm not gaining as much as I thought I was gaining. I thought I was winning a lot of tempo here, but maybe I'm not.
Well, still, you are actually winning a big tempo because rook c8 check, rook b. No, sorry. Of course, yeah. I mean, I'm losing my mind. Of course, you go rook a1 and it's the same position.
It's the same position. Okay, that doesn't matter. Obviously, White can never lose this, but I don't know if it's winning or not. And India ideally needs to win 2 out of the last 3 games to win the match. Obviously, a draw would not be horrible, but they would like, of course, to preserve the 100% record. And in order to do that, you suspect Harika will have to win this. So she needs to eventually, go in with some kind of a sacrifice. Give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah. So what else do we have in the match between Georgia and Romania? Zagnidze managed to hold the draw. because we felt like this was the only board where Georgia was under some kind of a pressure, but with a timely exchange sacrifice. Oh no, I mean, hang on. Yeah, this is exactly what we have seen, that we assume that black should probably get more than a draw, but white's bishop appeared on the long diagonal, suddenly asking questions to black's king on g8. And all of a sudden, it's a very, very tricky situation. Queen f5, queen d4, and queen e5, queen d3. Now I understand why the game ended in a draw. So maybe Irina miscalculated something. Maybe she could have gotten more out of it. On the second board, we already have seen, it was a repetition of moves. There was no checkmate. And then board 3, the position where Lila Yavakishvili seems to be winning. Yeah, she's winning. So I'm assuming that this game basically ends if it did not end so far. And on the last board also, if someone, then only black can be better. Yeah, a very comfortable situation, because third board is a completely winning position. And this one, black can torture on forever with this lovely knight and this incredible pawn structure. The knight is clearly outmatching the bishop on e3. On the other hand, white has some rook f1, f4 counterplay ideas. I'm already also wondering who is playing for a win, because of course I mentioned that I prefer black, but the match situation indicates that actually white will need to play this position for a win. I don't know how she will manage to do that. So there is nothing objective anymore in this position. What about the match between Ukraine and the Netherlands? Wow, what a turn of events. I mean, Elina Roberts is about to escape. I mean, we thought like this position was completely lost, but apparently in time trouble, she managed to trick her very experienced opponent. Yeah, what happened? Rook takes a5, queen takes d4. So finally, at least, there is some counterplay against white's king. Rook takes c6, knight e5 played. Rook c1 back, knight d3. Yeah, in time trouble, when suddenly the opponent gets counterplay, queen and knight starts to work together, it's very, very tricky. Rook f1 e5, rook b5 e4, rook b7 king g6, bishop h8, a beautiful idea. White is trying to play rook g7 check and then follow it up with f7, but e3 counterplay. This is the moment when the time control had been reached, move 40, and then rook g7 check, king h6, f7, e takes f2, king h2 is the current position. Apparently, computer claiming equality. Humanly, it's total madness. I mean, I'm assuming that black will try to play something like queen d5, going for queen h5 checkmate, or maybe queen d8, trying to threaten queen h4 checkmate. In any case, a lot to think about. Let's take a look at the match. How decisive is this? Because okay, so the position is completely out of control, but Anna Muzichuk has won her game with black. So Ukraine took the lead. On the second board, Anna Yushanina is winning. And on the third board, black is also winning. So basically, it seems like Elina is escaping, or even maybe, who knows, at least she has very good counter chances, but it doesn't mean anything for the match. The match is comfortably won by Ukraine. Let me actually find Hungary. Do we have Hungary here or not? If not, then I will give up. But I'm very curious now after the time control.
I think they were there, but maybe
no. The Hungarian girls, unfortunately we don't have access to their games.
Oh yeah, there's match 15. It's too low. It's too low.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is and I want to bring your attention back to one thing in this game, specifically in the Muzichuk Roberts game. I think it's move 31, and I don't really want to criticize, but when we were kind of very quickly going through this, and I thought I would just play g3 here. I don't care about that pawn on f6. I want my bishop on f4. And once it lands on f4, the game kind of ends, because everything, like I will have everything under control for the rest of the game for sure. And but then I saw that the engine still thinks that Maria was completely winning after bishop g7, and I thought, okay, why am I being stupidly critical of a decision which doesn't change anything. But now we see that, control was lost. Maybe she will still end up. Maybe she will still end up winning. Maybe she was. Most likely she was definitely still winning here, but definitely some measure of control was lost once you put your bishop on g7. You want your bishop in the game, and those types of setups where like your pawn is on the 6th, and you put the bishop next to it. It looks very beautiful. It protects your passer and everything, but the bishop basically gets completely killed off by that. It no longer really participates in the game. And I think over the years, you learn to avoid those types of positions because you kind of want all of your pieces playing. And watching.
Yeah, it's basically a completely unnecessary practical decision. Yeah, because suddenly you give some hope for black. There is something to play for. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you are lost anyway, but since you already given up on the fight, you knew that you are losing. This somehow gives you the feeling that, okay, maybe something is possible. And then she immediately pushed her pawn to f4, basically also signaling that she was very much worried of g3 in the previous move.
Yeah. But it's a minor point. I don't want to talk too much about it. It's not, life and death or anything. But I did think about that while we were covering the game at the time. And I thought that, this might be important, but probably not. And we decided not to discuss it.
The position on the board is of course one of the most craziest I've ever seen.
Yeah,
but probably nice. Since the match is already won, we should jump back to the match section.
Let's go back, take a look at So India 1 will win.
Well, actually, it's finished. They won.
Already finished. Yeah, Erigaisi also won because you can't. Queen d7 is a cute final move there by Arjun, just saying, you can go queen g1, king c2, queen g2, but unfortunately for you, have queen d2 counter check, and the game ends. So they won +2, and we have the United States match. I'm pretty sure Linier's position is still screwed up, so we can't really touch that board until they fix the PGN because it keeps on blundering pieces in one move, trying to get to the current position. I'll tell you when the PGN stabilizes.
But hang on, I think that knights. No, the pawn on a4 is hanging. Yeah.
No. Look at the last two moves.
Yeah, trying to reconstruct the current position.
Yeah, basically, like rook d4, bishop f8 is what the PGN is currently saying. So it's clearly not the position. We don't know what the position is, but it clearly isn't this. Or at the very least, maybe black is to move here, but
Yeah, I have the feeling, that probably black to move, but let's make sure that we cover what we already know that is for sure correct. And Gabi seems to be completely winning. This pawn structure is wonderful because you can eventually target black's king on h7.
Yeah, h5. Eventually, you expect like h5, h6 will happen, and it will win the game for Gabi. And also, I suspect the rook endings might also be completely winning. He's gone queen g6, which is a bit surprising because it indicates that he's found a way to win immediately. And maybe queen g3 now.
Yeah, otherwise you don't want to put the queen on g6 so easily.
Yeah, I don't.
Also there is argument for some rook f4 business, no, just to protect.
Yeah, I don't like allowing queen c7. I think.
Then I have to come back. The big question is why did he include it? This.
Yeah, why not immediate queen g3? Yeah, I don't know.
But apparently computer agrees there is definitely some calculation behind it. A bit puzzling, and queen g3 played. Okay.
I think the problem is h5, h6 followed by rook d7 will just win the game next move.
Yes, exactly. Maybe that's why. Okay, it was just a personal preference because I believe both moves are. No, hang on. He wanted to make sure that after queen f5, queen b8 is check.
Whoa,
that's the key.
Clever by Gabi, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So very nice.
Fabi continues having an absolute nightmare. He just won a game in round 6. Won a very nice game against Parham on board 1 against Iran. But if he loses this one, as now seems more or less inevitable, he goes back to -1 on the top board for the States, which is kind of shocking. Honestly, I don't think I've Yeah, rook g8, but unfortunately for him, like rook g4 followed by h6 just kind of continues giving. No, hang on. Then black plays
and queen f5.
Yeah, then black will get to play g5. I guess maybe we play. I guess we play h6 now. G8, we play king queen f4 or something like that. If we want to win immediately, I mean, we can also just continue playing quietly. Like we can play queen f4 and then h5.
Yes, we can play queen f4.
Yeah.
And then in this next to play h6, even we can at some point maybe include rook d2 just to make sure that this pawn is also not hanging. I mean, okay, Gavi will take care of it. He has 70 minutes. The big question is, that is Robert making progress? Okay, at least he got his queen to d5, he got pawn to f6. It seems like he's doing everything according to plan. Yeah. And Lenny, I think now we have the correct position because Lenny has collected the second pawn.
I think it might be with colors. I think it might be the other move. I think probably it is black to move in this position.
Yes, exactly.
Can we maybe zoom? There's no way to zoom into Lenier's game, right? Because I'm pretty sure I mean, probably the position is correct, but probably it is Lenier's turn to make a move, and he has to be completely winning.
Yeah, I feel like White's last move was h4, right? I mean, it's
people at least okay. Apparently, Magnus is. I mean, it will end soon, but Magnus is currently playing a position with 2 queens against 1 against Zvonko Stanayovsky. I don't know why this is. Yeah, actually, he's had an extra queen for like the last 20 moves. I don't know why this is still continuing. It's a bit mystifying to me. Yeah, I have no idea what is the excitement there for Mr. Stoyanovsky.
Well, to be honest, because I have already given up on that game when the system crashed. Then I already did not add all those live pieces for Magnus's game.
So just to let you know, basically it's a position where White has 2 queens and Black has a queen and a knight. Black has 0 threats, or anything. It's a bit strange, but I mean. So
basically, the opponent doesn't want his game to end against Magnus, right?
He likes the idea of playing as the world champion, I guess. Yeah.
And then Fabi is probably soon has to design because and after queen f4, rook d7, the threat of h6. I mean, White is 2 pawns up and has the completely winning position.
Has the compensation. Yeah. Gukesh apparently did something brilliant, so let's take a look at that.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting. Bishop f4.
Okay. Yeah. This should not have been allowed. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, when the pawn was on e5, how do you ever allow it to cross?
I mean, we talked about rook e4. Yeah, we wanted to block this at all costs.
The bishop needs to be killed off. Like the bishop must never make another move. I think that's just, I don't know, tiredness or something. Because he blundered something concrete as well, but specifically maybe he didn't see bishop f4. But even if you don't see bishop f4, like that bishop should not be allowed to participate in the game.
Yeah, GF and okay, this is.
Yeah, you don't have to continue from here because. Yeah.
This is a total massacre.
Yeah.
Wow, which will mean that it's not
7
just
out of 7, yeah.
Yeah, not just a win. It's 7 out of 7. I mean, completely unheard of on board 1. Unbelievable. Gukesh continues still on fire, and his rating will be already over 27-20. Unbelievable.
Will it be?
Yeah,
because he's not getting
5
points from this. I think he's on 27-14 now. It will be like 27. He will be like 27.
He's only 27-14. I already thought like he had 27-14, then he won a game and he's winning another one. But
no.
I don't know. Maybe in my mind I already thought like.
It somehow failed to update. Yeah, he is 27. 19
and playing exactly. And that's what I felt. Yeah, he will be 27-23 or something.
Yeah. The 2700.com just lied to me for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. I mean, incredible. And what about Nihal Sarin? the position what did he play there after c5? I want to understand.
He just gone rook fe7. Okay, I guess c4 rook e8 just wins on the spot, so black had to go passive and
yeah, but okay, still, I mean, how do you queen those pawns?
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the evaluation, which appears.
Okay, maybe just completely winning. Maybe even some moves like rook f4 and then you push the f pawn.
Yeah, rook f4 is a clever choice. Yeah, I like rook f4.
And by the way, just as an emergency, we can always play king e2.
We can, yeah, but I like rook f4 much more. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I will combine rook f4 and after rook f6, king comes, and yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah. So Nihal is also winning. Plak has already won.
3.5/2. Yeah, they will win 3.5/2.
Yeah.
Very nice result for India too, and we can
ending the fairy tale story of Cuba. Yeah, because Cuba had been outperforming incredibly so far in the Olympics. Yeah.
But then they played against the real hot property in the Olympiad, the Gukesh and friends of Gukesh team.
Wow, we haven't had a chance on checking the Spanish team.
Yeah.
Spanish team against Kazakhstan. I mean, okay, this is.
Yeah, Alexei probably ends up drawing this position, I assume. I don't think anybody is better, really.
Yeah. I mean, it should.
So this will be a draw. There is some kind of an unbelievable mess on board too, but I think Nino is in trouble, right? Nino is in a lot of trouble without any, like all of his kingside completely gone.
Yeah.
All my
white has lovely.
All my apes gone.
Compensation for the exchange and all the other games drawn. Yeah, already board 3 drawn and board 4 drawn as well. I believe there was a tweet on FIDE side that Kazibek Nogerbek had also 5 out of 5 or something like this. I think exactly at the moment when Gukesh and Abdusatolov had 5 out of 5. And he also had 6 out of 6 and he drew today. Okay, so he's 6.5 out of 7. Kazibek Nogerbek with 24.37 rating. And also the other player against Santos Latasa drawing with the black pieces. I mean, if you do that, you are definitely not 24-30 as...
Yeah, you have to suspect they're probably quite young and probably, yeah. Okay, so basically they had a guy on 6 out of 6 and a guy on 5 out of 6 on board 4. Aristanbek Urazaev on board 4. Yeah, that player who just drew against Santos Latasa, he was on 5 out of 6, is now on 5.5 out of 7. So sadly for them, they no longer have the 100% per player.
But I mean, if they will manage to beat Spain, I don't think they care at all. Yeah.
No, of course not. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody cares. Yeah. It's completely unimportant. It's a nice thing to to have in your back pocket, but nobody cares. And the next one actually is Israel against Azerbaijan, so we can take a look at that as well.
Wow, Boruhovsky showing his class again. He draws against Mamedyarov. I mean. I told you I played twice against him. Both times it was a draw, and I had the white pieces in both games, and I tried very hard.
He actually played the classical Sharagenik against Shah and Drew. Yeah, quite impressive. Yeah. In the meantime, Fabi does resign, so we don't have to go back there just yet. We knew it was going to happen. Fabi resigns.
Yeah. So Shakriar's game was a draw, but Gusainov wins with black against Mirin. That's a very, very big win.
And Rothstein lost, seems like a quick game against Vasif. Yeah, that's move 24. Something has gone badly wrong here in this anti-Berlin.
Yeah, he gets checkmated simply. He got steamrolled here.
Mm-hmm.
And then basically this last game already doesn't make any difference. Postny is putting pressure on
Avasov. He actually has a nice position, but the match is gone. So unfortunately, even if he does win, it doesn't change anything.
And what was the standing on this Ukraine versus Greece match?
Well, this position was winning for white, and it looks like it might not be winning anymore. I mean, maybe it still is, but not as clearly as it used to be, definitely. And honestly, now it looks to me like it might just be a draw. King of 3, I think I go knight d5. Even.
You even go knight d5?
Maybe. Although, no, knight d5, maybe, I don't know. Because I thought I blundered king e4 and then... we'll have knight c3 check.
You have knight c3 check, yeah. Well, in any case, it seems like Anton might have chances to survive, or might
specifically. Yeah, if you go back to move 41, like your opinion, no, d7 check. Like I would like to make sure I never play d7 check in this position. Like I don't know what he was worried about, but I thought my suggestion was bishop g2 specifically to create a pathway to for our king to go king e4, king f5. But I'm pretty sure there are other options as well. Let me just, I'm sort of curious now. I just want to check.
It's like a total shocker that this is not a complete win for white.
Czech Republic will win against Indonesia.
And what about England? I see that Mickey made a draw on board 1 against Brazil. Wow, Luke McShane has lost to Alexander Fear, so Brazil grabs the lead there. And David Havel is squeezing out the position against Mkhitaryan, slightly better. I mean, maybe more than slightly. Serious winning chances, and on board
decent
4,
winning chances.
And board 4, however, black seems to be fine. So okay, then it's a very, very close match. Very close match with if David wins,
1.
Yeah, I mean David needs to win to have a chance to tie the match.
Yeah, that's the evaluation.
And basically this position is still somewhat unpleasant for white. So who knows? It might not be enough. Wow, Brazil! I mean, fighting.
Yeah, I'm happier now because my screen says bishop g2 in that position is +7. Not the only thing that is winning, but I like that. I honestly got there without machines, so I feel like I can.
Feels like you should be playing, in general chess,
Yeah, the idea of trading this fantastic pawn chain for the pawn on b7 just doesn't seem right. I think maybe he was worried black will play b7, b6. Like if you play bishop g2, maybe what was worrying him is that Anton can play b6 and then take on c5 and then start pushing the a pawn. But it just generally is kind of never quick enough, right? You just, like, our pawn's probably queen faster. Even though I understand why it becomes a little bit worrisome. I can see.
I mean, okay, maybe you can even include bishop f1 now,
Yeah, it's I'm pretty sure this is why it wasn't played. Let's put it like this. But also after bishop g2, b6, we are not forced to go king e4. We can go king c4. And then, like, nothing goes anywhere.
Yeah, and we are entering with the king, and this is...
So, I mean, it looks winning, and it feels like maybe perhaps he didn't really believe he was as winning as he was, and that let...
And actually, this is a decisive game, because otherwise the match is 1.5, 1.5. Shevchenko Kirill has won his game. And then all eyes on Anton. He needs to hold this game, and of course the Greek fans hope that Dimitrios will still manage to squeeze something out of it.
Yeah, so people are saying Nino might have equalized his. That's a bit lower down. The Spain match is okay.
Well, I don't think that we can even really evaluate this position. It's a total mess.
Yeah. It's interesting that apparently bishop g5 is a mistake, I guess.
I wanted to move it back to f2, to be honest.
Yeah, I wanted it on f2, but bishop g5 doesn't really look like a mistake to me either. I don't know why it should be so horrible.
I mean, on my mind, I had this position and I said, ed, bishop f2, we have the knight on d3, we're going to play bishop g4. And just cement as much as possible.
Yeah, that was my plan as well. I thought this was very, very logical, this kind of a follow-up. But
so then basically everything to play for, because this game is super important. Yeah, super important. Everything else is kind of already finished, and Alex, we are assuming that this will also end in a draw. All right, then anything is possible in that match. All right, but I want to see the update on the Armenian match, because probably Lenier's position has finally... Do we get the confirmation that is this right, or what is going on? Please, someone help us out.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me check if the moves actually look like a moves.
Because it would be so incredibly important to...
a human person could make. So currently, no, it still says rook b5. It's just so annoying that this happens.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
I'm
terrible.
pretty
Okay,
sure-
in the meanwhile we are waiting. Let's finish the last moves of the Fabi's game, because we saw that he is losing. But how did this finish? So queen f4, king h7, rook d7. Yeah, we said that. Yeah, now h6 is coming. King h8, h6 happened. Black played g5, f takes g6, queen g6. And unfortunately for Fabi, the move rook g7 just kills completely.
Yeah, the issue is if he takes, the queens also come off. I mean, the queen, I think, is completely lost, but also you can't even keep the queens on the board. Queen b8 check here, or queen c4 check, doesn't matter. So yeah, Fabi resigns. Fabi down to world number 10.
Wow.
Yeah, it's I don't believe I've ever seen him have. I mean, there was this one Vaikanze, right, where he had an absolute nightmare 1 year.
Well, and after 1 month later, he won the candidates. Yeah, this was 2018. So that's how usually Fabi reacts to some unfortunate events. But here it's about the Olympics, it's about the team, and we see that he's trying very, very hard. He's ready to play all the games. He's supporting his team as much as he can, but somehow the result is not optimal.
Yeah. In the meantime, briefly to just round up the women's scores, Georgia Romania will be a draw, seemingly. No, wait,
Wow.
no. What am I talking about? No, Georgia will win against Romania because there's 3 draws and Lela Javakashvili is completely.
Yeah, she's completely winning. Exactly. Yeah, with 2 pawns up.
Yeah, Ukraine will beat the Netherlands. Poland, Bulgaria is. Yeah, Alina Kashlinska is now completely
Hang on,
lost.
I'm gonna get there. Just a second.
Yeah.
Yes, Alina.
Yeah, she is just complete. Yeah, okay. It's actually very cute. I don't know if it's the only thing that wins, but you're supposed like a1 and then king d3.
Yeah, but you can also just take on h7 and then king d3 as well.
But then king c2 maybe.
You mean if I take him? Yeah, this is correct. Yeah.
So the winning idea here, so as not to even calculate this, you can play a1 check right now, force the rook away from good squares, and then play king d3, creating a mating threat. King b1 only move. And now I guess rook h7 is also good, but you can also give a check from h1 first, which is probably cleaner. Give a check from h1 and only take on h7 here. And this is just completely lost because rook d1, king c2, you still get mated with white. You can't.
And it's played, yeah, a1 queen on the board.
Yeah, and now king d3 is the only winning move, but you assume that she sees it because she played a1. Like you don't play a1, otherwise it doesn't make any sense if you don't see king d3.
I have to tell you one thing. I don't know if you have paid attention to that last year's Julius Baer Polgar Kramnik Challenge tournament. Yeah.
I watched it, not as closely as you have, because I think you did commentary on it, but I definitely
No, I didn't do commentary, but because of Vincent, yeah, I was following it, of course, very closely, and I remember, very well that Salimova was extremely dangerous. I mean, she was very dangerous, and also at one of the events, Olivia Kyobasa got the chance to play in the event, and she is now the player who has 7 out of 7 if she wins today's game as well. Yeah, she's on fire, and she was also very, very dangerous. So these 2 girls who were doing good in that tournament are on fire now.
Absolutely. So Poland will lose on 1. Board 2 is Monika Sochko was in more trouble than she is right now. It might still be a problem, but I think she was. Yeah, it still is kind of bad. But you can imagine this somehow ending up not completely winning for white now.
Yeah, the big question is, does it matter? Because Alina is losing, yeah. What is the other?
Poland is winning on 3, yeah.
Yes, board 3 and board 4 actually white is. No, it's despite this incredible knight on f3, it's not a win. Amazing.
Yeah, because you can't like if it goes anywhere, f4, f3 will win. So I guess it's just completely stuck to that ideal square, and black is just fine somehow.
Wow. Okay. This case, then yeah, Monika's position is extremely important. Yeah. But yeah, it did improve, but still looks very bad because now White's king is marching in the center.
King d4, I guess. Yeah, I mean, if you play this well, you pretty much always win this with White. But obviously, playing well is, you know, not always so easy.
And what about the Armenian women team? What is Elina doing? Elina. Well, I mean, it seems like it's. No, hang on. Some rook e6 check is.
Yeah. I mean, she collects a lot of stuff with rook e6 check. I wonder why it hasn't been played yet. But I mean, you play rook e6, and then I guess you take on d6. You also have an immediate draw with rook e5. If somehow you feel like you should look for a draw, you have an immediate draw with rook e5 check.
Yes.
But you can take on d6. King, I guess, goes to e7, and then we take on b6. But then rook g3 check. I don't think White is better here. So I think
exactly.
Maybe
then it's counter.
Yeah, I think you actually do take that draw.
Yeah, you probably take a draw. Then Dina Belenko against Lilith Mukrachan. Black is definitely better. Yes. Yeah. Black is pawn up.
Draw on 3.
Draw on 3. And what about board 4? Black seems to be winning. So in fact, then Armenia is about to win the match against Israel.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. And what about the Kazakh girls? What is it? I see 2 draws happened already. Abdul Malik with the white pieces is
Jansai is better. She will push draw on 2, draw on 4, and on board 3, this will be a draw.
This will be a draw, yeah. So everything will be decided by Jansaya's game.
Yeah. Okay, this I think is probably a sufficient roundup of the women's section for now. In our top match, India won, convincingly beat India 3. United States currently at 1-1. We assume Linier is winning, but the PGN is still screwed up. We still don't really know exactly what the position is. And on the last board, Robert is just straight up winning against Sam, but still some precision required.
Yeah, technical issues. And you know, I'm not entirely sure because look at this. Robert is down to 6.5 minutes already. So it indicates like he doesn't find a clear plan and he's just shuffling around.
And Satiris confirmed, there you see Linier signing the score sheet there on board 3. So Linier won, meaning that the US is safe. Despite losing on board 1, they've won 2 games. So if Sam manages to pull yet another rabbit out of the hat and not lose this kind of horrible position, the US will win. Otherwise, it will be a draw. And we can start kind of lining up what will happen in terms of points, right?
Yeah, I just saw that, the France, Holland, the Netherlands match ended in a 2-2. Board 3 was won by France, and board 4, Benjamin Bog bounce back for the Dutch team. And hang on, Vincent, I see some complete craziness because White has sacrificed the queen.
Apparently this is a draw somehow. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, but
that's quite remarkable.
Who is pushing for what? Because I feel like the 2 bishops are very, very dangerous with the pass pawns. But Black also has a passed A pawn. What happened here? What on earth had happened? So king takes g1, queen h3. I know exactly that Ingic Alexander is an incredible fighter and a very, very creative player. Actually, they have been training and working together a lot with Alexander Morozevich. I don't know exactly if they are still doing it or not, but definitely both players incredible fighters. Queen h4 check, king g2, g5. Bishop e5, g4. So Vincent is creating counterplay against White's king. F take g4, bishop g4, queen d4, queen h3 check, king f2, and that's how we are reaching this position. Bishop f3. Black has to go along this way. Bishop takes f3. The queen has to be sacrificed. That's why also White has put the queen on d4 so that after rook d4, bishop takes d4, he will get a cemented bishop. This is what I'm always talking about. It's stability. Thanks to this this pawn on e3, bishop on d4, White is definitely not worse. Queen h2 check, king f1, queen c2, and this is the current position. So if we would not be getting the computer evaluation, we would be saying that it's total madness. Who knows who is better?
Yeah.
Apparently, it's a draw.
Apparently, it's a draw. Yeah, but Dmitry Kolar's on board 4 is now kind of winning against Ivan Ivanishevich, which is a very good news for the Germans, because it means that if Winston doesn't lose, and I think Winston probably doesn't lose that position, the queen is kind of strong. Then Germany.
Actually, we have to try to understand, that what happens if White, for example, straightforwardly pushes the b pawn, right? If b6, probably we take on c4 with a check. Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, it seems like Black should always have at least a perpetual check, so Black is seemingly not running any risk. I mean, Black is not running any risk.
I think you always have, like, eventually, if White needs to stop the perpetual by moving the light square bishop from the long diagonal, then we just put our queen on the long diagonal, stop b7.
Actually, White played bishop d5, yeah, so White also cemented this bishop on d5, so he has two incredibly powerful protected bishops. But now Vincent starts checking, queen d1 check. And very hard to imagine that White will be able to run away from perpetual.
Yeah, I think.
By the way, does Black actually want to give the perpetual? What is your take on this? For example, King f2 is played.
I think b6, b7 is way too quick for us to try pushing a4, a3. I think quite clearly the race. If we start the race, we're not going to win it. So I think we look for a perpetual here.
Yeah, queen d2, for example, just to illustrate, check, and after king e4, we have queen h1 check, for example. King d3 would run into queen d1 check, and then we keep on checking. And if White continues running ahead, then
h2 is good enough. Yeah.
Then I guess queen h2, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there is a problem with the perpetual here, f6, h6, or whatever. h4 here,
Yeah, also on d6 or h4, yeah.
Just don't allow king e7, and we always stop it from crossing over. Like, if the king actually crossed over to somewhere around like c7, b7, I would be maybe mildly worried.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but because then the b pawn could become a very, very big problem. But I'm pretty sure we always have enough squares not to let that happen. Yeah, I think it's a draw, and I think if we go back to that Kolar's position for a second, the biggest issue for Ivanishevich is that the king on h6 is completely cut off. So if you take on, he doesn't even take on e4. He goes queen and bishop f7, which is a kind of a striking decision. But
which will ask queen f6 check, yeah, basically.
Yeah. But I would start by playing. I think biggest issue is we can just sort of start marching with our king towards the queen side. Like I would probably play king d4 here first.
I mean, there is also some argument for f4 and then queen g5. Yeah.
For that, yeah. And all of these endgames are just horrible. And also Kolar's has more time, so he should be able to reasonably comfortably convert this into a full pawn.
And Injic Alexander very, very cleverly goes king g3. He doesn't want to let this.
What does it change? Queen g6. We have checks from there.
We also have checks from there.
We have checks from there. We can go queen g6, queen h6.
By the way, okay, pardon me, after king f3, queen f5 check was immediate draw as well. So, yeah, queen g6, okay, it doesn't seem to...
Well, we have things I'm pretty sure we have things under control here, pretty much. So I did some brief roundup of the scores. So with the win today, India 1 is on 12, India 2 is on 12, Uzbekistan is on 12, and Anton Hiharo made a mistake just now and is back to being worse, but not lost. So depending on that game, Kazakhstan might also be on 12. If it's a draw, they will both be on 11, and Germany, if they win, will be on 12 as well. They could be, I mean, they will be overtaken. Somebody will be on 13 points. If the US-Armenia match gets drawn, Armenia is on 13, and if the US win, US will be on 13. So there will be one team on top on 13 points, and then there will be a bunch of teams on 12 with 4 rounds to go. So very, very exciting conclusion to the Olympiad ahead of us.
Yeah, well, basically, to be honest, I don't recall ever, but of course, yeah, here we see that the missing China and Russian team does change a lot of dynamics in the tournament. Yeah, because before, I think you were supposed to lose much more points
Yeah.
There was no way of after round 7. There are so many teams with so many points.
Yeah, I don't recall. Yeah, this amount of people on seemingly like 1 match point dropped or like half a match point dropped. But it's been a while. It's been a while since I played an Olympiad, so maybe my memory is faulty.
And we have seen the last couple of moves in the Gabi Fabi game. I would like to see how did Lanier then win this game. Yeah, let's take a look now.
I think we finally have the right moves, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So f4 happened, king b1, rook d6. Very, very nicely played by Lanier. Takes, a4. Knight d2, rook takes b2, check. King c1, rook a2. Rook d6, yeah. White was trying to get some counterplay, but bishop g7. Rook d3 back, bishop f8. Rook d4. Rook takes a3. h4. Yes, you were absolutely spot on that, yeah, here it's black to move. G takes h4. Now there are 2 incredible pass pawns, total nightmare for white with his knight to fight against this. Rook f4, rook a1 check, king c2 h3, rook h4, bishop b4. Very, very nice stylish move, using the fact that the knight on d2 is vulnerable. King b2,
rook e1, yeah, and you can't really stop the pawn from reaching the h2 square, and yeah, here Samuel resigned. He, to a degree, he sort of took one for the team. And this is what happens when you just play from a position on being on -1 hour into the match, right? And like people start taking somewhat unobjective decisions. Because I think Samuel, if the match situation is different, he just goes queen b3 here.
Yeah.
And I think he has a very decent chance of not losing this game if he goes queen d3, because I think the point is, after takes, we are probably actually taking with the pawn. We're spoiling our own structure just to have access to rook d5. Like a b3, and if you attack my knight, I will play rook d5. And if you go rook d8, I will go rook hd1 and then rook d5. And this setup, it allows us plenty of counterplay against the black structure. And probably, I mean, not guaranteed, but white definitely has decent chances of not losing this now. In particular, if I get king c2, king d3, but I mean, this position, for instance, I'm not sure I save after king g7. I'm worried. But because he knew that the match is really not going very well, he felt that trading queens at this point is just completely wrong, and he made a couple of more moves in the misguided hopes of getting an unclear position. And then he no longer could get back to that point where he could trade queens comfortably, and the way he did it, he got a very poor endgame and he couldn't save it.
Yeah, I mean, this queen d5 was a very, very classy solution by Lanier. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And after he never let go. So the big question is all eyes now on Roberto Nacion against Sam Shankland. Robert finally has decided to maneuver his king towards the queen side just to be sure that no perpetual check will be available. The big question is, will he finally eventually, or does he want to, hang on, he wants to get his king to a6 and then push c5. Is that his idea?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, he's taking it slowly, but white also has absolutely no moves. Like, white will sort of never have any counterplay here, so he can take it as slowly as he wants, pretty much, I think. We'll see. And yeah. On the topic of your teammates playing according to your results, I remember a very sad personal story. Like, Elista 1998 was the first time they gave me the first board for the Russian team. And I made a couple of draws in the early rounds. I had some decent positions, but couldn't win any of them. And then we were playing against Bulgaria, and I was playing against Veselin on board 1 with white. And basically, the team was full of people who knew me really well and who kind of wished me well and also wished the team to do well. And Evgeny Bareev more or less openly told me, please go and make a draw with white. Please don't be, don't pretend, don't try to be a hero. Just go and make a draw with white. And I listened to him, and then I thought, I mean, I'm leading my team for the first time ever in my career, and I'm white against Veselin. I have a reasonable score against Veselin. Like I wasn't, like it wasn't somebody I've never beaten before or anything. And I played some Sicilian, and by move 10, there's a very clear choice between me. There's like an immediate forced draw I can make, or I can play something, very imaginative and sacrifice some material and, have fun and, be a proper leader of the team. And I thought, I'm not making a draw here. I'm playing. And I lost in 20 moves. That game also included a very fun moment because at some point in a completely winning position, Veselin somehow managed to capture his knight with his own bishop, or the other way around. Like he played like 95 takes of 3 his own queen. Because he offered me a queen trade with queen f3, and I played the queen away, and he, for some reason, thought I will trade. So he came to the board, and he instantly played knight takes f3, his own queen. and which is an illegal move. But unfortunately for me, sort of knight has to move, but it had a good square. Otherwise, I maybe would have had a chance in that game, but it didn't quite work out. And then basically watching this game unfold, Bareev just kind of went completely crazy himself with white on board 3, also went for some kind of an unsound mating attack and lost with white as well. And we made 2 draws on the black boards and lost 3-1. And it was very, very clearly, basically the entire match was lost by my decision to pretend, and to kind of, be the leader of the team that the team deserved. And it happens very often. And I think to a degree, the loss on board 3 today can very much be attributed to that very same dynamic.
Yeah, saying that also we have to give credit for Lanier for feeling you remember we spoke about that he's taking this by playing the Najdorf in a very important match, but maybe the team captain or the team decision was to try to keep as many sharp, complicated positions going as possible. And it really proved like a very important decision, because thanks to this thanks to this victory, US is leading, and actually otherwise I think Sam would go crazy. Yeah, if the situation would be that if he loses, they lose the match. But now there is much more pressure on Robert because he has to win it.
Yeah, Queen e4, I've been wondering for a while if you can play Queen e4 here. Of course, the biggest issue for white is that you haven't actually created a threat. So you can ignore it. You can just go, I don't know, King b6, King d7. We just came from d7, so I assume we don't go back to d7. But a somewhat interesting question is, can we actually take and win quicker by taking? Like takes, play, I don't know, bishop f4. c5, e5. c5 would have been winning on the spot, I think, but unfortunately for us, white has e5. Yeah. And I think this is why he did it with the king on c7, because c takes d4, e takes d6 is a check.
Exactly, yeah. This is
with the king on d7, it would have been completely lost, yeah.
Yeah, so your idea is takes, and then move the bishop to f4?
And I was actually corrected, just to finish that stupid story, Shahansky actually looked up my game against Veselin, and yeah, exactly, that was the point. He, as a kind of a proper chess player, he played 95 takes f3 by picking up the queen first. If he actually took the knight in his hand and then took on f3, the game would have become unclear. But unfortunately for him, he did it this way, so he had to move the queen, and the queen had plenty of good squares. And I think I think I just resigned immediately because the game was lost for a long time by that point. But yeah, it's been a while since I remembered that bit. Yeah, I don't think that's ever happened to me before or after the capturing of your own pieces.
Yeah, that's something special. Yeah, I also never ever heard of. But yeah, so takes, bishop f4, for example, king f2, g4. Yeah,
this is the setup. Yeah, this is what I want to achieve. Let's say king f, and white can get the pawn to e6, but I don't think it does anything. The question is, how do we win? Let's say we go e5 and we chill. We don't move anything anymore. I think we go.
But okay, I can just sit and wait with my king, right?
Yeah, or that. The winning plan is I go back to f7 and I play g6. That's quite clearly the winning plan. And is it quick enough? Is it like how good is it?
Yeah, maybe I don't have anything, but it's a very tough call. On the other hand, okay, Robert is down to 3.5 minutes. He needs to decide on something. He has been shuffling around for way too long.
Yeah. And in the meantime, apparently Elin Roberts is winning that game now.
Yeah, well, it's basically the logical follow-up of everything that happened.
There is definitely some logic in that, yeah, because her position has been improving for the last 20 moves. She was completely lost out of the opening, and then it was continued improving slowly, gradually. That will be a very, very big scalp if she actually manages to beat Maria Muzichuk.
Yeah, but they are losing anyways 3-1.
Yes.
Yeah, so it won't really
Sotiris
matter.
tells us that Tanya is doing well again somehow.
Yeah, on the way there, I just wanted to check out. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a draw, the Vincent game. And now we are moving to Tanya. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Tanya seems to be completely winning now with the
Yeah, you take on a4, you play b7, yeah, in some order. It's not even very difficult, really.
Actually, she needs to win to tie the match, because Harika's game ended with draw, so she was not able to convert that a-pawn.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe board 3 still has some chances, but objectively it's a draw, of course. But maybe some chances, because I think you can now, if you bring that up for, yeah, like, I want to try playing like king g4, h3, g2. Now that the king, for some reason, is on e2.
Yes,
I don't know why it's on e2, but now that it is on e2, maybe I can try for this kind of a weird setup where I will give up a lot of my own stuff. Like g6 will have to go, probably even h5 will have to go. But if I pick up the pawn on f2, maybe I have some chances. But yeah, Tanya is winning. Hampi has already lost. Harika's game was drawn, and then there's this rook ending, which, I mean, should be a draw, but White still has to show it.
Yeah, there is still something to play for. It's not obvious that this, and I'm curious that where this king came from. Okay, so the king was all the way in the center.
Somehow black.
But hang on. I want to see this.
She chose the rook ending. Yeah. How do you? Whoa.
How on earth do you choose the rook ending? Yeah.
Yeah, that is just. Yeah, I don't think that's right. Maybe she blundered bishop g8. Like maybe she thought she will have the other endgame always, and then she missed bishop g8, bishop f7, and had to choose the rook ending.
Wow, but yeah, this is such a complete draw, yeah?
Yeah, that's never the choice. I mean, famously, these endgames also have been lost every now and again in the history of chess. But yeah, you always choose the
knight versus bishop.
Yeah, the light pieces. Yeah.
And okay, so she opted for king e3, and look at this. Yeah, now king g4 happened, and black is winning. The plan that you.
Yeah, you go f5, king h3, king g2. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Yeah, this is actually now a legitimate winning chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, probably she had to go rook g7 already to.
Yeah, you need to stop. You need to stop that. And she's gone rook f8, king g4, rook e8, and now we go. Maybe we even go king h3 now. We don't even need to play f5.
Yeah, we don't even need to. Yeah, we can even give up this.
Yeah, because rook f4 is completely lost, so we don't need to worry.
Wow, I mean, okay, this will also ease the match situation that India can win it.
Yeah, and India then proceeds to win, and that will mean that India is still on 100% if that game, if Vaishali ends up winning that endgame and Tanya will win hers, and Tanya's is really, really straightforward. It isn't difficult.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the reason why I did not even start moving the pieces here, because it's so elementally winning.
Yeah,
okay. Tanya just takes the pawn. Why not? Black can't do anything.
No, you go king d6, king c7. Like, somewhat weirdly, the game still.
No, but I mean, okay, we can just also cut it, yeah.
The game sort of still continues because you go king d6, b7, king c7, rook c4, check, king d7, and then
okay, but then the king is cut, yeah. It's over. Yeah.
But I mean, it's obviously quite easily winning. You don't have to show too much.
Yeah, this is all completely winning. What about this Elina's game? Yeah, because it should be. Wow, but okay, so she even got this. At least now the bishop is alive, but still.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, king e3 is coming, and
you have to play. Yeah, the issue is if black plays king e3 and we don't have a check from b6 or c5 or somewhere, we just resign. So we have to move the bishop to some square where it will be hanging, and then I assume we kind of lose tactically somehow.
Yeah, she played bishop c3, now king e4 is played. So she wanted to have bishop d2 check, yeah, against king e3.
I don't like king e4. I thought there was a very clever way to win the, like you could play queen g4 check here. King f1, king h5, queen h5. I thought that was clever. But
okay, the players are also very, very low on time,
course,
so they just want to stabilize the position as much as they can.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she opted for king e4. Okay, it will be a long, long torture. I mean, there is nothing immediate. But probably in long terms, black should win this. However, the match is lost anyway, so I feel like we should be getting back to Robert's position.
Yeah, Anton Korov in the meantime did save his endgame against Dimitrios Mastrovalis. Yeah, he's having a really, really poor tournament so far. He lost 2 games, won 2, and could have even lost today. But that means that the Ukraine match probably gets drawn, right? Yeah, drawn 1.
Yes,
drawn
yes,
3.
that match will be drawn. And look at this. I mean, somehow I'm just not understanding what Robert is doing. I mean, he had like 20 minutes. Then he moved his king from g8. I mean, he was shuffling.
I like the idea, honestly. The fact that we actually pushed g6, king g7,
of course, but I mean, why not to do it 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, that is a question, yeah.
Yeah, then I mean, he first moved to c7, then he went down to 4 minutes on the clock. Then he realized that, oh my God, I'm actually not achieving anything. And then he went back and now goes for g6. With 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, queen e2 played by Sam. Sam will continue looking for those little chances. Yeah, we have seen already Sam saving a kind of a similarly bad position once in this tournament. It's really not impossible that he doesn't lose this one as well. I think we can take and go king g7, queen d7, king h6. There's no perpetual.
Well, to be honest, my feeling is that this is now, I mean, I would say closer to, I mean, I'm expecting more a draw than a win for black, because the tendency of the game went completely out of control.
I don't know. I think he's still enough in control to end up winning this, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure. And of course, there is a tremendous amount of pressure on the young man here, with the entire match rising on whether he wins this position or not.
Yeah, suddenly, I mean, okay, white's queen is active. Yeah, there is some hope, and okay, the bishop on c6 is terrible, but this bishop won't be any good anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
The big question is, yeah, how to make anyway progress for black. Yeah, that for example, if it's your move, then how would you proceed? If I just play a move like king f2, for example.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
And look at the evaluation bar. I mean, evaluation bar suddenly, before it was like was claiming completely losing and everything. Now it's not even sure that, yeah, king g2 played by Sam is the same idea. How to make progress?
Yeah, this is a big issue for Robert now. How to start making progress while also preserving control. I think we can play f5. I think we can play f5, queen d7, king f6. By the way,
but already I feel like you will have to, because you don't have a clear way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just to highlight that, yeah, g4 runs into queen d7 check and wins the pawn.
I just want to update you, sort of you personally, but also our viewers, that Kollars did win, and Vincent is now better. I don't know if it's winning, but I guess because Kollars won, Ingic decided that he cannot afford to allow the perpetual, and now Vincent is clearly better. I don't know if it's enough to win the game, but he's clearly better.
Oh wow, yeah, but I mean, we have to stay on this game, yeah.
Sure, yeah. I just a kind of a general purpose update.
Yeah. Thank you. Of course, yeah.
It's
important. Yeah, we see, yeah, that the match situation changes so much, and then
Germany
we have to adjust.
Germany will be on 12 points now, because I mean, he might not win, but he is not going to lose. That's pretty clear.
Yeah, and Robert down to 2.5 minutes. I mean, this is a catastrophic practical decision of spending 20 minutes of your time moving, not deciding on anything, then moving on to c7 and then coming back and going for this move pan move stuff when you have no time on the clock. It's I feel like
Kazakhstan will beat Spain, by the way.
Anton is losing, yeah?
Anton is now more or less completely lost, yes.
Yeah, well, Robert goes bishop f8, yeah, so he frees up his queen so that he covers the d7 square. Now g5, g4 is a big threat. But, okay, I'm expecting white king will simply move.
King f2, yeah, king g3 doesn't look right, king f2, yeah. But then you still have to find some way to push forward, yeah?
Yeah, I just don't see a way, yeah.
You still have to find.
Yeah, very tough spot for Robert. Yeah, he knows that this is so incredibly important because holding USA to a draw would be just incredible. But if they go on to lose, then you already described. Yes, so many teams with 12 points, and all those teams are very hungry. Yeah, because they are coming.
And also you lose that sense of, you know, the Olympiad going right for you, which is incredibly important. That feeling that feeling of things working out, of things going sort of according to plan. You start thinking that maybe this is not, you know, the dream that you were hoping for. And yeah, if they save this match, they will continue, you know, flying extremely high because they will think, you know, this looked completely hopeless. We started by giving the best team in the competition basically a 1-point handicap for no reason. And we still didn't lose. And that's just such a tremendous feeling. But yeah, if they end up not equalizing here, and obviously, like, Robert will not be to blame. Robert is not the reason they will have lost this match, but he will still be kicking.
Yeah, but it brings us also back to Han's situation. Yeah, that suddenly it will be terrible for him. Yeah, because he's really hoping that if they survive, then it's kind of forgiven. Yeah, otherwise it will haunt him. I mean, of course the teammates, everyone will forgive him, but he will not be able to forgive him himself. That's the trick of the situation.
Yeah, and our chat is very interested in the idea of playing before a4, bishop takes b4. I would be very worried about any idea of transposing into any queen ending, but obviously, if the engine says there's no perpetual there, it might be quite clever because we're opening up new problems for Sam to solve. But it's a difficult practical decision because as long as these bishops are on the board, the drawing tendencies in general are lower. But I mean, if it's good, it's good. It's very difficult to argue against decisions which work out mathematically. He's gone f5, which Machine doesn't like, but I was very much sort of in favor of that in general, even with the bishop on d6. I didn't really think we needed to play bishop f8 in order to play f5.
Yeah, basically your idea is to try to go g5, g4, open up, or?
Yeah, I think so. We might actually have to go back to playing bishop d6 first and then pushing. I don't know. It's a very tricky conversion now for sure. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's not trivial at all because the problem is that whenever bishop gets to d6, white will have the queen d7 check business. This is a huge problem.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a draw, and I'm just continuing to round up the scores, but.
Yeah, and Sotis informed us that Olivia Kiobasa has won her game, so she's also
that will
7
be a 2-2,
out of 7.
Yeah. Ah. Whoa. I was not aware of that storyline at all. That's quite remarkable.
Yeah, she's also 7 out of 7. And now Sam has retreated his queen. We see that computer doesn't like it, but I mean, it's a very human reaction. You feel that black is coming after you, so you want to make sure that you are covering the g5, g4 idea. And
also he is provoking, he will come back. He is provoking something like king f6, and then he'll play queen e8 again. I'm pretty sure that's the point he's trying to make here. That please provide me with an additional source of something, and I will play queen e8 back. But now maybe we can play, I don't know, bishop g7 looks weird. It stops all the checks, but it doesn't look right. Bishop e7 maybe, and then king e6 and move towards
in this position, yeah?
Yeah, bishop e7 maybe. And then run towards the queen side. King h6 played, but I actually quite like this, because we get to play bishop g7 this way.
Yes, this is actually very clever. If then the bishop gets to f6, it gives us stability. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, we want this setup with a bishop on f6 and a king on g6, and then we will find a way to push forward. 2 minutes against 9, but 2 minutes with a 30-second increment is not little. That's
it's a lot, and also you can think on your opponent's time. Absolutely, and this is what Sam is trying to do. That he's trying to put the pressure on Robert by playing as quickly as possible. Because you really don't want to give your opponent time to first of all calm down and maybe find the right plan while you are thinking. Yeah, but this is maybe that's the reason why computers did not like the move queen e3. It gave the chance for black to free this.
Play king h6.
Yeah,
could very well be.
I mean, nerve-wracking. I mean, I can imagine now the whole Armenia is watching this game. They are super excited. I mean, okay, this is a chess nation. Everybody goes crazy for chess, and the chess team is incredibly popular. At the same time, we know exactly that United States is now a chess powerhouse. So all the US is hoping for Sam to survive.
Yeah. In the meantime, I can pretty much certainly give the standings after round 7 in the women's tournament. India will be on 100%, 14 out of 14. 12 out of 14 for Georgia and the Ukrainians, and then a bunch of teams on 11, including Romania, Netherlands. No, Netherlands is on 10. Bulgaria, Poland, and Kazakhstan. So clear first, then a full match below them. That's 2 points. A full match. Below India, 2 teams, Georgia and the Ukrainian women, and then a bunch of teams further, sort of half a point behind if we talk in Swiss terms.
Well, it also guarantees us the pairing for tomorrow, right? That Ukraine versus India will be a very, very decisive match.
Yeah, that will be hugely important for the context of the entire tournament. Yeah, if Ukraine manages to beat India, everything is wide open again. And if India wins, it looks like they are just unstoppable, because they will have won, the 2 matches against their closest pursuers, and I don't think you can come back from that.
Exactly. Wow, and okay, Robert, I think, is now very, very happy, and look at the body language also, and Sam going crazy. Look at this, but maybe one move too late. Just one move too late. Sam should have spent more time before queen e3.
Maybe.
I mean, look at this. He is holding his head. He's trying to calculate, but there is not much to calculate. The evaluation bar is thinking, and it keeps on giving black bigger and bigger advantage. Because actually there is this plan: bishop g7, bishop f6, and then get the king back to g7 and push g4.
Absolutely, yeah.
And very straightforward and very human, something that was missing before for Robert, that he didn't know what to do, and now he has a very clear vision of how to win this.
Yes.
And look at this, somebody in the US team shirt has appeared on our camera. Who is this person?
Probably the captain. I don't think the player. This is Donaldson on our screen. They know. I'm pretty sure they know not to allow the players.
Yes, I mean, I can understand now how worried he is. Because there was suddenly a hope that Robert is done on the clock and Sam has chances to survive. And all of a sudden, this. On the other hand, this is also a nice novelty that there is no way anyone who is in the tournament hall can get any information what the computer thinks about the position. I think.
And he's gone. It looked like bishop b4. The hand movement looked like bishop b4. We'll get confirmation. He's gone bishop b4. Now,
no, it's actually me who made the move bishop b4, so I'm not sure yet. No, bishop d2 apparently.
Okay, so he's gone back And Robert very quickly responded with f4. I mean, g5 is hanging, so that was the plan. Yeah, f4, queen d3, also blitzed out by Sam. And now you get the feeling that this might be sort of calculable, right? It might just be something you can work out move by move, because bishop g7 forces bishop c3. And then, you know, all kinds of things become kind of attractive here.
Yeah, I mean, also we have this idea, bishop f6 and then g4, bishop h4.
I was calculating, but unfortunately g1 square exists. Otherwise it would be extremely strong, but g1 square kind of bothers me. But I think kind of a bigger problem for Sam there is that after bishop f6, he has to make a move. And
it's like a Zugzwang, yeah?
Yeah, maybe king g1 is a move though. Maybe you can play king g1. Somehow.
Yeah, bishop f6 played.
Yeah.
And now we see that Robert is speeding up, yeah, because now all his moves are natural. Yeah, he's just very nicely improving.
So after let's say king g1, I mean, you have to wonder if c5, queen b5, queen takes f3 is winning. But it's also completely unnecessary. I think it's kind of wrong to do it unless you're absolutely sure. And I don't think you're ever completely sure when you have 2 minutes. So I would prefer not to have to calculate any stuff like that if I don't absolutely have to. Yeah, we're watching the Muzichuk endgame, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's the queen versus rook and bishop. What we have on our screen.
So we have some update there, yeah?
Well, white actually, this might now be a draw, regrettably for Elin. Yeah, she was completely winning for quite some time, and then she made a bit of a mistake, and is now white has the setup. White lost all of their. No, actually, a5 is still alive, but yeah, this is the position, and it looks like it's impossible to shift. Like white just keeps this shape, and this does look like a fortress.
Yeah, what a save. Yeah, this is an incredible construction. Yeah, because seemingly very, very passive, but the bishop on e1 protects the e5 pawn, protects everything.
Yeah, and on move, I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so yeah, the win was never actually entirely straightforward. I'm looking at what the engine is suggesting. It pretty much always involved some kind of weird Zugzwangs. And basically the final mistake of the game from Elin's perspective was move 61, where she allowed Maria to play bishop b1. After king f1 here, she had to give a check from b5 not to allow white this exact setup with the bishop on e1. Instead, she gave a check from b1, and then it turns out, I mean, she was clearly very happy to win the pawn on g5 with check. I understand that. Queen b5, queen g5, but unfortunately for her, this setup just really appears to be completely solid, and it shouldn't have been allowed.
Wow. I mean, what a save. Okay, we know that it doesn't make any difference for the match, but of course, yeah. I can imagine for this very, very young, promising Dutch girl, beating Maria Muzichuk would have been, of course,
that would have been good, yeah.
Yeah. So okay, let's get back to Robert's game. Meanwhile, hang on. This is the Vincent position. It seems like it's some kind of a draw because you can't you can't win.
That's very. Whoa, that is very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, incredible, crazy, but at the same time exciting for the spectators. Yeah, now I'm assuming that also with queen a6 you can just force a draw and it. Yeah, okay. Vincent goes queen c5, forces a draw like this. But all eyes on Robert because this is the very, very important game for the tournament standing. And Sam has opted for king e1. He's trying to run away. Can he run away? That's the very big question. Can he run away? Now, for example, this g4, f takes g4, also good luck calculating with little time on the clock for Robert. Do you want to go for it or not? Maybe you can go. There is also the idea g4, fg, and then just king g5. I mean, activating the king and then later win back that pawn on g4. But I'm not sure you really want to. You could even argue that maybe first to give a check and then king g5 is even better. I mean, it's one of the very tempting ideas. I wouldn't be surprised if Robert finally goes for it, because he's down to 50 seconds. He needs a clear direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, g4 king g5 is very logical, but yeah.
Yeah, he goes g4, fg, queen h1, check. In fact, where is this king going?
d2 c1, I guess. What else can you do?
He's trying to go, but hang on, some mating ideas. King d2, bishop
g5. Yeah, maybe bishop g5 and f3. Yeah, we could be just winning by force here potentially.
Wow. I mean, this is exactly what Robert is hoping for, if he can find a very clear, direct way of finishing the game, because Sam is putting up incredible resistance. And apparently the computer believes that the game is over, but we know that, humanly speaking, it's never over till it's over. We can't be sure, but yeah, queen h1 check, and it was also blitzed out by Robert, so probably he has already foreseen and calculated all the way till the very end. So if white would just sit on king e2, then queen g2 check, I'm guessing, yeah. He opted for king d2. He's trying to run away. King d2, queen g2 check, king c. Hang on. He played queen g2 check. He didn't go for bishop g5. So yeah, apparently.
But I mean, he's still winning, I guess, because f3, f2 is just coming very, very quickly. We just go. We can even take on g4. I suspect. I suspect we don't have to go crazy. But yeah, bishop g5 did look quite promising.
So what will he opt for after king c1? The only problem with the captain of the US team, John Donaldson, that it's blocking our perspective a little bit from Robert's hand movement. We can't really guess which, but I think he has taken the pawn. I think he had something in his hands. I think he has captured the pawn on g4.
Yeah, and then I think white has to try to play. I mean, bishop d2 maybe, because like it looks like you kind of have to play d5 just to open stuff up, but it loses material. So.
But yeah, I mean, we see the computer did not really like the move queen take g4, but it's so human just to eliminate that pawn, because white was eventually threatening some queen f5 business.
On 30 seconds in particular, it just looks like you just play this by force of habit, if anything else. Yeah, this is
but now look at the computer. According to computer, white is maybe back in the game. He might be back in the game after queen g4. Of course, you already mentioned that d4, d5 probably loses to queen g1, and then you lose the pawn. But the computer thinks that there is something. There is something. I mean, bishop d2 would be a very human.
Yeah, bishop d2. I think my choice here, if I have to choose like on short time, on very short notice, I go bishop d2, queen g1, king c2, f2 is hanging, f4 is hanging, so I'm not that worried about that. And if you play bishop d5, bishop g5, I want to play d4, d5 here, and I want to start asking those questions straight. I mean, queen g1, queen c5, queen d5. Damn.
Yeah, but okay, maybe who knows? I mean, maybe d4, d5.
I know bishop e4. Sorry, queen e4, bishop d2, bishop g5, queen e4. This is what I wanted. I forgot. Yeah, I actually calculated something else and forgot. Bishop d2, bishop g5. I have queen e4 here, and it's actually quite awkward to reply to, because we pin the f pawn. If you give a check, I go king c2, everything is hanging, c6 is hanging with check.
Yeah, bishop d2 played, Robert goes for king g5. He wants to get the queen to f5.
Yeah, that makes sense, but
still already some d4. I mean, I don't know.
Queen e4, yeah. How do
queen e4, still queen e4, yeah.
Queen e4, we go queen f5, yeah. We go queen f5. But this is obviously like we must have been winning, and now checks will begin, and it will become a mess. Yeah, it looks like Sam might get away with it again. Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable, because it looked like after g4, f5, queen h1 check, I was pretty sure that Robert had calculated this bishop g5, fc, and then this combining the mating threat and trading the queen and queening the f pawn. But for some reason, with all the tension, he decided, okay, let me first correct the g4 pawn, and then I'm gonna win. But he might not get another chance.
Yeah, actually, or even f3 there. instead of all this. Yeah, this is now, yeah, you get the feeling that Sam actually gets away with it now because of how many checks he can give. If you have to play queen f5, I can even start immediately with queen g2 check. It gets very awkward.
And also with this weakness on c6 suddenly, and it won't only be the pawn, but if black has to move back the king to the 6th rank, then he will be pinned as well. It's unbelievable, yeah.
Yeah, I think he just gets away with it now.
Yeah, how to move away that bishop also. It's I don't see the move.
Yeah, it seems like
1 minute on the clock.
1 minute, and really there is no solution. He's given a check from g1, but now after king c2, yeah, if he has to play queen takes d4 here, it's just a draw. It looks very beautiful, but you never win that bishop ending.
Yeah, bishop, this is a total dead draw. So
yeah, like
wow, unbelievable. I mean, just at the moment, I mean, this one will hurt the most. Yeah, when after the game it turns out that you did everything right, you were just one move away from kind of forcing resignation. Yeah, and then you switch back to this queen g2 check, queen takes g4.
Yeah, it's the second time in a row where basically one final decision is required from Sam's opponent, and it's not there. It was exactly like that in that game against Wahidov.
Yes.
One final correct move, and he's more or less done, but it's not fun. Yeah, queen f2, understandable decision by Sam. By Robert trying to preserve some life in the position. He knows the bishop ending is equal. So, but even taking on c6 now.
Exactly. Now queen takes c6 is possible.
Yeah, you can take on 6, take on b5, and then even bishop takes f4 probably is a draw, which is kind of regrettable because like that 2 against 1 looks drawn to me. But it's also completely unnecessary. White doesn't have to go into that. In the meantime, what we saw on our screen that's the Bundestrainer there in his bright white sneakers signing the protocol for their 2.5 victory over. No, hang on a second. Yeah. Dmitry won on last board, and everything else was drawn. So Germany wins 2.5, and will be in the pack of teams chasing what looks like the US. Looking at this position now, it will be the US in clear first place here on 13 out of 14, and Armenia drops back to 12, and there will be a bunch of teams on 12. India 1 will be on 12, Germany, India 2, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan. All of those teams will most likely be on 12 points. I'm saying most likely because I think Kazakhstan has one already. Okay. That game hasn't finished when I last looked, but it has finished now.
Yeah, queen takes b5 check, king g4. I just don't see any way of having any winning chances.
Yeah, it's a draw. Yeah, it's a draw.
Yeah, this is of course really heartbreaking for Armenians that Gabi beat Fabi. Robert was so close of winning this, and then just one move away. I mean, if he would have not gotten a second chance yet towards the ending, I think it would be kind of still more digestible that after the time control he did not manage to find a clear winning plan, but afterwards he managed to break through, and it really was like just one move away from victory. This will hurt very badly. But okay, game is not over yet. Sam,
not over yet, but I mean the problem really is that I think we can take, as far as I can tell, I think we can take on f4 and then just go. Oh no, that's kind of risky, yeah, because it's the correct bishop. I was trying to calculate if I can just take on f4 and then play queen b4 against anything, but
yes, I understand. Yeah, this was your kind of.
Yeah, but the problem is like I take, I go king e4. It might not be enough, yeah. King b1, bishop b7. I think it's probably just lost, right?
Yes.
Because the king doesn't get to a3.
Yeah, otherwise, okay, the good news for black is that if white is not able to make a draw on the spot, then if you manage to push f4, f3, then it's a whole new game beginning.
Absolutely, yeah. It's,
and Sam goes for bishop f4.
Okay, but now after king takes f4, he needs to play carefully. Like, I think the problem for Robert is if I just go king b1, king a2, I think that is a draw. I think the problem is that king takes f4, I just go king b1. I go into the corner and I just chill and I give checks when I have to give checks, and when I don't have checks, I will just be kind of chilling on the b file.
Yeah, exactly. And then already you can trade queens and you will have b3.
Yeah. I think it's a clever decision by Sam. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very clever.
Can we go queen e4 check right now? No, then queen d3 probably. No, hang on. Yeah, queen d3, queen takes f4. It leads to the same. It might be a clever try, actually, queen e4 check. But
I mean, what does it change? So queen d3 you want to take queen takes f4.
Yeah, and maybe you can, but you can still go king b1, doesn't.
I mean, I can also play king c1 and queen f4. No, then you take with king.
I take with the king. I wanted to prevent you from reaching the a2 square. My idea was to stop you from getting to b1 and a2, because I think while the king is still somewhere in the center, there are winning chances. But if it gets to a2, I'm pretty sure there are no winning chances anymore.
Yeah, then it's just to that also. Maybe queen queen e4 check played. Robert is trying everything.
Yeah.
Wow, highly dramatic. So queen e4 check.
Yeah, I think you kind of need to play queen d3. I think everything else would be maybe still a draw, but I think from a practical viewpoint, it's just a mistake not to play queen d3 here. Of course, we cannot.
And it's played. Yeah, it's played by Sam.
You have to take with the queen, of course, because otherwise the king returns to c2 and white goes b3. So yeah, we take with the queen. I don't think the queens can be traded. I mean, actually, maybe we can start giving checks, but it's not required. I think king b1 is good enough.
Just the systematic approach.
Yeah, just approach it from a kind of a holistic approach.
Yeah, and we can see the body language change completely by Sam. Now he knows that it's in my hands. Yeah, now I can hold it if I play correctly.
Yeah.
Interesting. After queen d3, what did he play?
Queen f4 is on the board.
Queen f4, okay.
I mean, what else can you play?
Yeah.
He played queen c6, okay, but that doesn't change anything. You just go king b1 here quite happily. We were going in that direction anyway. So we don't need to overthink things here. Yeah, king b1, king takes f4. And once again, even if some kind of an opportunity to play b3 presents itself, I don't think we need to. I think we just chill. And yeah, there is this term in cricket that is used to describe somebody who provides a kind of a very valuable service to their team while not really looking particularly stylish or attractive or playing their best games. People say he's scoring the ugly runs. And yeah, Sam is definitely scoring the ugly runs in this Olympiad, but they are absolutely invaluable because without him continuing to fight and saving those really, really bad positions, the US would have been in a lot of trouble. Obviously, you can make an argument that it's even better not to even have those bad positions.
Yes, exactly. But if you already have them, then you have to save them. Yeah, king b1 on the board. King takes f4. Do we see? No, we don't see the happenings.
Yeah, it looked like he played b3, which is kind of weird, but maybe it's possible. I don't know.
He played b3. Yeah, he calculated because he will have queen. No, how does he want to do it?
I don't know why he did that.
He just wants to play king d1, so he has the nerves, for queen
h1.
Yeah,
like he is just a very, very steely person. He just goes king d1 here, says I don't care.
Yeah, this is this FIDE time control, with 90 minutes and then 30 minutes plus 30 seconds till the end. Yeah, that basically it's impossible to play the end games precisely or correctly. It will always be some incredible fight. It's not like the usual 7-hour time control where you can really quietly, confidently convert some winning position. Queen G2 played, but now White will have bunch of checks.
That's actually a good try. I like that. Yeah, just to kind of really unnerve Sam and like create this really, really big threat.
By the way, it's played with 4 seconds on the clock, so Robert.
I just offered the draw or something, or what happened there?
Yeah, and look at Robert. Yeah, he's just completely in shock. Yeah, that how
the arbiter is very confused as to what the result is. Like, what happened there? What? No, what?
What? Robert lost on time? What?
No. It says like what? Hello.
What? Sam lost?
What?
How could he lose? No, it cannot be.
What?
How could he lose? I mean, he had time. I mean, did he touch the king? He was expecting Queen H1 check, or what happened?
I have no idea. What? Yeah, we will have to have clarification because that doesn't make any sense to any of us.
Yeah, and what on earth? We see the pawns on B3 and A3. Yeah, Queen G2 on the board. Did he touch his king like he was thinking like it's Queen H1 and the king moves?
But even yeah, okay, then you're lost after Queen B2 takes B3. But yeah, very.
How on earth? No, but look at this. Robert is also. I mean, he's not happy. Robert is not happy. It's a draw, I guess.
Yeah, we're hearing.
He touched the king. Oh my God.
Okay, I mean, it's tragic, but it's only really his fault because.
Wow, yeah, no, of course, yeah. I mean, it's something similar that you just told us, yeah, with your Topalov story, yeah, that he was assuming that you changed the queens and he wanted to take. I cannot believe this.
Okay, that means I have to make adjustments to my piece of paper.
And what an incredible turnaround for emotional sides. Malcolm Jan will stay alive. I mean, he will not feel guilty all his life. I mean, unbelievable turn of events, and now it's on Sam's shoulders, everything. Oh my God.
That is, yeah. I mean, you don't really wish this on anyone. And there on your screen, you have the standings with Armenia on 13, and then a bunch of teams on 12.
Yeah, this is absolutely shocking. Just when Sam was already, I mean, one could feel that he's so nervous that he could hardly, compose himself. He wanted to make a move. But what did Peter tell you? I mean, that why do you care about playing B3? Just sit tight. It's you are very nervous.
Yeah, I think you don't lose if you play passively. I don't see how Black makes enough progress.
Well, eventually I have a hope to give some check and land the queen on B3. But
okay, and I play like, I don't know, queen E2 in that point, and I think it's still a draw. I think like I can give you the absolute maximum, and you will still not be able to generate a mating threat without the light squared bishop.
But I mean, here it comes what you said immediately when after B3 Queen G2 you saw the move Queen G2 on the board. You said you kind of like it, yeah, because it's the last chance, last trick, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I didn't expect.
Wow, there is look at this. Here we have the screen, and he touches the king.
And then he realizes what he's done, but obviously, he's an honorable person. He's not going to pretend he didn't touch the king. So, yeah, I mean, it's horrible. Losing a game like this is just horrible. But I mean, it is what it is. The hateful, it is what it is, makes an appearance. What can you say?
I mean, this is the situation that we have to explain, that in time trouble, yeah, you are kind of expecting some move from your opponent, yeah, and Robert clearly touched his queen and moved the queen on the diagonal, so Sam already thought like, okay, yeah, Queen H1, and automatically he moves towards the king to move it.
Yeah.
And in fact, it was Queen G2.
Yeah, in fact, people are saying he actually played King C2, basically. He was so sure the queen is going to H1 that he played King C2 and then realized that's not what happened. But now you have to move your king, and king c1, queen b2 check, king d1, both queen takes b3, and a takes b3 is cleaner, actually. It wins some tempi.
Yeah, but I mean, just to illustrate, yeah, that
a4 king e5 simply, king e4 king d5. We're in the square, and the bishop stays on f6, and it's just completely dead. So yeah, just a heartbreaking loss for Sam, obviously, and I feel like I may have jinxed him a little bit by praising his fighting spirit, but his fighting spirit still, like, he almost saved that completely lost position, and only this kind of a freak accident made him not save it.
Well,
Yeah.
hang on. We even get the confirmation from Sotiris that, yeah, he played king c2 and then Robert told him it's illegal, yeah? I mean, yeah, he just didn't pay attention that it was queen g2 or king a. I mean, yeah, this is unbelievable, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
these are the nerves, yeah, because he had 3 minutes on the clock, yeah, there was just no reason to rush at all.
Yeah, exactly. Why are you trying to blitz out the moves?
I mean, if he would have just written down his opponent's move, yeah, just written down that it's queen g2, yeah, it would have never happened. But the nerves, he was so happy and so relieved that he's saving the game, yeah. That's why he got so nervous and carried away and couldn't handle his emotions and touched the king and played king c2. Unbelievable! What a dramatic! I mean, unbelievable! I'm completely speechless.
Yep.
Wow.
And that, I guess, is a kind of an incredibly dramatic conclusion to the day, which really cannot be bettered. So we should end on this. Not the way I expected this game to end, not the way you ever expect any game to end, but this is how this match ends. And as I've already mentioned, and as you've seen on your screen, Armenia continues being the sole leader of the event, sort of half a match point ahead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams by my count, tied from second to from second to seventh.
Yeah, and not just the 1 point, but simply the feeling, yeah, that you described, carrying the momentum, yeah, feeling like things are going out. I mean, it's a sign of above, whatever. I mean, you really get so much incredible energy out of it, and now Melkumyan will be able to sleep. He will be still a full member of the team, and there is all to fight for. Incredible turnaround, just incredible drama here.
Yep. All right. This was round 7. As you can see, there are still some games ongoing, but I think we know pretty much all of the important results at the top of the women's section. So nothing really there that we absolutely need to watch. Thanks everybody for being with us, and we will continue covering the Olympiad for the days to come. I've been kind of neglecting this. I will use this opportunity to remind you that there is currently a 50% discount on going premium on Chess24, so that you can support, for instance, this coverage by using the code Olympiad 2022. There is also a lot of new stuff on the site, including the wall, which is Chess24's much needed, yet another social media construction, which there is never too many social media things. You can doom scroll. Yeah, we'll be back same time. See you then.
Yeah, see you. Bye-bye.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Did you find checkmate? Well, it's white to play and win. Let's first start by taking away some key squares. Rook g6 check. Now after king h8, how about we add a little bit more pressure? Knight f7. And that lines the king right up with the rook. So this discovery is going to be nasty. Rook g5 works, but I like taking material, and that's checkmate.
the Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.